cael bod yn ôl 'ma.
Well, this morning, the sun is shining once again. There is a slight breeze here at Llanelwedd, but the temperature is due to rise once again this afternoon. So if you're visiting the show, please take all the necessary precautions. Welcome to the second day of the Royal Welsh Show, and there's plenty to look forward to. Later this afternoon, it's the Team of 5 Championship in the Cattle Ring, and the winning team will be presented with the Dau Llanelwedd Memorial Trophy. And for the first time since 2014, Her Royal Highness the Princess Royal will visit the Royal Welsh Showground, so everybody is going to be on their best behaviour. Well, in the sheep shed, they're obviously benefiting from the £50,000 invested to increase the ventilation, and we'll be featuring a variety of breeds today, which will include the Charolais and the Blue Texel. It's going to be a busy day for Meinir. Well, in the sheep shearing centre, we'll have one eye on the future. We'll be featuring the Junior Championships heats and finals, the Intermediate Championship, and the Worshipful Company of Woolmen Junior Championships. Well, Aaron will be starting the day in the pig ring, and he'll also be visiting the forestry section once again, and may well be doing some paddle boarding before the end of the day. Well, the main ring will feature the Welsh Mountain Ponies senior classes, the Welsh Cobs junior classes, and the Welsh Ponies Cob type junior classes. And don't forget, you can catch all the action from the main ring on our website from 8 o'clock every morning. Well, Nia is joined by Ivan, who spent most of the day yesterday in the cattle ring, and it's a very busy day. And of course, the story of the day yesterday was the blonde cow Brownhill Netter winning the individual championship, having won the Yorkshire show last week. A very successful day for the Atkinson family, and it was a day to remember for them without any doubt. But today, well, the highlight of the day, of course, will be the Team of 5, and Ivan is talking about Dau Jones Llanelwedd, who was a member of our team here, of course, and very familiar with the Royal Welsh, of course. And there will be a Dau Jones Llanelwedd Memorial Cup that's to be presented to the winning Team of 5. This was his delight, and Nia just saying to Ivan that he really enjoyed the Tuesday here in the Royal Welsh, watching the Team of 5, and there'll be quite a crowd around the cattle ring later on this afternoon. And Nia's just mentioning the fact that we will be having a royal visit here today. And on one occasion, when the Princess Royal was here before in the past, Dau Jones himself was commentating on the tannoy system here at the Royal Welsh, and he was introducing her, and he forgot her name and eventually introduced her as Mrs. Phillips. Well, it was only Dau Jones Llanelwedd who could have got away with that. Yes, the temperature's rising already here at Llanelwedd, and let's have a quick weather forecast. Yesterday was the warmest day here in Wales. 37.1 degrees centigrade recorded in Haden, and it was about 35 degrees in the southwest. So there is an expectancy of the temperature to increase here at the showground later on this afternoon. So if you are visiting, as I said before, please make sure that you take all the necessary precautions. There might be a few showers on the west coast, but in the east it's going to be dry, sunny and very warm. This evening it'll be a bit cloudy and there may well be a few scattered showers. But tomorrow the temperatures here will be around 24 degrees centigrade, so it'll be more comfortable if you are visiting the showground. Yes, if you are visiting, please take care, and if you're staying home, then stay with us. We're here until 5 o'clock this afternoon. Yes, English language commentary is available on this programme and our main Ring webcast. If you're watching on Sky Plus, Freeview or Virgin Media, press the red button. TiVo or Sky Q box users, go into settings and use the audio selection option. Bore da I chi, good morning. Please join us on the English language commentary service if you don't speak Welsh. I'll be here with a team of experts so you won't miss a thing. Thank you for all the positive comments, by the way, but we are aware that some of you were having some teething problems finding the English language commentary service yesterday. If you are experiencing any difficulties, then please ring S4C's viewers hotline. They are a friendly bunch and they'll resolve any problems that you're having. Well, that may well be the coolest area here at the showground, the lake in the forestry section, where we may well see Aeron paddleboarding later on this afternoon. We'll have to wait and see, but there are plenty of places for you to stand in the shadows here in Llanelwydd if you are visiting the showground. Yeah, and he is just saying that there's always something here at the showground for everybody, regardless of where you're visiting. Right, let's kick off proceedings then. We'll start off in the main ring and we'll join Rachel Thomas for this morning's proceedings.
Morning Gareth, morning everyone at home. So we're back in a slightly cooler main ring this morning, and for all you Welsh enthusiasts, it's the start of your week really, with the Welsh breeds in full flow in the main ring. So we've got the middle view at the minute with the senior section A's being judged today, and then we've got the junior C's and the junior D's in the other two ends that we'll come back to later on. So in front of us at the minute we've got the first class in, which is the Craran Mero Geldin, the 4 to 7 years section. And if you can see a shot of our judge, which is Judith Reid from Pembrokeshire. Actually 28 entered in this. Quite a few forward by the look of it. Been outside this morning and considerably cooler, quite pleasant out there now at the minute. So I'm sure these competitors are pretty glad being on in the first section before it heats up later on. Judith, familiar in West Wales, from the Haverford stud, Wyston in Pembrokeshire. A bit of background on Judith. She is a dairy farmer's daughter, and she currently milks 150 pedigree Holsteins, and her son is home working on the farm with her. She's got extensive judging experience all over the world, including South Africa, Holland, and obviously all of the big Welsh shows such as Lampeter Glanesk. And about the only county show she hasn't judged at yet is the Bath and West. So if anyone's listening from the Bath and West, Judith would like an appointment there.
Ddim yn flwyddyn Covid, diolch I Dduw, ond
in 1978 the Haverford stud was established, and Judith's father bought 2 mares, one from the Fair Oak sale and the other from Hay-on-Wye. One was a Friar's mare and the other was a Fieldcoat mare, and that started off their stud there. Most of their current ponies are obviously descendants of the foundation mares, going back to buy another foundation mare from the Friar's stud a little bit later on. And they currently stand Rydyfelin Sachi, a grey 8-year-old stallion, down in Pembrokeshire with them. She's very much influenced by the Friars and Springborn ponies, and she will look for a pony that's full of Welshness and character, and she will like a good mover, a pony to flow, and a pony with plenty of stretch, nice amount of bone, and she doesn't has no colour preference. Interestingly enough, Judith also has a big hunting background, and being master of 2 packs in the past, the Pembrokeshire and the South Thames, which we now know as the Crosselli. And she has a big interest in racing along with other members of her family. So we've probably got, I'd say roughly at least half of the 28 entries there in front of us. We're in the very early stages at the minute, so hopefully we will come back to you later on. We'll see a bit more and we'll give you a result. I'r beirniad Jewett o Hwlffordd, Sir Benfro.
Welcome back on this, the second day of this year's Royal Welsh Show. It's going to be a very busy day in the cattle ring, and that's where we're heading now. So it's a very good morning to Gerald Lewis and Ewan Thomas.
Yeah, good morning, Gareth. Good morning, all. And we start off the day with a commercial beef class. And this is a class of heifers, and these are future heifers that hopefully will go on and probably be featured in the winter fair later on when they get a bit stronger, or if they're very small or whatever, they may just see them here next summer.
And would this be something you generally describe as a baby beef?
It is the baby beef, yes, basically, but it is done in the actual show. In the actual Royal Welsh Show, there is no end result for these, if you understand. They're futures. In the winter fair, when we feature them as baby beef, then they are destined to go to the show ring as of these summers and probably the following winter. So it's a lightweight heifer, we will call it then. But all of these will have a future in the show ring if they're good enough then. And you know, not necessarily today. You know, there's some exceptional, lovely little heifers there, and probably they will mature in a different way, and maybe the one that wins today will never ever get any further. No, there's some lovely animals. I had the pleasure this morning of going up and down and having a look throughout, and I was very impressed with the quality that is there then. And several local people exhibiting then. I can see then Eddie Morgan and Hugh Morgan and Jones a T-shirt down in Jewett there. A lot of local people, and take great pride in producing good cattle in this part of the world.
Generally a very well-known area for producing these sorts of cattle too.
The competition in this part of the world is very, very high, yes indeed. And as we can see there, it's actually dominated by the red, which is predominantly limousine, but you believe me, there will be a little bit of other blood running throughout their veins along the way, a little bit of blue and that, but they have actually all come out in as reds in this particular class.
And generally these with the red, it's generally a strong Limousin connotation within the breeding generally for the red colour, Gerald?
Yes, it is. Limousine is the finer carcass animal. They're very correct, very attractive, very good top lines, whereas perhaps some of their continental rivals like the blue not quite got that same finesse and quite nice. So Limousine would be probably the most dominant within these crossbred cattle, but there is still, to create that back ends that we're looking at, there is a little bit of blue in there, you believe me.
Yes, certainly. The shape is obviously coming from one bit of the bloodlines, and that's the mastery of this. It's the art of blending these bloodlines together, isn't it?
Well, that's quite right. They're commercial cattle, they are, and unfortunately for these little animals, they will end up on somebody's plate at some stage. So, and that's what they're designed to do. The trend within the beef world at the moment, and is a lot of native people breeds are becoming a little bit more dominant, but it would take a very, very good native animal to come along and pass one of these animals with such good conformation, wouldn't it?
Certainly that, you know, and you're just thinking about the beef supreme classes from yesterday, the beef short-horn heifer that was reserved there yesterday. Maybe the drive within those native breeds is to add this extra bit of shape and this quality, isn't it, to try and compete at this level, maybe?
Well, they'll have to, actually, but as we've alluded to many times before, we always seem to talk about the back end, but the most expensive cuts on any animal as they stand as of today is the loin.
Of course,
and a lot of the native breeds have kept that very, very good top line and loin, and therefore, even though they can't just master to get that, say, back end as these particular animals have here, but the quality is very, very good, and if they do, as you said, increase their back end a little bit more and make them just a little bit more attractive, then who knows, we might just see a native breed come through in this one day.
Certainly that, and maybe the influence of a little bit of the bloodlines, adding a little bit of colour, as I heard you mention yesterday about the roan colours and things within them, might just be where they come to the fore.
That's quite right. It's a funny thing. I think if you asked all these showmen that are exhibiting these cattle here today, if they had a choice, it would be a black animal that they would like, because a black becomes very attractive and shining, and it seems to stand out a lot better. But actually, we have no control on. Thank goodness we have no control on what is going to come out, whether they're going to come out red or black. But anyway, we'll have to come back a little bit later and see who comes out on top of this class.
Well, don't forget to download the official Royal Welsh Show app. It's available on Google Play and the App Store. And if you need any further information, of course, please visit our website, s4c.cymru.
Well,
Aaron, as we mentioned earlier on, is starting his day in the pig ring. So we'll hand over quickly to Gerald Lewis and Emma Thomas.
Yeah, back to the pig ring again for the second AMs, and we have some quality animals on show again. We featured a lot of the Welsh pigs yesterday.
Yes,
and we do go and stray perhaps into the different breeds today.
Yes, so we've got the best female championship out here now today. So they would have done a lot of the breed competitions yesterday. As you said, we followed the Welsh pig. So we've got sort of the beginning of the interbreeds here then. And we've got the female championship. Hopefully we'll be featuring the male later on, and then the overall best pig championship.
We've seen yesterday some exceptional Welsh sows, strong animals, didn't we? And this pig here is quite a strong animal, to be fair.
Blwyddyn oed. Na ti. A dyma'r un agosa yma, 825. Mae Judy Hancock's. Chael ydi hon, ynddo? Dwi'n trio cofio Oxford Sandy and Black ydi hon, ynddo?
Oxford Sandy and Black yw hon.
And native breeds here. And this lady here with I believe it's an Oxford.
Yes, I can't Sandy Black and Tan.
Sandy Black and Tan,
yes.
Sorry.
Yes, they seem to be making a bit of research, and I think they are still considered to be a rare breed with quite low numbers.
And anyway, they've come through to the final of the female, so they're representing their breed with strength. Very similar type of pig then, perhaps a little bit stronger up the front and head and shoulders than the competitor, but they are very, very similar type of sows.
Pobl sort of prefer rhai bridiau, a ni wedi gweld sort of niferoedd yn cynyddu mewn dosbarthiadau eraill yn enwedig y Berkshires.
We have a new judge today.
Gyda lot o bobl yma. Mae rhai yn penderfynu ar safon y cig. Mae rhai yn penderfynu ar characters y moch.
Ie, yn hollol. Mae'n falle bod yn rhaid nhw'n cadw nhw fel hobby neu busnes, ynddo?
Odi. Mae moch gwyn yn...
Final discussion there between the judge and the steward.
Y marchnad. Ond os ych chi'n gwerthu'n private, mae moch traddodiadol...
Good to see the pigs out here first thing in the morning before it gets too warm. It is quite hot for the exhibitors out there, and especially the pigs then, because a pig can't sweat. That's because they can't sweat, which is why a pig would wallow in mud normally, but nice to see them out first thing in the morning, so it's nice and cool for them, and they're nice and calm. And the judge there now, not giving too much away. But indeed the championship goes to the Oxford Sandy Black and Tan. A lovely gilt indeed, and there we go, the championship there, Judy Hancock's.
Ddoi frid ma, oedd Rachel arfer cadw Oxford Sandy and Blacks, a hefyd a British Lop, so ddoi frid Rachel yw'r rhain.
And I think the British Lop there taking the reserve. Hopefully we'll be back for more pigs later on.
Dim problem.
Diolch yn fawr i ti.
Well, we've already visited the main ring. We've been to the cattle ring and the pig ring. Let's have a first visit of the day to the sheep ring, and we'll return to Gerald and Emma.
Thank you very much. Yes, good to see the sheep out there early as well then, and we followed a lot of the hill and mountain breeds yesterday. A little bit of difference for us today. We've got some blue texels there in the background.
Yes, the blue texels have become very, very popular as a commercial sheep itself, but in the show ring especially, and I do believe I'm correct in saying that the blue texel is the most strongest supported breed of sheep here in the Royal Welsh Show this year.
Quite possibly, yes.
So they have exceptional numbers in each classes, and
with this class of rams then aged 2 and over, we have 5 entries, which is a good for that age of animal, as we'll see a lot of entries in the yearling and the lamb classes, but to keep these animals in show condition, because of course they will be working, you know, and have been used then, so to keep them in show condition really is quite an achievement.
Yes, indeed it is, and I think that's a familiar face we see there. Is
Steve and Sarah Gibbons. Familiar, we see them a lot in the winter fair.
That's quite.
But venturing out for a summer holiday down at the Royal Welsh Show here as well.
Quite right.
Gibbons o Aberhonddu, a wedyn Henry Jewett yn ail Welsh Llongorchiadau nhw, ynddo fe?
Yeah, da iawn.
But as I stated, and you stated, Ems, the classes will get a lot stronger, and in the ram lambs and ewe lambs and that, and I believe that they have become a rightful place now in the commercial flock. A lot of these are sold now, and a good confirmation, and they've improved the size a little bit. So
and maybe a little bit easier lambing than some of the
maybe so, yes.
Some would say, but we'll just listen in on the interview now.
Yeah, you must be.
I am very, very pleased.
So what's this ram we've got then?
This is What More Chaos. Siren, sired tup, 4-year-old tup he is. He's our stock tup. One of our stock.
And he's worked well for you?
Yeah, brilliantly. Yeah, he's got a daughter coming out a bit later.
Is she as good as him?
She's got different parts on her, really. She's quite nice. She's a yearling, yeah.
Yeah.
We've only got 3 here, so.
Good.
Yeah.
Nice to see you again.
Thank you,
and
darling.
Enjoy, because I know you will. You always love it, don't you?
Yeah, I do.
Have a good
It's
one.
nice to be back, isn't it?
It is.
It's lovely.
Perfect.
Just a little hot, maybe.
Yeah, you're fine now. Keep cool.
Thank you so much.
Well, as Mrs. Gibbons said, it's very nice to be back, and having the first prize is even better, isn't it?
Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Showground. Let's return quickly to the main ring and we'll rejoin Rachel.
Thanks, Gareth. So we've jumped across now. We're in the section D side. Hopefully we'll get a close-up. There we go. And this is the yearling coat class. So it looks like we've had the initial pull and just going out to do the individual shows. So we're not probably going to get too far in this one, so I'll give you a bit of background on the judge. So today our D judge is Mr Ernest Gant from Northwick Stud in Bishop Auckland, County Durham. Actually, as a young boy, started off with Shires, and his first pony was a Section B, but he always had a yearning to have a Welsh cob, and in his mid-20s he bought his first Welsh cob, which was Ffoslas Kingflyer. His resident stallion, Gwenllan Sampson, was a son of Gwenllan Sally, Prince of Wales Cup winner. Various other notable stallions bred by Mr Gant have been Northwick Notorious, Northwick Bon Jovi, which was by Danaway Flashjack, Northwick Welsh Model and Northwick Electra, and that one was Supreme Champion and reserved for the Cuddy on 2 occasions, as well as being a multi-silver and bronze medal winner. Actually, Ernest Gant is a retired farmer, having taken early retirement, and had farmed all his life, mainly sheep, crossbreeds, Texels and Suffolks up in County Durham. Interestingly enough, he hasn't actually done a lot of judging, but he was asked to judge at the Royal Welsh 4 years ago, and therefore has not accepted any shows since, which is actually, from my point of view, really good, because it's a fresh face on the judging scene. No one can sort of preconceive what he's going to go for and what types. I mean, we've got an idea of what he likes in his own animals and his own stud, so it'll be interesting to see what he comes up with. It's noted that he will look for an old-fashioned type with a powerful and extravagant action, and he likes animals with good depth and good bone. Some notable cobs that Ernest Gant has really taken an interest in would be Tehane Comet, Hywyd Cardi, the Nebo Black Magic, Pentra Eidwyn Comet and the Park Welsh Flyer. All of the cobs influential in his own breeding operation.
Yn y 4 blynedd na, na, fe digon clir, oedd e'n mynd i aros a just bennu'r beirniadu un cyn dechrau beirniadu'r le arall.
A falle bod e'n uchel I barch.
So, we had an entry out of 22, which, again, good entry really. Looking like possibly just over half in the ring. Not quite as hot today. And interestingly enough, obviously, as many of you will know and have seen on social media, competitors have been asked to limit the use of oil and makeup on horses in this heat. Interesting fact about Ernest Gant is he actually is an avid follower of rugby league, Wakefield Trinity and also rugby union.
Mae fe'n ei natur nhw mewn ffordd, a mae rhaid I nhw fod yn fyw yn y cylch. Gobeithio ddim ar dan heddi, ar tymerau, ond yeah, na.
I think we've actually managed, yeah, we've got 3 lines and we're in, no, 2 lines. Possibly just over half. And we're coming to the end of the initial show. 858. Out in front of us at the minute. Penlan Greg the Demonstrator by Osborne Picasso out of Penlan Greg Della. Shea Price handling this one, belonging to the Bullock family.
Yn y sioeau cynta.
Wrth y march Osborne Picasso ac allan o'r gaseg Penlan Greg Della.
Ond ti'n gweld fyna os ydy'r ceffyl...
Always find it quite interesting to look how many handlers are wearing the football or the rugby boots with the studs in these classes.
Gyda'r oedran ifanc a'r oedran cynnar yr ebolion blwydd ddod, a fydd y beirniad Ernest Gant hefyd yn edrych am potensial?
Wyt ti'n edrych am rhywle i fynd ar ceffyl? Wyt ti ddim yn moyn rhywbeth sydd ddim... Mae eisiau dyma bach o'r stretch a'r scoping yn siarad o'i ti?
Of course, being yearling colts, these animals haven't had a lot of outings, so they wouldn't have a lot of form. So hopefully we'll come back later with a result for you. A few of these will have limited outings this year. A lot will have been saved for the Royal Welsh. And hopefully we'll be back later to give you a result.
Yn mynd yn ymlaen.
Ymunwch yn hwyl y sioe ar Facebook, Trydar ac Instagram.
Don't forget, we're all over social media, Facebook, Twitter and Instagram, as well as our website, of course, S4C.Cymru. You'll find all the information you need there. Right, let's head over back to the cattle ring. We were there earlier on, and we'll return and join Gerald and Ewan.
Yes, we're back in, hopefully, for the result of the commercial beef heifer class, and these would be the lightest heifers that are on show, and this would only be the part one of the class, and we have heifers in here from 287 kilos to 379.
And as a sort of proportion of what they'd be when they actually finished at the end, Gerald, what are we talking about? How far away are they?
Well, as I alluded to before, it depends on how they are pushed and how they are, well, what the ambition of the handler or the owner, I should say, is. If they look after them and obviously they look after them, but if they feed them hard, and that they'll be looking to get to that 600 kilo target is about the optimum, because they will kill out at 65-66%, so we'll be looking to get about that carcass of around the 400 kilo mark. But these heifers, as you say, like, they're so streamlined, so nice, so well proportioned that obviously they could even kill out higher than that. But so yeah, at 309 or 379 kilos and daily live weight gain of 1.5 kilos, well, some of the bigger heifers will probably be there by Christmas, won't they?
Yes, certainly.
But perhaps a little heifer in shot there from Carol Morgan now then is 309. Probably then she might just have a future next summer, I would think so.
Yeah, but she could potentially show in these sorts of classes next summer, not necessarily at the show here.
Yeah,
but
exactly. I think I'm correct in saying in the winter fair the baby beef is under 425. So if they just let her run with the cow through the summer now, because she'll be still obviously suckling her mother, and just have a little bit of feed, maybe she might even come feature in the under baby beefs, and then a lot of people purchase baby beef in the winter fair, obviously to go on for these particular summer shows. And as we will see later on, we will see bigger heifers in the summer show here, probably hitting that 600 kilos. So their future obviously will be at Christmas time then. So
certainly,
we'll see.
Yeah.
But anyway, at the moment standing in second place is Hugh Morgan's heifer, but that is Carol, his granddaughter, holding her at. If the judges started in the other end.
Yes, certainly. You might just be keeping us guessing,
Gerald. Exactly. The judges do vary in the line-up positions. Yes, indeed they do. But no, it is Carol, actually, that is standing on the top at the moment, so I am wrong. And standing in second place there is another regular exhibitor and good competitor, Phil Jones down from Irwood, just down the road from the showground here. Two very keen competitors in all competitions, to be honest with you, right throughout Christmas time. But these people specialise probably in producing these baby beef and cattle for the other showmen to purchase later on. So they don't keep many of these and put them through to the finished job themselves. They prefer to sell them as potential show cattle.
Yes, there's certainly different people with the ability to do different jobs throughout this sort of beef scenario, isn't there?
Feeding men, obviously. Then the people that buy a lot of commercial cattle and finish a lot of cattle for the butcher's trade. Then a lot of them do it. Yes, there's a lot of other people. Elvet Williams from Sennybridge is a feed merchant and a hay and straw man, and his great hobby and passion is showing cattle at Christmas time and that. So maybe he has in the past purchased a lot of baby cattle, and maybe he'll be looking to buy one of these. But it does look as if we have a winner, and I'm sure the Morgan family will be delighted there. And they've come through in the first section of this baby beef section, and Pink Gin has come to the fore, and she's 309 kilos and a very, very nice heifer. So Carol there, I'm sure, will be delighted, and a lot of hard work goes in. These people put a lot of hard work into producing these show cattle, and they get a lot of cattle that just don't make it to the show ring, but it's nice to get one that does get there eventually.
It's certainly a lifetime's work as well, isn't it? Because there's breeding gone into getting this animal to where it is, isn't there?
Oh yes, certainly so. And these excessive calves, when they're born, as we can see them muscling, they're not easy calves, you can believe me. So you don't walk out in the field and find that in the nettles in the morning. So
certainly not.
Anyway, we'll come back later and see what happens in the next section of the class.
Diolch yn fawr iawn i chi, diolch.
Diolch, Caryl. Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Showground, the River Wye. We just caught a glimpse of there flowing through or past the showground. There's all the caravans to be seen below. It certainly is a sight to see. And as we can see, the crowds have returned to the showground on this, the second day.
Dyn di hwn, ti'n iawn dyn? Oed, hai, mae dyn Ari. Yn yr en fan hyn yn cadw'n cŵl braf. A ma' na fel o'n i'n sôn yn gyda.
Yes, obviously plenty of people taking advantage of all the little nooks and crannies available here at the Royal Welsh Showground. Right, let's go to the main ring for a result update. Here's Rachel.
So we finally got a result of the Section A class there, and the winner is S4C Lady Million, owned by Kevin Moy and handled by him. Strathaven, he's come down from. So now we've gone to the Welsh Cob Yearling. The winner here, J Perrin's Heaton Double Diamond. And in second was Nathan Minnett's Coldwell Tango. And in third, CJ Merrick's Bryniddion Skywalker. So that's the yearling colts in your Section D class. Just getting fifth there was 852, my Spritster Welsh Prince. Just going further down the line there. 22 entries there.
Mr Grant wedi bod lawr y linell fachyn.
And our winner there,
Copiau Cymreig.
Heaton Double Diamond. Coming down from Overton, previous winner and reserve champion at the South Yorkshire Show in 21. So obviously as a foal in last year, not been out this year. So there's a good view of our second place there, Nathan Minnett's Coldwell Tango. And for the breeding enthusiast, by Gwen Llan Sirial and Dam Coldwell Grace. Handled by Nathan himself.
Dyna yw eiriau o dde, mae'n gweld digon o benôl a rhywbeth sy'n gryf a rhywbeth sy'n symud.
And actually the second place in this class was third at North Leach earlier in the year.
Double Diamond, dyma fe.
So there we've got our winner, Heaton Double Diamond. Julie Perrins. And the handler with this one is Will Perrins. So we'll see Heaton Double Diamond back for the Junior Championship. So we're now nipping over to the Section C ring now. First visit to the C ring today. I promise we will be back later. So again, yearling colt. And the winner here we see in front of us, Michael Lewis, Wilgar the Gambler. And this pony is by Coedion Owain and out of Wilgarth Alice's Charm. Handled by Michael himself. This pony was called in top and has obviously remained there. And second place there we've got S.A. James Fronarth Bellotti. And the third pony in that class, I don't think we're going to get a clip, but it is Catherine Stock's Popsters Game Time. So first look at the C's, and hopefully we will be back a little bit later on.
Thank you very much, Rachel. Well, let's go to the sheep shearing shed for the first visit this morning. We saw the wool handling yesterday, and this is the second heat of the Junior Championship. 45 competing in 8 heats altogether, and the top 18 to go through to the semi-finals. Here's Gerald and Iwan.
Yes, these are the future stars of the shearing world. These young men are all going through their apprenticeship and working throughout the summer period here in Wales and, also I should say, the British Isles then. So as we see, the pace of these young guys is a little bit slower than the intermediate and senior and open competitors later on. But nonetheless, they will be trying, and it'll mean as much to win this competition to them as it will to the senior and open competitions later on, when probably a lot of New Zealanders and other competitors from other countries will come forward.
And as you've said, these are the sort of start of their shearing career, really, aren't they? And the key for these is, as much as anything, to get a clean clip, isn't it? More so than a speed.
Yes, everything is, and practice makes perfect in all aspects of competitions or whatever you are doing. And yes, these guys will shear correctly, will be or their mentors or their teachers or instructors will be telling them to shear correctly. Your speed will come. Technique is personally, then, like I said, learn to shear correctly and do the job right, and then, as I say, your speed will come. But a lot of guys going into the barns and sheds and that, shearing in general day work. It's obviously it's like piecework. You are paid for the more sheep you do. So it's the more disciplined guys that will come through. Usually the ones that start off and forget what his guy shearing next door to him in the shed is going like a rocket and earning more money. Usually, and in my experience, it's the ones that take time and do it correctly will eventually pass them, and then they have greater rewards when it comes to the shearing competitions, don't they? So,
well, certainly, and as you say, maybe the guy that races away to try and earn the pennies very early is not the one that's going to earn the pounds at the end, is he?
That's quite right, at the end of his career, yes. And this is testament here today. Hopefully, then we see that there will be somebody along featuring in this will do very, very well and win this junior championship. And as in the past, a lot of guys have come through and have done very well in intermediate and then on to senior and then eventually on to open competitions. So
maybe, Gerald, just as we're watching the junior shearers here, can you give a? I know it's not maybe a clear-cut standard as to how you progress, is it? But just fill us in a little bit on how you'd move from, say, the juniors here to the next stage of the intermediates.
Speed, I think, is dictated by speed, but obviously then if you do have success, there is a lot of numerous shows, village shows and town competitions then in the shearing world, and obviously if you win a junior competition in one of them major shows, then obviously you progress on to the intermediate level. So it's self-explanatory, realistically. If you win the junior, you will move on, and if you win the intermediate, you will move on into the senior. But like I say, you won't move on very far if you don't shear correctly then. So as we can see, this young man here keeping that bottom tooth on the skin and not cutting the staple of wool in half, and therefore then it's keeping the correct value of the sheep will help him progress. So let's hope we come back and see maybe another heat or two, but let's hope we come back and see the final later on.
Yes, indeed, plenty of heats in the junior championship in the sheep shearing shed to come. But in the meantime, let's go back to the cattle ring, and we'll rejoin Gerald, or we'll rejoin Iwan rather, and Gerald.
Yes, so we're back here in the commercial beef section with
looks as if we're in the second section now. Then we've moved up a little weight, and these classes have been split on weight. So as I alluded to before, the first 7 heifers we witnessed then were from 287 to 379, and now we've gone up just a little bit more strength from 390 to 422.
And we've got a greater variation of colour in here, as you alluded to earlier. We had all reds in the first class, but this is more what you'll usually see within the commercial beef section. It's not as much about the colour that they are. The judge will obviously be drawn towards a little bit of colour possibly, but he is judging the shape of these animals, and it doesn't matter irrespective of colour what's in the class, does it?
Irrespective at all. There is no boundaries, no rules, nothing whatsoever in colour or whatever. He will be judging a show animal it is, and right throughout the show, and all animals we see, they are to walk correctly, stand correctly, and show themselves off correctly. So as I say, but here we go, like we don't see too many shallow rays and I'm not going to fault the Shallery breed in any form or fashion. They're just that little bit heavier boned, just that little bit more clumbersome perhaps than their limousine counterparts, which walk very nicely and are pleasing to the eye. But there's crossbred obviously, so there would be limousine blood in that and that. But she just happened to have come out on the Shallery colour, hasn't she? So, but and like I said, there'll be Belgian blue colour and coming out black and white, red and white, blue and white. So it's just what that judge has to judge, basically what he thinks the finished animal will look like with its jacket off, is the end result.
And certainly you alluded to the Charolais markings of that heifer, but the reason that the Charolais maybe isn't as prominent within these sections is that density of bone. They're a little heavier. They don't maybe carry themselves as sweet as some of the other breeds, do they?
No, quite right. And as I alluded to, heavier boned animals. So obviously, if they've got heavy bones, they're not going to produce, not going to kill out percentage-wise as good. But still, it's myself personally, if there was an exceptional nice heifer, whether she be white, black, pink, blue, or whatever, that is what he's looking for. But we did allude before that the black is the colour that seems to be striking colour, and in the background we see here now of all whites and colours, this black animal stands there and stands looking at, then, isn't it? And
well, certainly the black colour in itself can have a good shine to it, and it draws the eye and the attention very, very swiftly, doesn't it?
Yes, and obviously there's a few tricks in the trade in this particular world, and they use little bits of help, let's just say, in colour, and it's very, and a black animal being with his hooves being shined up and whatever, they do look attractive, don't they? Like,
and certainly, but the judge's job in this respect is to even look past all that. It's not just about that. They're looking at the structural shape of this animal, how well muscled, how well shaped it is, as you alluded to earlier, the loin, the width and length of loin that there is in the animal. They're looking at what is going to be in the end product as much as anything. As you said, the skin off possibly, isn't it? The jacket off.
Quite right, yeah. And it's like a rounded animal, actually, then is featured. Then I remember a great show guy telling me years ago, like, when you stand behind the animal, we should be looking like an orange, round, always round, and that's what his conveyed. So when you imagine that, it's the niceness. If you've got a lot of these Belgian blue crosses and that, they carry their muscle very, very low. Well, it's not quite what they want. So anyway, we've reached the result, and it's number 337.
Cookie.
Fogel Farm. Cookie has gone through, and that animal's weighing 400 kilos. So we will see that animal obviously compete against the previous winner in the class, which was Pink Gin from D.H. Morgan. So they will come through and compete to see which is the best heifer at under 425 kilos. Let's hope we feature that a little bit later on. So we'll have a black animal and a red animal in the final, so see what perhaps the judge's preference will be.
And we'll obviously the future classes within here will be a little heavier, and we'll end up with a climax of the champion heifer within this section as well. And
yes, we
later
will
in the
later
day,
on.
Gerald.
Yeah. Yes, we will. Yeah. So we'll have to come back and see.
Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Showground, and we'll head off now to the sheep ring. Here's Gerald and Emma.
Yes, we're back to the blue texels, and we're in the yearling ram class, and as I stated earlier on, the strength of these classes are very strong, and there is a lot of yearling rams in this particular class. And our judge here has certainly got his work cut out to judge this particular strength. And the blue texel sheep judge is Mr. Paul Tippett from Lodge Hill Farm, Park Lane, Shifnal, Shropshire. Then the
yes, he's got 20 entries in this class, Gerald, so a fair bit of work to do, and from where we're sitting, they all pretty much look like peas in a pod, I have to say. Very well turned out. And the blue texel then have become a lot more popular over the last few years. Then we regularly see the texels in our flocks, the British texel as we call them now, and you also get the Beltex. And size-wise then, the blue texel would fit sort of in between the Beltex and the texel, but of course then we've got the different colouring then, the black fleece, and we can see a wide variation of colouring amongst this class. Then the third one in there now with a lot more sort of grey white coming into it, and then the halter mark as they call it on the face. But there's quite a few in this class that are a lot more black, and indeed the winner of the age ram class was a lot blacker than this ram we see in front of us now. Here we go, just getting a little help from the handler there to stand as square as she wants him to stand.
But I'm not too sure what is the stipulations on. Is there any stipulations on markings or anything in the blue?
It's very different to like the badger faces we saw yesterday.
Yes, that's right, yeah.
There isn't any sort of breed standard that they need to follow.
No.
But I quite like to see them with the lighter wool on them, and then the markings on the face. Makes them a little bit more distinct.
That's quite right.
Yes.
Black is black, isn't it, basically?
Yes.
Like, isn't it?
Interesting though, with the blue texel, if we were to cross them with a white sheep, they will throw a white lamb. It's not like the Jacob or other black breeds where they will throw a black lamb. The coloured gene then is not dominant in these. So if you're looking for a commercial, if you don't want a lot of black lambs, they will throw a white lamb.
Yeah,
then
that's quite
most of the time, and the judge doing a very thorough job here.
Yeah.
There's lots of things to consider when judging these.
Well, they are a commercial sheep and a producer of commercial fat lambs for us. So I mean, it's basically the same attributes in all aspects, that it has to produce fat lambs of exceptional good conformation, and
yes.
It would be the key factor of what the judge here would be looking for.
Yeah, really fruitful, tir fruitful.
Very popular in the show ring then.
Well, they
have
are the strongest represented sheep in the show here of numbers that I studied, and I think later on we'll see some exceptional good ram lambs and ewe lambs coming forward in this breed, and so hopefully we'll come back later on and see the...
Well, I think he's got a fair bit of whittling down to do then out of these 20 rams then. And he's got quite a job on his hands, I would say, because there's some tremendously well turned out animals there in this class.
Thanks very much, Emma and Gerald. And we join Nia in the flower tent, and she's with John Rowlands and the sweet peas.
Nice to see both of them there with the sweet pea corsage as well. She's, I think, quite fitting for this visit.
Well, John's just referred to the fact that it's not so difficult to grow sweet peas, but to get them to this standard, then it takes some doing.
Yes, to get the flowers to the flowers you want that are matching, all to open on the same day for this competition really is quite a feat. They will have grown dozens and dozens of different plants.
Just referring to the fact that the flower itself is quite delicate, but the stem itself is quite sturdy. Yes. And the challenge is to grow a long stem, because in this kind of weather, they tend to be on the short side.
They will throw lots and lots of different flowers on shorter stems, so they will go around and actually pick off some of the flower heads so that the one stem will grow longer and straighter. Now this is a much harder competition.
A sweet pea of the same colour in the one vase.
Yes.
And John's just referring to the fact that there wasn't such a thing as a Welsh name on the sweet pea previously, and Gwawr Cymru, Gwawr being dawn, and you can see possibly the dawn being reflected in the colour of those sweet peas there.
But to get a matching set of flowers like that is really quite difficult, because you'd also want the same number of florets on the stem as well, and the more you can get, the better. You know, that's the achievement, to get as many flowers or florets then on the one stem.
Of course, and Nia's just referring to the fact that, you know, it's very warm, and possibly these sweet peas won't look as attractive as this.
No.
Tomorrow, maybe.
No, because you want them looking at their best for yesterday's judging. There we go. He's just referring then to cutting the side shoots to get that longer stem.
I was just asking, when does John himself actually sow the seeds to grow them? And it's usually done back in the autumn, or even as late as January.
And I'm sure he's got many plants staggered as well, so he'll have some for later shows as well.
Quite interesting names as well, White Frills and Gardens Jubilee.
These are beautiful bowls here now. A different style of competition.
That's an interesting question. Are they still as fashionable as they were?
I definitely, and I think they've come back in fashion as well. A lot of people are going for sort of garden-grown flowers and things for weddings and things. And of course, we don't get the benefit of the scent of the flowers here either. I mean, the perfume down there will be absolutely amazing.
Albert?
ALBUTT.
Okay, Albert. Mae chenwch chi yn fan hyn, mae'r cerdyn coch yn fan hyn, a'r artist...
John himself has been successful at the show already.
Wel, y gystadleuaeth yma, dim tair fas gwahanol i'w.
Three vases with three different colours.
Sorry. A wedyn dwi wedi cael y fas o'r yn y sioe, sef hon, efo Sir Jimmy Shand. Ie. Oedd yn arweinydd mawr ar orchestra.
Best vase in the show.
Ac am hynny, mae'r tis-ysgrifa.
And they do look absolutely perfect, don't they?
Bedwar yn barod, efo gwneud ddau arall i fynd atyn nhw.
Ar argian mawr, yn digon o len y tegl.
Dyn ni wrth yn bod efo hein.
He's already got 4 certificates at home, 2 more to add to the collection.
Ddynion mawr eraill y pris per. Alan hefyd, yn dydi Alan Evans fan hyn, mae o wedi cael.
Dydy'r tynnu coes yn wedi stopio byth. Na, mae Alan wedi cael hon.
This display has been put together by Alan Evans.
Yes, 6 vases, 6 different varieties. That's a lot of work.
Maen nhw wedi gosod fel fan, dydyn.
Yeah.
Canol nach uwch ac yn dod fel fan. Mae wedi cael hwyl ddawn i chwarae teg.
Yes, there's quite a lot of work goes into the showing of them and the presentation, isn't it?
And they're in such good condition.
Yes.
And
Jimmy Shand, o'n eto, chi'n gweld.
Ond bob man ydi fo. Wel, a diolch i chi am y botwm, am y blodyn botwm.
Jenny fan hyn sydd wedi gwneud hyn i ni.
Diolch Jenny, hyfryd iawn. Na, mae'n arddangos o wych, John. Llongyfarchiadau calonog i chi ag i Alan hefyd, wrth gwrs, ynde.
Well, we'll leave the Nia there for the meantime. We'll be returning there, no doubt, later on during the course of the day. But in the meantime, we'll head over to the pig ring. And here's Emma and Gerald once again.
Something very different from the sweet peas. We're now joining the championship of the Gloucester Old Spot pig.
Cael golwg dros bob un o'r moch ma yn gynharach. So mae hi wedi galw un arall.
So we will have had the individual competitions yesterday, and now the winners come back today now.
Ddim yn cael y gil wobr fan hyn, falle bydd
and I think we have the reserves out there as well, because I can see 2 gilts and there's a boar as well.
Ie, so mae'r teulu i gyd ba. So mae da ni Jonathan a Mikey ar y bair.
I can see one of them enjoying a good back scratch there. Well done to the handlers. And now then, where is the judge going to... And there we have the winner, Jonathan Ferber, with Apple Tree Patrick. Lovely young boar there. And good to see the Gloucester Old Spots here at the Royal Welsh Show. A rare breed, but wonderful to see them here.
Felly, teulu'r Ferbers yn hapus iawn yn mynd adre o Lanelwedd Lenni, fyswn i'n dweud.
And the gilt there taking reserve as well.
Felly, llyngon fach ydi'ch mawr i Jonathan Ferber a'r teulu, a diolch i ti, Stevie, am y gwmnïaeth.
Diolch.
Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Showground. It's a busy day in the cattle ring, and we look forward to the Team of 5 Championship later on this afternoon, of course. But in the meantime, let's catch up with what's going on there at the moment, and we'll join Gerald anyway.
We've changed sacks now then, but we're in the same weight range. This is the smaller steers that are in the show, and it's called the steer under 425
so
kilos.
These are obviously the similar weights to the 2 heifer classes that we were talking about earlier, Gerald, aren't they?
Yes, indeed, but from 354 to 422 kilos, and we have a few different colours here on show again, so obviously there's slightly different breed or crossbred cattle they are, so
yes,
slightly
obviously
different crosses in there.
Each of them will be a crossbred of sorts, won't they? I would imagine.
Yes, indeed, and I would hazard to say there's a little bit of Charlery involved in the cream-coloured animal that's there on show.
And you're alluding to the possibility of in Charlery, just in seeing the animal itself, I'm imagining it's that curlier coat that you're seeing, and that just sort of suggests the Charlery, that little bit more
probably
heavier head.
Probably the colour will be the biggest giveaway, because Charlery is white, and when crossed with a limousine red animal, it do produce that cream colour. Yeah. So it's whereas in the blacks, then it could be a numerous, obviously a bit of Belgian blue, but there is a black limousine on the scene now, so perhaps they're by a black limousine bull then. So it can be numerous, and different crosses will produce that slightly different colour, like. And we see in the limousine now, the animal in shot there, probably the limousine colour is a little bit lighter, but there was a limousine in shot there before which is a little bit darker. And here we go, then the animal in shot there is actually sired by a Charlery bull and out of a limousine cross cow.
So hence exactly what you were saying, that cross creating this sort of colour.
That's right.
The white Charlery with the red sort of limousin colour, producing this very hybrid sort of coloured mix.
Yeah, exactly.
Judge then parading the 5 exhibits here again. And if you were sort of stood in the middle of that ring, Gerald, what would you find easier to judge? The mixture of types like this, or would it be easier to part animals that are all similar?
There isn't a lot of variation, but you can see that particular animal that's going by there now. Just that little bit deep under his rib cage and that is hence the Charlery has a little bit stronger animal, a little bit, whereas the limousine probably following, as you can see, is not quite as deep.
A little more streamlined.
Yeah, exactly. So that's what he will be looking for, is a streamlined, nice, well-tucked animal with obviously good quarters. But as I stated before, it's the loin and the general tendency of these judges as of today are featuring more on the top loin, and the loin there, as we can see, that animal there has quite a good loin looking from here, but obviously we're not hands-on.
And the importance then, Gerald, you're talking about that underline, that belly on these animals, the importance of that in the long run is the fact that they will kill out better without the belly, obviously, isn't it?
100%. I mean, it is the product that you can sell is the carcass that is left. So obviously, and if you are feeding an animal, obviously you want that animal to convert food into meat, because obviously the profit margin is greater as well. So yeah, but to be fair, then the Charlery is stood in second position at the moment, even though he has. But the animal on the end here, look, right at the end with a short tail that is turning around and misbehaving, looks almost very, very deep fronted. So his chest would be deeper, so this particular judge should be looking for an animal basically that is parallel all the way through.
Yes, so you're talking essentially that the judge is looking for the animal that will have the most of the most valuable parts at the end of the day.
That's
in theory,
quite right.
Isn't it?
That's quite right, yeah.
And that you're talking about that heavy front end, that's not a very valuable part of the carcass at the end.
No, indeed, no.
Super Ted.
But then, as I stated before, these are small animals, so these are not the finished product. In his own mind, he has to sort of assess. Well, I'd like to think that this animal will be a very good animal by the time it's finished at the other end of the scale. Like so, it's quite difficult, but it is the judge's prerogative to choose whatever he wants, and we have Mr. David McKenna, 15A Fogard Road, Clogwell, County Tyrone from Ireland. So
a non-Irishman.
It is, and he has the, as I say, the job or the duty of judging these animals here today.
And although a man that we're probably not, we aren't maybe seeing his name everywhere over here, but he's obviously a man that will know this job in his native country, obviously.
Obviously, of course. I find it quite good, actually, because a lot of the commercial people in this country then will have not know much about Mr. Orgy, but then he is the man that is charged with
it looks as though we do have
we
a
have
result.
a winner.
We have a handshake between the top two by the looks, anyway.
There
yes,
we go.
and
There we go.
And it's the heifer that you've talked about taking your eye as the most streamlined heifer in the class, taking the win.
Steer.
Steer, apologies.
No, to be fair, then this is limousine cross, actually, then, but I hazard a guess it's a limousine cross dam with a limousine bull, so there is a little bit of something else in board, but yeah. And this it is the actual heaviest steer that is in the class. Super Ted, he is called, and he is 422, so he only just managed to get under the scale, but we will see him later on against the heavier steel, so hopefully we'll come back and see how they do then.
Thank you. Right, let's move on quickly from the cattle ring to the sheep ring. We'll stay with Gerald, who's joined by Emma.
We have back to see our judges whittle down the blue Texel yearlings down to a few, and we have actually 5 left in the competition, or 6 actually left in the competition at the moment.
Yes, and he had from a starting lineup of 20 entries, which is a wonderful number of entries. And I do believe that the first placed ram is on our left hand side of the screen, and fantastic shape on that first placed ram there at the moment, sort of resembling more of a Beltex almost than a British Texel.
There is actually quite a variation in these yearling rams, quite a variation in size.
Well, you can see that in the first and second there,
yes,
can't you?
Exactly.
Different. Yesterday's judges, we followed more of a tight, but you're seeing something different in these, but very small, compact ram here at the head of the class at the moment. Quite a small head on him as well.
Yes, they are. He is actually one of the smallest rams in comparison to his 2 second, which are standing in second and third position at the moment.
A bigger, rangier ram, isn't he?
Yes, they are.
Yeah.
Bod yn ffodus I gael cerdyn coch. Mae'n gymaint o waniaeth I werth yr hwr.
But it is the judges. It's his day, and he is allowed to select what he thinks is the best, and obviously we sitting here watching.
It's easier for us to say, isn't it?
Quite right, it is, quite right, yeah.
And a lot of judges around the ringside as well.
Yes, exactly.
There.
Well, there we go.
Yes.
He's made his decision, and it is...
Yeah, he hasn't done any last minute moving around, and taking the handshake for first place is Henry Jewett. And he's got his towel there to wipe the sweat off his brow.
I thought it was there for to wipe the ram, but...
Well, Henry
But as you say, 20 rams in the Welsh show, and...
Congratulations to you.
Thank you.
You're sweating early in the morning. What's wrong?
It's too warm still.
Amazing result.
Yeah, good results.
Yeah, how much will this... What difference will this make to you?
Well, hopefully it's to sell in August at Carlisle, so hopefully it'll increase the value. So he had a good show at the Highland Show as well. He was male champion and reserve overall champion there as well. So
he's got a good track record already.
Now, yeah.
Yeah, and another red one to his list.
That's it. So.
Congratulations to you.
Thank you.
Well done.
Mae 'na sawl ffordd o wylio'r sioe ar wefan.
Well, don't forget, there's more than one way of watching the show here on S4C. From 8 o'clock in the morning onwards, you can watch all the activities in the main ring on our website, and there is English language commentary available on that service as well. For all the information you need, just visit our website, s4c.cymru/sioe.
Drown ni at y canol yma.
Right then, let's return to the main ring. Back to the horses, and we welcome back Rachel Thomas.
Falle craff y beirniad Judith Reid o Hwlffordd yn Sir Benfro. A dyma'r ail ddosbarth I fi feirniadu heddi.
So back with the A now. So this is the Baron Mero Geldin senior class, 8-year-old and over.
27 wedi dod yma heddi I gystadlu. A dwi'n cael cwmni rhywun newydd nawr I edrych ar y gystadleuaeth yma. Rhywun sy'n gyfarwydd iawn.
Judith Reid, our judge today, for those of you just joining us.
Braf I dy weld i'r tair blynedd.
From the Haverford stud in Pembrokeshire. So we had a mammoth 43 entries in this.
Oedd hi'n ddornod eitha da I ti ddod, oedd?
Yn wir, nes I dderbyn yn oethuriaeth ddo yn Gaerdydd.
C entries have remained pretty constant, ranging from 518 in the section in 2014 to 477 at the last show in 2019. We haven't actually got a figure yet for 2022, but they look pretty healthy to me.
O'na braf I dy weld I Owen. Ie, felly, I ni'n edrych ar y
I would say approximately half the catalogues have come forward, maybe 20 plus possibly.
Ac oedd hi falle yn mynd ychydig bach mwy tuag at mwy o sgôp.
Ie, mae hynny'n wir.
So,
yn dod o gefndir marchogaeth.
We're just
Mae gen I ddiddordeb mewn marchogaeth.
joining at the initial stages.
Reit da o dan gyfrwy. Felly, bydd Judith yn chwilio am geffyl sydd a tipyn o
So we've not got
gwddwg yn hir iawn.
too much to show you at the minute.
O'r ysgwydd. I ni'n gweld Wyn Jones Brydfan Erwin fyna. Dyma ni Judith ar y sgrin.
But Judith would go for
Wylwn ni'n y ddosbarth cynta.
a very true type pony and would be after a good mover.
Medru tynnu dwy gaseg o'r dosbarth cynta. Oedd o'n unach tebyg iawn, felly mi oedd y siarp y cyfyle yma'n debyg iawn.
Yn cael y cyfle I gael yr olwg gynta fan hyn, a mae hwn yn bwysig iawn yn dywe, yr cyfarfyddiad cynta rhwng yr rhai sy'n cystadlu a'r beirniad.
Ydy, mae hynny'n hollol wir. Mae beirniad y medru adnabod enillydd o'r foment cynta.
Can't quite get a look at too many numbers at the minute for you.
Yn aml iawn, dyw beirniad ddim yn newid nhw.
As you can see, lots of grey section A's. Grey DP in the dominant colour today.
Does na ddim rhyw lawer o newidiadau wedyn. Heblaw bod na rhyw wendid mawr.
282 in front of us there for anyone looking out for any friends. That's Jennifer Groom and Brian Thompson's Tynech Barbie doll. Very aptly named there, Palomino pony. And 284 SPS's Garnelog Helydd.
Cymeriad falle yw'r term mwy perthnasol i'r adron yma. Oherwydd gormod y dan, os wyt ti am cyfrwyo'r ceffylau yma, os mae gormod y dan, rhaid i gofio mai ceffylau I blant yw'r rhain ar ddiwedd y dydd. Gyda gormod y dan, wel byddem yn rhoi siwrne da iawn I blentyn.
256 Claire Gowans, Gladsdale's Roxanne. 252 Alice Isley's Menai Mr Murphy.
Oherwydd, fel nes I sôn, ceffylau I blant yw'r rhain ar ddiwedd y dydd.
279 B.A. Saunders, Tirfel, Classy Lady. We have in the notes a few animals that have been past winners at Royal Welsh. Trying to pick them out for you, but we haven't actually come across them yet. Obviously entered, they may not have come forward. But we've got a 2018 winner entered and also a 2019 winner entered. 253 Andrea Burrows, Celcardi Tallulah Talesh.
Mae'n braf cael cynulleidfa yn dwylo di. A mae gweld y gynulleidfa yma yn y troi frenhinol yn cynyddu.
So as I said, very early stages. Hopefully you've caught someone you know on there, and we'll come back and get some more detail and class winners a bit later on.
Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Showground. Another glorious day here in Llanelwedd. And we're heading now to the cattle ring, and we'll join Gerald and Ewan.
Well, we're just joining the first of the dairy classes we've seen this morning. More my sort of area of the ring to be commenting on, but I'm joined by Gerald here, who I'm sure will ask me a few probing questions as we go along then.
I'm going to try my best, yes, certainly.
So yeah, we're on the heifer in milk class here, the junior heifer in milk. So this will be a first calved animal, an animal that's produced one calf so far in its life, and it has to be born after the 1st of March 2020.
So we would say that they are in their prime or just coming to their prime?
Well, this is the first sort of lactation in which these animals are producing milk, so they are just hitting their straps, if you like, getting going. These are obviously 2-year-old animals. We'll see a lot more mature animals that can produce higher volumes of milk later within the show as well. But yeah, these are just sort of getting their productive life up and away then, these are.
The animals are judged on just looks?
Yes, they'll be judged.
There's no information on
none at all.
To the judge?
It's an inspection-only competition, if you like. So it is the looks of the animal, but in judging the looks within the animal, you know, their ability to produce milk should be evident through the structure of the animal, if you like.
Yes, exactly. Basically, there's a confirmation on a beef animal then.
Certainly, you know, you are looking at the animal in terms of its likely ability to last a long time, be hard-wearing and produce high volumes of milk, isn't it?
You see at the business end of the animal then is the udder, whereas where the milk is produced. I noticed slightly then that there's a bit of variation in, say, their teat placing and that. Would that have any bearing at all?
Certainly it will. So an udder needs to be square and even. 4 teats coming out plumb from the base of the quarter. If you think about draining any vessel, you need the exit from that vessel to be in the lowest point so that it's easy to empty, and that would be true with the cow's udder as well. The 4 teats need to sit at the base of each quarter.
Yes, obviously the clusters that the milkmen place on, then they've got to be placed on evenly then, so they would cause problems if they were, say, out of balance then, wouldn't they?
Certainly, Gerald, you know, it is all about having an animal that is easy to care for, and then produces milk in an easy fashion, in that she has the ability to consume food, convert that food, and a very well-attached udder to carry the milk that it's going to produce then.
Our judge here today is
Stephen Garth from Lancashire, a well-known breeder in those parts, a man that's been involved in Holstein cattle for over 30 years. Well, even greater throughout his life, in actual fact, but he's been cowman and then obviously owned his own farm for nearly 30 years as well then.
Back to, like we were talking about in the beef cattle, I noticed there is one odd colour in the middle. Is that a problem? Is that usual or unusual?
There's the whole variety. You can obviously see 2 red and white heifers in amongst these. Obviously the white marked heifer, it is all about genetics, a bit like what you'd expressed earlier in the beef ones. These are all purebred animals, all Holsteins, but you've got everything, the variety from sort of fairly all white to fairly all black, with red and whites in the middle as well.
There you go. Looks as if our judge has arrived at his decision.
Yes, and it's probably, if he does go for this first place animal, it's probably one of the furthest travelled animals on the showground. This has come all the way down from Scotland, from Castle Douglas in Dumfries for the show today. From well, it's Michael Yates on the halter, but East Logan Limited, so the Yates family there. Travelled all the way down, as I said, from Dumfries in Scotland for the show.
They must have thought they were in with a good chance to travel all that distance anyway.
Yeah, certainly that. They've got strong connections as well. Michael's father-in-law is David Jones from Mega, which is a well-known exhibitor here at the show. So yeah, he has got the draw of family dragging him down here as well. But obviously he's not going to do a journey without having something quite useful to be placed here. He actually owns the 3rd place, the red and white heifer in 3rd place as well. The Wilson family from Triggerby and Cardigan standing in between them in 2nd. So obviously, again, well known to the show.
That name is well
known in the Royal synonymous
Welsh
might be the word to use for the Royal Welsh. The Wilson family, as I said, placing there in 2nd place in between the red and white heifers that have come all the way from Scotland.
Standard of dairy cows that we've seen. I know we've only seen one class, but the standard, as you've probably been around the show and have a look, is exceptionally good here today.
Certainly, as ever. You know, I think numbers are maybe down. The heat has taken its toll a little bit. I think people have travelled with a few less than they were going to. It's quite hard to... as you can imagine, these animals are having to consume high volumes of food, and in the heat, their appetite obviously goes down. So to get these animals out in the best condition possible becomes increasingly harder as the heat goes up.
Oh yes,
so
most definitely.
It's just one of those things. Maybe some people have decided to leave some at home and concentrate on a few less animals. So maybe that's hit the numbers a little bit in terms of the temperature, but the standard, as we can see from this lineup, is absolutely phenomenal. You know. And I'm pretty sure this is a definite result, looking at the handshake there now. So yeah, congratulations there to the Yates family from East Logan there in Dumfries on the win in this class. And this is actually an exceedingly well-bred heifer. There's something that we talk about a lot within the dairy world, is the cow families that they're on, and this is actually a very, very well-known global cow family that this young heifer has come out of. The Seismic cow family goes all the way back to a great cow that's been shown over in North America.
So perhaps then in the Holstein world then, and that perhaps then the genetics are more travelled perhaps than the beef cattle or sheep or anything else in the world.
Certainly when you consider the individual cow families within there, a lot of them do trace back to cow families that have come from across the globe. Certainly. I would have said that probably the top 3 or 4 animals here at the very least, if not more, will travel, the lineage will go back to North America.
Well.
Yeah, and a lot of it is obviously through embryo transfer work and things all the way through.
Anyway,
so,
we'll come back later on.
We'll come back and join the
this
class later.
Glorious cow has started off a good show, so see how far she will go.
Well, Her Royal Highness the Princess Royal is visiting the showground today, being escorted there by the show's president, Harry Featherstone-Horn, being introduced to Steve Hewson, who is in his final year, of course, as the chief executive. This is Her Royal Highness's 6th visit to the showground, the first visit being back in 1981, and she last visited the showground in 2014 during the winter fair, and during her visit here this afternoon, or today rather, she will be attending the awards ceremony, where she will be presenting several awards, and as she's known for her love of horses as well, then no doubt during the course of the day she will be visiting the main ring as well. Right, let's move along to the sheep sharing sheds. We saw one of the heats earlier on in the Junior Championship, and this time we're looking at heat number 4.
We've missed a little bit of action, but I'm sure that the standard will be equally as good.
Just to note here, Gerald, that we're obviously seeing the number of heats going through here. There'll be will it be the highest scorers from throughout the heats that generally go through, or is it the winner from a heat and then how would it usually work?
I think we stated there's 8 heats in this, so obviously they will get down to a semi-final, so the board can hold 6 shearers at a time, so I presume it'll be the top 12 right throughout. All heats will go through, because there is no difference in terms of heat. You might have one guy on there that is going quite quick, and obviously, but they're still shearing 6 sheep, so it'll be the highest or lowest score, whichever you want to term, against that competitor, which will take them forward to the semi-final, and then it will be out of the semi-finals. Then it will be the top 6 people that come through that, which will progress.
So the poor guys from the earliest heat this morning have got a long wait until the last heat this afternoon before they know whether they've qualified for the semi-final. Then, and would that semi-final? It might, it may vary from day to day. Would that semi-final happen today as well?
Oh yes, the semi-finals will be. I think the junior competition will finish today. Yes.
So these guys,
I believe we will have heats in that of the intermediate later on, because there's a lot of shearing before Wednesday afternoon when the final of the Open is on. Then so that young man there went back for what a piece which he'd missed. Well, that would be deemed as a big second cut, so he'd be penalised quite large for that.
And the gentleman stood next to them here if we go wider on the shot, there's obviously a scorer stood with each shearer here, isn't there?
Well, each shearer, but they do swap, so there is no favouritism. You will see the judges will transfer from number 1 to number 6 right throughout the process of the competition.
Right.
So then there's no, you will see that he will hand over the electronic score in system to the next judge. As you can see, 3 judges in a row, and they will change at like synchronized movement. So the one on number 1 will obviously go to number 2, and number 6 will come back to number 1. So,
and that's obviously to offer continuity of scoring
right,
all the way through.
Yeah, and like I say, maybe judges slightly vary, and it is their opinion and whatever, but it will happen, and therefore there's no favouritism or no sort of biasness at all, isn't there? So
when you mentioned the second cutting that the young shearer did there earlier, that is scored by the gentleman.
That's right, he will
or
deduct,
the scorer.
I'm not too sure, he will probably deduct 1 mark or maybe 2 if he deems it as a bad one then. And the second cut is alluded to the fact that he cuts the wool in half, where we've seen a young man there then just taking a little bit off the leg, but he never attempted to take. That little move there, what he done with his handpiece then to take the second cut, that would have been deemed, if he did cut wool off again, then he would have cut the staple in half, obviously, wouldn't he?
Certainly.
So, well, let's hope we come back later on and see.
Thank you very much, Gerald and Ewan. And we certainly will be returning to the sheep shearing shed later on. In the meantime, it's back to the main ring, and we'll rejoin Rachel.
Thanks, Gareth. So we're back in the C ring now, and we're on class 53, and this is the yearling filio gelding class. 38 entries on the catalogue here. Possibly just over half are with us again. Seems to be the norm.
O Shrewsbury in Nghymru. Felly, Cheryl Frith.
So I'll try and get a number for you.
Hi'n chwilio am geffyl, wyt ti'n medru cyfrwyo. Felly, chwilio am geffyl o bosib a phen llinyn da. Ceffyl sydd â chymeriad hefyd. Bosib dim gormod o dan. Ceffyl a chymeriad, ond dim gormod o dan oherwydd mwyn cyfrwyo, ti'n eisiau gormod o dan, wyt ti, Rob?
Na, ti eisiau'r symudiad yn bach yn fwy.
So, 615.
Bosib fod yn naturiol.
Up in front of us, S. Hunt's Rayid Head Over Heels by Mawrth Arthur and out of Kinorion Maggie May. And this pony was bred by the exhibitor. We haven't actually spent too much time in the C ring this morning, so this is our first look at our judge. And this is Cheryl Firth from the Ristol Stud in Shrewsbury, so not too far to travel. Cheryl was actually born in Colwyn Bay and has been started to ride as a small child, and developed an interest in the Welsh breeds in the 70s and started off hunting a Welsh cob, and that sparked an interest in the Welsh breeds. She's had some success herself in the ridden classes here at the Royal Welsh. In 1989 she won the gelding class with her own Lenarth Ianto, and one of the mares that she bred, Ristol Cleopatra, also won the ridden D's here and was reserve champion. And a nice little fact, Cleopatra, now with a new owner, has qualified for the juniors at the Royal International at Hickstead at the end of the month, and Cheryl's granddaughter Eva has been offered the ride, so nice to keep the family connection going back there with the breeder. Cheryl has previously worked in a college and then joined the civil service, and has also managed a hotel on the west coast of Scotland. Again, another one of our Welsh breed judges who has judged all over the world, and she judged the ridden classes at Hoys as well about 10 years ago, with judging appointments in Australia, Denmark, Ireland, as well as all over the UK. And actually, in 1992, she judged the ridden seas, where it was only the one judge doing the ride and confirmation.
Morgan, Brydda Parc Red Rosie. Wrth y march synod y polog allan o Parc Can Torres.
Cheryl will actually be looking for a pony type. of C, and most definitely not a scaled-down version of a Section D. She won't want anything to be overweight, and she likes them to walk correctly and track up. She likes to see a good active movement behind, not just in front, and nice freely moving from the shoulder and covering ground. She likes a good front with an elegant neck. I mean, in my opinion, that would say, as she's a lady that enjoys riding the animals, you do like something with a good front. I always think a good, flashy, elegant front sort of catches the eye. That's the first thing you see when they come into the ring. So, you know, a glamorous front is never a bad thing, in my point of view. She likes a good bit of flat bone as well. And again, another one of our judges who wouldn't be influenced at all by a particular colour. Though my notes do mention that she wouldn't like a huge amount of white.
Owen Jones, Bryd Van Nebo.
Her ponies are influenced by the old Pennell and the Narth bloodlines, so she'll probably really looking for that type of pony.
Well, thank you, Rachel. Aaron is with Emyr Jones from the Countryside Council for Wales, and they look quite comfortable there in the shade. And it's the ideal place to be, as the temperature here at the Royal Welsh has increased significantly since this morning. This particular area of the showground is quite a popular area, not just because of the shade, but because they can actually also see the work that the Countryside Council for Wales do. So, is I fewn yn y lle na ddoi, maen nhw'n datblygu I wneud ethanol allan o borfa. So felly fydd yn ceir ni'n rhedeg ar borfa yn y blynydde sydd ddod. Wel, newyddion gwych I ffermwyr, ynddi? Well, there's meddwl am ffigurau. Quite a few stalls here. One especially from the Aberystwyth University that show the procedure of making ethanol from pasture. So who knows, we might be driving cars that's running off pasture in the future. But obviously in the background there you can see the gentleman building a dry stone wall, which is obviously one of the old traditional ways of building the walls in the countryside. And these craftsmen come here to the showground on a voluntary basis to show the public the work that they do. And as Aaron says, there's always something new to see in this particular area of the showground each year. Many of them educational exhibitions as well, and as Emyr is saying, there's a lot of emphasis these days on planting trees, and there's a few examples in the background there of the kind of trees that are being planted in the countryside. 2,000 ar y llyn bob blwyddyn. The lake is also located in this particular area, so during the course of the year, on different visits here to the showground, there's about 2,000 children who are out on the lake, on the kayaks and on the paddle boards. And Aaron just suggested that he may well end up on the lake himself earlier on, but Emyr obviously he'd have to change his clothes because he's dressed too smartly to go on the lake as things are at the moment. Right, straight back to the cattle ring and back to Gerald and Ewan.
Well, yes, we're joining the Jersey classes now, and looking like we've got the Jersey heifer and calf in front of us. And the judge for the day, Mark Davis, come all the way up from Tiverton. Well known in many fields, Mark, then obviously a prominent Jersey breeder, the Rivermead Jersey prefix, but also an auctioneer at Kivels in Exeter and Holsworthy, and also fairly well known for his voice. He does a lot of commentating in various shows, travels as far as Northern Ireland to do the commentary on the dairy classes at Balmoral and the Winter Fair.
I'll go with him and do the beef classes then, okay? But I'm not going to comment on these yet. You better go in the Jersey and dairy breed cattle.
So we obviously watched the Holstein heifer in milk there earlier, Gerald. These are heifers now that haven't yet calved their first calf, but are obviously in calf, carrying the first calf. So these will come into full profit within, I would have imagined, the next few months, but certainly within the next 5 or 6. Anyway, they'll all be in calf to carry their first calf.
Obviously the conformation varies dramatically now then between the beef breeds that we've been watching, and that because they are designed to produce meat and these are designed to produce milk. But one thing that I noticed basically then, that they have biggish rib cages. Obviously that is to consume enough of fodder to be able to produce milk.
That's exactly it, Gerald. We were talking earlier about the streamlined shape of a beef animal.
Yeah.
We obviously want kind of the opposite in a dairy animal. We need a dairy wedge. I always describe it as beef animals are built of squares or rectangles, and dairy cows are built of triangles. And that's my simple sort of analogy on it. You're obviously looking at there needs to be dairy wedges within all the dairy breeds.
It's an uncomplicated explanation, isn't it, to be fair?
Yes, yes. It's sort of a very simple way of describing the difference in shape in between each. You know, the streamlined way that you want within the beef breed with less middle, whereas obviously we want that depth of rear rib within the dairy breeds.
We've reached a result by the look of it.
We have, and the winner in this class goes to James Evans. Obviously, Rhys Jones on the halter for him there. Exhibiting for him there today, and he also takes the second place with Anwen Thomas, leading for him in second place. So James looking as if he's having a very successful show, especially in the young stock so far.
Two people in shot there then. We have the Holsteins on the other side with white shirts and white trousers. We have the Jersey turn here in black shirts and white trousers. Is there a colour code of?
There is. Each breed has their own showing uniform. As we've got Jerseys closest to shot here, they've got their own black shirt with the Jersey Society logo with the white trousers. The Holsteins is a white shirt and white trousers. The Ayrshires, you'll notice if we come to any Ayrshire classes later in the day, is a blue shirt with white trousers. Each breed has a different. There's how can I? It's like a dark red.
Bit of a code of conduct.
It is. It's a breed uniform, shall we say, for exhibiting. And hopefully we'll join some further classes here later to see some more results.
Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Show. Her Royal Highness as Princess Royal is visiting the showground today, and she's currently in the sheep shearing shed and presenting the award to the young sheep shearer. This, of course, is the second day of the Royal Welsh Show here at Llanenwedd. There's plenty to look forward to during the course of the day. We're looking forward, of course, to the team of 5 in the cattle ring later on this afternoon. And let's go immediately to the main ring. And, of course, just to remind you, if you are interested in following the various horse competitions, then we are broadcasting live on the website from 8 a.m. every morning. So don't forget to visit s4c.cymru/show. Right, let's join Rachel Thomas.
So we've just got a very fleeting glance there of the yearling Filio Geldin class winner. And now we've got another fleeting glance of the section C. This is the older Mawrth Geldin class, H's plus. Friarly Genevieve from the Menai stud. And hopefully we'll nip across to the Cob ring.
Ann Jones o Brydfa Menai a Friarly gyda'r eboles gasau gwag mae'n fynd â fi Friarly Genevieve.
Here's your section C. This is the yearling Filio Geldin, and this is the Bat family from Abergavenny, Rosie O'Neill.
Dyma'r ail ddwrnod yn y babell floda. Mae'r bloda'n edrych yn rhyfeddol o dda, dydy gwir y chysidro'r gres.
Well, we
Ydy cael cwmni Donald Morgan, blodau'r bedol.
join you in the floral tent again, and we did have a brief look at the floral art yesterday, and from what I understand we will be looking at some more floral art in the floral tent now, and just making the point that maybe the number of competitors is lower than there has been in the past years, but it's still nice to see so many people having taken the time to attend the Royal Welsh this year.
Yes, so just going through this class here. The title is Art Nouveau. Yes, we did mention yesterday that the show does have an overall theme, which was called Yesterday, Today and Tomorrow. So this is the miniature class, and it has to be I think it's I'm trying to think of the metric now, 10 centimetres by 10 centimetres by 10 centimetres, but the trick with it is that it's all in scale, so it looks in proportion. So the flowers in it are very small, so if you put it up against those big arrangements in the background, it would look just like a smaller version of that big arrangement. So you've got to use the little flowers and the little foliage to make it look right. If you put like a big rose head in that, it would look just wrong. So this now then is called a petite, and is bigger. And sculpture was the title of this one, so slightly different, more of a modern interpretation in these petite examples.
Designer o'r Europe a creu'r osodiad mwy naturiol fel na. Dwi wedi mynd ar yr waith o gweithio fy weir.
And for that then, it's in with the sizing of that one is 25 centimetres by 25 by 25 then. And this one then is quite an oriental look on it, and not a lot of sort of your plant material in this. It's all done wired, but then you've got your little succulents and little hypericum berries on there as well, so really different in that one. So quite a different interpretations from the entries in this one.
Well, na beth mae'r beirniad yn gweud, good enough to eat.
Yeah, just saying, you could eat that, and the judge had made a comment, it looks good enough to eat.
this one in the first place is absolutely stunning, and I think it really does strike that balance between floral art and the title then of sculpture. And yeah, I mean, you'd look at that and think it was sort of a work of art, a sculpture then.
Yeah. Well, as Nia's just suggested there, you could just imagine seeing that in a gallery, for example. Now we're getting to a few larger exhibits,
You're
and
going
I think
from the
theme
smallest.
was Tomorrow's World.
Yeah, from the smallest to some of the biggest. And
naturiol, so gen ti ddim defnydd o oasis. Mae oasis efo chemicals yn fe, ac felly mae fe'n drwg i'r ymgylchedd. So fydden ni'n just...
Making the point there that they don't use, well, using an oasis as such is not encouraged anymore as was used before.
Some of the flower shows have actually banned the use of oasis, which is the medium that you can soak in water and will hold your flowers in at any angle. And so some floral art shows have banned it, but also some of the horticulture, like we saw the sweet peas earlier, some of the flower shows have banned oasis for that as well, because it's a plastic-based product. And there is one class in this show this year that has to use a different medium then. So I think that one has sort of voluntarily not used thing. But this one here now is showing it's a florist's friend is the old chicken wire, which can be used. So you put your stems through the chicken wire and it'll hold the stems at sort of the angle you want, but here, instead of trying to hide it, it's actually made a feature of it. So I really like this because it's like the title Tomorrow's World, so it's a bit of a nod to things in the future, maybe a little bit of the climate change, and also bringing in how we adapt to it.
And this is the one that's won the first prize.
Yes, very different interpretation of Tomorrow's World, looking at something very modern and colourful and bright.
It's almost tropical to some degree as well.
Yes. And I really like the use. They've used that branch as well instead of a traditional stand. So it's part of the design, but that's your mechanics as well. So that adds rhythm to the arrangement. And then a mixture of dried and fresh material in this one as well.
Mae hwn yn ddehongliad mwy positif, achos mae'n deud y fan ynddi.
As Nia's making the point, compared to the one we saw earlier, this is more of a positive interpretation, if you like.
Yes.
Mae'r boncyff, mae'r goeden, mae'n dda, mae'n mor naturiol, dydi.
A ti'n mae gen i'r lyflu...
no, it's... Yeah, I was just saying the little details in this design of what it makes. It's got little air plants on the branch then, and but it's quite a striking exhibit as well then, with all the different clashing colours.
A natural plant material. A mae fe hefyd yn dod ar cwbl lot o'r gwylod.
He's very enthusiastic. I think he likes it.
I think he does like this one. I think definitely.
Sawl cerdyn?
Dwi wedi cael doi ail, un trydydd a doi cymoliaeth uchel. So
and he's had 2 seconds, a third, and a highly commended.
Yn esbonio beth sy'n digwydd yn y gosodiadau. Mae diolch o galon.
Well, we'll be back there again, no doubt. Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Showground. Another warm day here in Llanelwydd, and we're back in the cattle ring. So, welcome back, Gerald and Ewan.
Yes, we're rejoining the Jersey classes here, this time the heifer in milk class. And 3 exhibits forward here for Mark Davis to judge. And these are equivalent to the Holstein class that we saw earlier, heifers that have calved once, just starting their productive life. And Mark just pulling in his preferred lineup here.
So basically these heifers would be what age?
Sort of in the 2-year-old bracket, it would be where they're at. They've got to have... they will have had to have calved before their 3rd birthday then, so they'll essentially be in that 3-year-old bracket. They'll a 2-year-old bracket then, rather, they'll be from 2 to sort of 2.5 to 3 years old, really. So, and
the Jersey here isn't a very big animal, are they? And
no, certainly a different. We've probably seen the 2 extremes in the 2 dairy classes we've seen so far. The Holstein cow, the largest of the dairy breeds, the Jersey cow, the smallest of the dairy breeds, but in actual fact, probably we're looking now at the most efficient little dairy breed in actual fact. They actually probably, for their output, and not necessarily the output in litres and volume of milk, but the fact that they are high in components they produce high milk fat and high milk protein levels.
So obviously the high fat and protein levels then command more money.
Well, certainly.
In realistic terms then, if you wanted to farm dairy cows, you should be looking at perhaps keeping these. Perhaps the only down factor of these would be that the commercial calf that you produce would not come very good.
The commercial calf value in these is very, very low. Yes.
Well, we're back in the sheep shearing shed. As I said earlier on, this is the Junior Championship, 8 heats altogether, and I think this is heat number 5.
Back to a young man taking his time and doing it correctly.
And this is essentially where it should be started out, isn't it? Is doing the technique correct and maybe not just pushing on and taking your time. As you mentioned earlier, the speed sort of does come eventually as you keep doing the right moves correctly as you go through.
That's right.
And the style of shearing that we've got here, Gerald, just fill the audience in on what it's called.
It is actually classified as the Godfrey Bowen, and there was a New Zealand guy that adapted this style many years ago, and obviously you can see that this young man here, as is pretty near all the shearers now, on what they call a solid dropper, and that's what the drives the actual handpiece is. 2 steel tubes with a set of cogs in view there, and then obviously a set of cogs on the back of the handpiece, and therefore it drives the actual blades on the front of the shearing handpiece. So you have to shear to correctly to a position, because that steel bar will not bend. And if you see a lot of guys shear on a flexible tube, and I've seen actually guys with a flexible tube bent over their back and everywhere, but unfortunately with that, or fortunately, whichever way you want to look at it, if you shear out of position or get yourself the lamb in the wrong position, then you will not function and shear with that solid dropper over your back.
So the solid dropper, as you mentioned, although you need to have the correct technique before using the dropper also would probably encourage you to use the correct technique as well.
Right. That's quite. There we are. We have a young lady shearer in view, shearing in the junior competition.
And more prevalent nowadays, the girls taking on the boys in the shearing competitions as well, isn't it?
Well, I don't say it's more prevalent than it's been for a while, actually, because there has been a lot of, and there is female competitions and some exceptional good shearers, to be fair in that, but there is no hard and fast rules. If you're good enough at junior level, then you'll be still compete at junior level, whether you're male or female. So
we're just seeing this shearer having a little bit of a struggle there with the lamb kicking. That's obviously going to happen, isn't it? And
there is a little bit of thing though, and his own experience ago, I think we've seen a little incident of there that he was actually holding the sheep by his ear. Now, you wouldn't be very nice to your barber if they were holding you by the ear when you were shearing you, would they? Like? So this is all part and parcel of the learning technique. He should be putting his finger and thumb or his hand on either side of the back of the neck because it's trying to keep that animal as comfortable as possible and then manoeuvring it round into position to shear it as easy as possible. And a lot of work is done with his left hand, which is obviously the hand that's not holding the handpiece, as you can see, in preparing and pulling the skin so as you don't cut the animal. But there's a lot of work is done with his knees and a lot of work is done with his toes.
And this is all part of the correct technique.
Part and parcel of learning. And back to the dropper. Oh no, we'll have to come back later and have a look.
Yes, we will indeed. Yes, it's all a learning curve for the young sheep shearers. And as I said, we will be back there later on. In the meantime, it's back to Rachel.
Thanks, Gareth. So we're back to the D ring now, and we're on the 2-year-old colt class. 8 catalogued entries there.
Thomas Parkinson, dwi'n meddwl, sydd ar y brig ar hyn o bryd, Parc Eduardo.
And again, I think we've got about 6. 7 out of the 8 catalogued forward. And a judge, Ernest Gant from Northwick Stud. Looks like he's about to hand out the results.
Mae'n gwneud y job yn y reit anodd yn dwi i fod yn gyson gyda'r teip.
Odi ti fel bod ti'n edrych gormod, yn dwi ti goffod edrych gormod. And maen nhw wedi cael y siawns i ddangos i'r berniad.
Y chwys yn amlwg. Ar y talcen.
Again, as yesterday, every animal and handler seem to be coping well with the heat. There are lots of buckets of water being carried around and water being handed out to the handlers. So we've got a result there, and rosettes are being handed out. We can't quite see the winner, but I can tell you that it's number 899 and it's Thomas Parkinson's Parc Eduardo. So there it is in shot now by Dragida Stormy Tempest, a well-known stallion and Royal Welsh winner in his own right, and out of Park Gorgeous Lady, and handled by Thomas Parkinson as well. I'm not quite sure if a handler's handling the sun as well as the cob. I think he definitely needs sunscreen. Second colt there is number 893, and that's CJ Merrick's Bryneidion Velocity, bred by the exhibitor by Bryneidion the Gigolo, and out of Bryneidion Mamma Mia. And the third, which hopefully you'll see in the second, is N. Clark's Stormy Oak Mr. Morning Star, again bred by exhibitor by Trevelyan Enzo out of Triad Barbarella. So there's your 2-year-old Section D colt winner.
Well, thank you very much, Rachel. And without further ado, it's straight back to the cattle ring, and it's back to Gerald and Ewan.
Back in the black and white, with the odd red sprinkle amongst them.
Yes, the little sprinkling of colour, as we mentioned earlier, amongst the black and white shades there. But yeah, so we've got the Holstein Heifer Championship in front of us. So we've had the conversation earlier this morning about the first calf milking heifers. These are joined by the 2 in-calf heifers from the Holstein classes at the head of the class here.
No maiden heifers?
Well,
in the Holstein world?
Essentially, they would be valid to come into the class, but it's possible that the judges has requested to just have the 2 in-calf heifers and the 4 milking heifers for the championship. But there certainly would have been maiden heifer classiers earlier in the day, and they would have been eligible for this class as such.
Yeah.
But he may have requested that they weren't put forward.
So how young would we go in Holstein classes in terms of all around the country or around the world?
Well, it obviously depends. Yes, it certainly depends on the show, is what I was just going to say, Gerald. We have a national calf show within the dairy class, dairy breeds, and you will see calves exhibited as small as 4 months old for those classes, really.
Yeah.
But obviously here in the Royal Welsh, the youngest class is for a heifer under 18 months, so generally you won't see them quite that young. It's looking to me like we have a result as well here. So the winning heifer is Larchwood Pepper Mahala from the Jones family, from Caris Jones and family down in Undy near Mega there. So yes, there's a heifer that's had a bit of success previously. She's actually won her class in Carlisle at UK Dairy Expo earlier this year, so heifer already with success. And it's in reserve is the red and white heifer that travelled from Dumfries from the Yates family at Logan, coming in reserve to her then. So yes, a heifer, obviously a heifer bred in South Wales here, taking the championship over the well-travelled heifer then.
Well done. And a worthy winner in your eyes?
Oh, certainly so, yes. A heifer that displays what we want within the Holstein breed. You know, a hard top, a good spine, rump structure, and a very, very good mammary system, you know, which is very well attached. And he had a lovely clean bone, about a real dairy animal. What we were talking about earlier, Gerald, about the wedges and the shape and the spring of rib, I think this is the sort of heifer that we're looking for. This is a very big animal at this particular age, with a lot of these senior cows that we're going to see later on will be seriously big animals, aren't they? Certainly that.
Thanks, Gerald and Iwan. Right, straight back to the main ring, and it's back to Rachel Thomas.
Jumping back to the main ring quite quickly here. It's like musical chairs. So we're back to the A's now, and we've got the class 18, which is the younger brood mares, 4 to 7.
Cheshire County, dwi'n meddwl. Dim wedi cael ei dangos o ddarni a cyn i wy'n deall, ond ie. Cyn yn Llyn yn Llambed hefyd, yn y dosbarthiadau ifanc yn y gorffennol, wrth gwrs.
So out in front of Judith Reed at the minute, we've got 310. The Morris family's Maeskin Calon Ur.
Maeskin Calon Ur.
By Cascob Red Kite out of Cailan Carin.
Cascob Red Kite y tad a Cailan Carin yr gaseg. Ie, mae hynny'n hollol wir. Felly mae'r fam yma, Cailan Carin, wedi cael ei gwerthu i Sbaen. Felly mae'r gaseg yna'n Sbaen ar hyn o bryd. A wedyn Maeskin Calon Ur wedi ennill yma yn y gorffennol.
Now this mare is a previous Royal Welsh winner.
Dwi'n meddwl dosbarth 2 neu 3 oed. Mae'r tad wedyn yn adnabyddus di hwnt hefyd, Casgob Red Kite. Lucy Morris, partner.
And Lucy Morris handling the pony today.
25 wedi entro yn y dosbarth yma, a gewn ni...
So I'll try and get a number for you, so at least you know who they are, and give you some breeding and some possible form if I have any on them.
15 wedi ni, rhywbeth fel na? Dangos digon?
306, Vicky Williams, Arad Betty, bred by the Arad Stud, by Glenwood Ciar, Dam, Arad Tara, and Vicky Williams is handling today.
Y beirniad.
Got no form on this mare.
Taflu golwg ar y symudiad, yn sicrhau bod y symudiad hynny yn syth. O bosib bwyntio ar y carnau, ynddo fe, Rob? Ni'n siŵr bod y carnau ddim yn troi mas.
25 catalogued entries.
Syth ac yn gywir.
And again, I'm guessing at a rough count, possibly just over half have come forward. 312 in front of Judith Reed now, and this is Jennifer Groom and Brian Thompson's Penech Bluebell, bred by the exhibitor by Penech Watlands Wanted and out of Penech Bambolina.
Wrth gwrs, fel cysig magu, ni'n gweld yr ebolion bach wrth i ochr nhw. A mae un dric bach yn fe Owen ar yr...
7-year-old mare.
Bod y cysig yn cael cerdded wrtho y beirniad, ond wrth gwrs y tric yw i gadw'r ebol wrth yr symudiad na. Fe'n edrych amdano fe a dyn at y beirniad. Be ti'n gweld i?
Being someone who is more familiar with platted horses and not as familiar with the A's. I think all these ponies look very, very similar in type. Old-fashioned, good moving ponies. We'll be back later on to get a result.
Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Show, and as you can see, Her Royal Highness the Princess Royal is visiting the show today. It's her 6th visit to the Royal Welsh, the first one being back in 1981, and she will be presenting quite a few awards while she's here during the day, and currently she's visiting the cattle ring, and she has been escorted by the show director Richard Price.
Fel y gwnaeth Siôr y Chweched ym 1936 ac yna'r Frenhines Elizabeth nôl ym 1952. Ac erbyn hyn mae'r dywysoges wedi cymryd mwy o gyfrifoldeba y Frenhines.
Well, it's another glorious day here at Llanelwedd, as you can see. Plenty of visitors here at the showground. So let's return to the main ring, and it's class 54, and we'll return to Rachel Thomas.
Blwyddyn hyn, fe enillodd ddim adfarch, so bydd e rhwng yr ebol a enillodd a'r ebol.
So we're back to the special, the yearling special of the seas.
Rosie O'Neill, the gambler, sydd I flaen I ni ar hyn o bryd.
So this is special 54, and it's a special for the Colt Filly Gelding yearling. So we've got the Bat families, Abergavenny, Rosie O'Neill in front of us now. And this is the second.
Fe gewn ni weld, ie, wrth gwrs.
The second.
I atgofio, wrth gwrs, mae'r ail yn gallu gystadlu, cynta ag yr ail yn cael dod i'r cylch I gystadlu. Galle fod well da y beirniad y ceffyl cynta ag ail yn un dosbarth nag y cynta yn dosbarth arall.
The second filly. And that's the Kirk family's Donis Welly's Last Wish. Local to the showground. Donis family. And here's your yearling colt winner, which is Michael Lewis's Wilgar the Gambler.
Wilgar the Gambler.
This pony's come down from Warrington in Cheshire.
Camo mlaen gobeithio i'r wobr.
Cheryl Firth, our section she judge, judging our first special for the day. Similar stamps of pony, really. Our second colt doesn't come back in.
This is Cheryl Frith.
In fact, the two fillies very similar in stamp. So this is for the best yearling, and obviously they will come back later on for the young stock championship.
Yeah, Wilgar the Gambler for ebol.
Pony in front of us, Wilgar the Gambler by Coedwon Owain. The Bat family's pony by Abergavenny Oscar, and the second filly by Donis Importance. So there are your three stallions for the breeding enthusiasts, and I think Cheryl Firth has made her decision. Just looking for her steward to call them forward. And there we go, it goes back to Abergavenny, and it's the yearling filly, the Bat families. Abergavenny Rosie O'Neill takes the overall yearling.
Abergavenny Rosie O'Neill, tu flaen I ni nawr I teulu Bat yn dwylo Jonathan Bat.
And Colt gets reserve. So Abergavenny Rosie O'Neill, obviously homebred by the Bat family, by the Abergavenny Oscar, and out of Abergavenny Glory B, handle stay by Jonathan Bat, well known in the C&D world, and I believe also judged at the Royal Welsh not so many years ago. And Michael Lewis handling his own pony. Wilgar the Gambler by Coedon Owain, and out of Wilgar, Alice Charm. And that pony was bred by Gareth Holt. As I say, that one's come down from Warrington in Cheshire. So the champion yearling, Section C, going back to Abergavenny and the Bat family down at the Abergavenny stud.
Dwyler brofiadus y mab Jonathan Bat. Llongyfarchiadau mawr. Bywyd bach da tu flaen i'r eboles hyn wedyn ni. Dyma ni, mae'r eblanau yn y dosbarth, yr cysig magu ifanc yn yr adran A.
Just going over to the older broodmare class.
Yn dwylo Lowry Reid, Dewarjyds Hayley.
308 Lowry Reid, David Jurds Hayley. Our Section A winner. And we're possibly going to give you a prize winner in the D's as well. So there's our older mare winner, Lowry Reid.
Dewagers Hayley and dwylo.
Dewagers Hayley. And I'm afraid I don't think we're going to go over to the cob one. That's a great picture there of a Section A.
Well, as you can see, the lake and the forestry area there, plenty of shade. It's quite cool down in that area, and that's where we find Aaron. Well, he did say he was going to go paddle boarding, and he's dressed for the occasion. He's with Kevin Davis from Carmarthen, and this is the place to be in weather such as this. Yeah, they've been quite busy yesterday and today. They're here all week, of course, with the paddle boards. And they've got stand-up paddle boards here, as well as open canoes, kayaks, slalom kayaks. And as everyone's saying, during the lockdown period, paddle boarding became very popular, and it's increased in popularity since then. It's very fashionable. Kevin's just saying that he's been paddle boarding for at least 10 years, but he's certainly seen an increase in the popularity during the course of the last 2 years. And Kevin's just saying that he goes paddle boarding year in, year out, and on the Towie, even in the winter months. Aaron's going to give it a go, and as Kevin has said, he's dressed for immersion. Now, is this going to be a case of all the gear and no idea? We'll soon find out. Kevin's just giving Aaron a few last-minute tips. And actually, on a serious note, paddle boarding isn't quite as easy as you think. There's a few experienced young people in the background, but I don't think Aaron's done this before. But he's starting on his knees, which is a sensible way to start. Although he does look a bit wobbly. Slowly catch a monkey initially, I think. Well, he's quite stable at the moment. Surely he can't be on the way back already. Whoop! Oh, he almost went. Is he going to persevere? Well, he looks quite determined, doesn't he? Yeah, well, concentrated on. This is a case of having to ignore the camera and just concentrate on what you're doing. I thought he was getting the hang of it initially, but oh, that's it. That's better. He's got no sense of direction anyway. Because at the moment he seems to be just going round and round in circles. So, well, there's Kevin. And I think Kevin's trying to get Aaron to stand on his feet. Now, this could be interesting. Well, he's halfway up. Oh, well done. Right, here comes the paddling. Can he stay on his feet? That's the big question. I mean, Kevin's out of shot beside him. Whoa! Oh, he's not. Well, he avoided falling into the water anyway. Oh, there's got to be a collision there. Careful! Well, he's wobbling.
Well,
Kevin keeping an eye on Aaron. Here we go. Oh, now then, that's what happens when you get too confident. Well, we could see that coming a long way. Mind you, considering the weather and the temperatures here at the Royal Welsh, he's probably the coolest guy here, in the sense that he's fallen in the water. Fair dues. Yeah, well, you might say it's easy, but fair play. 10 out of 10 for effort. Yep, he'll be looking for a towel, and we'll see more of Aaron later on. In the meantime, let's get back to the shearing shed. We're still at the heat stage of the Junior Championship. Here's Gerald and Iwan.
I think we moved up just a little section, Gav. We're going up into the intermediate section, so we should have just that a little bit more pace. Fair bit more experience under the belt of all of the shearers on show in this heat.
The expectation will still be for that clean clip.
Oh, certainly. Everything. The standard will maintain the standard and try their best to. Time factor is obviously there is a time, and you get rewarded for finishing first and how many seconds in front or that. I'm not too sure on the actual scoring mechanism of it.
But it's never necessarily the fastest that wins, is it?
Certainly not. Certainly not. No. And as I alluded to before, once you get to the senior level and that, obviously they're accomplished, a little bit more accomplished than the shear and experienced shearer. Oh, there's a cardinal sin there that'll cost him dearly. Little bit of claret coming through.
And that would be scored up here by this judge, or in the pen afterwards?
That will be scored in the pen after. Yeah.
So the gentleman or lady stood next to them scoring here is scoring how many times they reclip, or
that's quite right. Second cuts is called, yes, indeed.
And then they'll be scored in the pen out the back again.
Yes, indeed. It'll be a time factor on how much he scored here for second cutting alone. Then the time factor will come into it, so they'll take in consideration. Not too sure on the points that will be deducted for how many seconds or whatever you are behind your opposition. But then they will be scored outside on board condition, on finished condition. Sorry,
and that's both cuts as we saw there.
Yes, that'll be quite a lot of penalty, I would have thought. Then yes,
and also then the overall finish of the job itself.
Lamb, yes, quite right. Yeah, if there's a lot of wool left on the lamb outside, then we'll obviously be penalised quite heavily for it.
And just for the audience listening, there's a lot of preparation going into preparing these animals for the show.
Every lamb that is here now, we will see, as you see, will be clipped just above the teat area there, so as there is no accidents in terms of the shearers cutting the teeth. So it's a more consistent way of producing lambs, because, as you know, sheep will vary just the same as cattle in the wool cover in places. So every lamb then will be crutched between his back legs, and his tail will be shorn. But other than that, nothing else will be done.
And that just allows a consistency of every animal for these lambs, for these shearers to be the same.
That's quite right. Yeah, that's quite right.
there's a huge amount of lambs sourced for the competition.
Yes,
Gerald,
indeed, I do know the figure actually, but I'm sorry I can't just get to it at the moment. But yes, there is a lot of farms in the surrounding area here will supply the lambs for this particular competition, and as I said, a lot of preparation goes on outside, and every lamb will be clipped. So let's hope we come back later on and see the future.
Mrs. Cheryl Frith. Drwg da fi, Cobe Cymreig.
Na, wen ni'n gogledd.
Ni wedi symud i'r gogledd nawr.
Siwr gymryd yn mynd mlaen ar y cil.
Sydd Aled James y steward wrth gwrs. Aled yn byw tu allan i Gaerdydd. Felly beirniad y Cobiau Cymreig eleni Ernest Gant Brydfa Northwick. Dosbarth 80 sydd yn y cylch ar hyn o bryd. Felly'r eboles neu adfarch 2 flwydd oed.
So, we think we're back with the D's.
Ti flan. Wedi dod mlaen i'r...
Yeah, we are. So we're back up with our judge Ernest Gant of the Northwich stud. And we're back now, and we've gone on to the 2-year-old Billy O'Geldin class. 12 catalogue entries this time.
Balanced, felly ti'n gweld weithiau bod y cefn yn tyfu'n gynt na'r ffrynt. Pan wedi'n rhoi mwy o fwyd yn nhw, ti'n gweld bod nhw'n mynd i fyny yn hydrach.
And it's looking like 6 or 7 have come forward.
Mae'n oedran reit anodd i gael y ceffylau yma i edrych yn iawn, ond i ni wedi sôn yn gynharach, i ni eisiau sicrhau bod y ceffylau yma'n edrych yn ffit. Dwi'n eisiau nhw'n ordew. Rhywun beth gyda pobl, dwi'n eisiau pobl fod yn ordew, mae'r rhywun beth yn wir i'r ceffylau yma, oherwydd gyda gordewdra.
So the 2-year-olds possibly will have a little bit of form before coming here. 9 of 5 in front of us there. Ronas, Welsh Dolly, and she was 3rd at Lampeter earlier in the year.
Ernest Gant, y beirniad Brydfa Northwick.
And Ernest Gant, our judge, with our very glamorous steward there. I think Royal Welsh is quite famous for its well-dressed stewards. Bowlers at the order of the day. Ladies very smartly dressed. I remember many years ago the old horse director, Mr. Llewyn Thomas, did not even allow sunglasses in his main ring with the bowlers. So lots of sore eyes at the end of the day. So there seems to be a bit of a lull in judging there, so hopefully we'll come back with a bit more info later on.
Thank you very much, Rachel. Yes, indeed, we will be back in the main ring later this afternoon. We'll be heading for the news headlines very shortly. In the meantime, let's get the latest weather forecast from Megan Williams, and she's just saying that there's a bit of a breeze on the showground at the moment, but the temperature is still high. Yesterday, of course, was the hottest day on record, and in England today they're expecting high temperatures of about 42 degrees centigrade, so there is an orange warning here in Wales still. For the rest of this afternoon, it'll be dry for most, but as you can see, there'll be some showers reaching the southwest. Temperatures this afternoon in Llanelwedd are expected to reach about 32 degrees. It's going to be relatively dry overnight, a few scattered showers here or there by the morning. Temperatures about 16 degrees centigrade. By tomorrow, it'll be a bit more fresh, and the temperatures will have decreased. We're expecting somewhere around 21 degrees centigrade tomorrow afternoon here at the Royal Welsh Showground, which will be far more comfortable if you're thinking of visiting the Royal Welsh.
Megan
just saying to Nia, she's looking forward to see the temperatures drop, and that will probably attract an awful lot of visitors tomorrow. In the meantime, we're going to head for the news headlines. We'll be back in 5 minutes.
Pnawn da, mae disgwyl diwrnod poeth arall ar draws Cymru wrth i'r rhybydd oren am res eithafol barhau. Ddoe cafwyd y tymheredd uchaf ar gofnod yng Nghymru, a heddiw mae yna rybydd coch mewn grym yn Lloegr sy'n ymestyn o Lundain i Fanceinion, lle mae disgwyl i'r tymheredd gyrraedd hyd at 42 gradd. Ac ar ail ddiwrnod y sioe frenhinol yn Llanelwedd, mae'r trefnwyr wedi canmol ymateb yr ymwelwyr i'r cyngor gan Iechyd Cyhoeddus Cymru i gadw'n ddiogel yn y gwres. Er hyn, yn ôl cadeirydd y sioe John Davies, roedd ychydig yn llai o bobl na'r arfer wedi ymweld â'r maes ar y diwrnod cyntaf. Mae heddlu'r de'n ceisio dod o hyd i ddynes 32 oed a'i 4 plentyn ifanc ar ôl iddyn nhw fynd ar goll o'i cartref ym Merthyr Tydfil ddoe. Mae swyddogion yn apelio am wybodaeth am Gemma Jones a'i phlant Christopher, Julian, Madison a Stephen sydd rhwng 2 ac 11 oed. Mae nifer y bobl di-waith yng Nghymru wedi cynyddu yn ystod y 3 mis hyd at diwedd Mai. Yn ôl cyfrifiad diweddara y swyddfa ystadegau, roedd 58,000 o bobl yn ddi-waith yn ystod y cyfnod hwnnw. Bydd rhestr y 4 ymgeisydd sydd ar ôl yn y ras am arweinyddiaeth y ceidwadwyr yn cael ei chwtogi i 3 yn nes ymlaen heddiw, gyda aelodau seneddol yn pleidleisio yn y rownd nesaf i ddewis olynydd i Boris Johnson. Mae'r cyn-ganghellor Rishi Sunak bron yn sicr o'i le, gyda'r ymgeiswyr eraill i gyd yn cystadlu am le yn yr ail safle. Mi fydd Cabinet Cyngor Gwynedd yn ystyried ei cais terfynol heddiw i Lywodraeth Cymru am grant o bron i 2 miliwn o bunnau i gryfhau addysg cyfrwng Cymraeg y sir. Os yn llwyddiannus, bydd yr arian yn cael ei ddefnyddio i wella eu canolfannau iaith ac i ddarparu mwy o lefydd mewn ysgolion i blant o du allan i'r sir. At y Tôr de France i orffen ac yn y trydydd safle ar hyn o'r bryd, mae'r seiclwr Geraint Thomas wedi cyhoeddi ei fod yn perfformio cystal eleni a phan enillodd y ras yn 2018. Hyn, mae'n cydnabod bod angen bod yn realistig ynglŷn â'i obeithion o ennill eto eleni. Mae'r ras yn parhau ym mynyddoedd y Pyrenees heddiw. A dyna'r cyfan gyda i am y tro, fyddai nôl efo'r bwletin nesaf toc cyn 2. Ond tan hynny, pnawn da i chi.
Bore poeth a phrysur ar faes y sioe.
It's been another sunny day here at the Royal Welsh.
Digon o wres yn y cystadlu hefyd.
And there's been some fierce competitions already.
Ond mae 'na un ffordd i gadw'n cool.
But there's one way to keep cool. Yeah, Aaron Pugh is probably the coolest member of our on-screen presenting team. As you can see, glorious sunshine once again here on the second day of the Royal Welsh, and Her Royal Highness the Princess Royal is visiting the showground today. She's been escorted around the showground and currently visiting the main ring. And there's so much going on here at the showground today. We'll be broadcasting live here until 5 o'clock this afternoon, and we're looking forward, of course, to the Team of 5 championship in the cattle ring later on. And the winning Team of 5 will receive the Dai Jones Llanilor Memorial Trophy for the first time. Right, let's kick off this afternoon's proceedings. We're heading for the cattle ring and we'll join Gerald and Ewan.
And yes, joining the dairy shorthorns here at the business end of their classes then. We're going straight in for the championship here.
Dairy shorthorn. We featured the beef shorthorn yesterday a lot, and as Will and I was commentating yesterday, we've seen a lot of roan cattle, but I don't see too much roan in the dairy shorthorn. Is it as prevalent or not?
You'll still certainly find some roan dairy shorthorns around, but it has become a little less prevalent with the introduction of other bloodlines. There's been introduction of some Holstein blood into the shorthorn breed. And also there's the breeds in Canada and in Australia, the milk and dairy shorthorn in Canada and the Illawarra in Australia, that don't carry as much roan. They're more the red colour.
Yeah, well, we see then the champion of the shorthorns.
Yes, travelled from Cheshire, Edward Crank with his fourth calf cow, Avondale Maud 4 then rather. Well known within the dairy shorthorn breed, the Crank family of Avondale there. Yes, well known within and supporters of the show. Been here a number of times in the past. I don't think at the most few recent of shows, although we haven't had one for a couple of years, have we, Gerald?
No, certainly not.
But yeah, very good supporters of the show. Always here with the dairy shorthorns.
Why would they introduce a little bit of Holstein blood, if you don't mind me asking, just to increase the size, or
more to do with maybe just quality of the udder and a little more milk into the breed as well was probably the idea of the introduction of some red Holstein into the shorthorns. But they have since, that is years ago, Gerald. They have since closed the herd book back, and the percentage of purebred shorthorn is actually increasing all the time within the herd book, isn't it? It was a case of breed improvement as much as anything.
English language commentary is available on this programme and on our main ring webcast. Depending on your device, either press the red button or use the audio selection option. Any problems, please contact the S4C viewers hotline. The details are on the screen.
Right, here's our first visit of the afternoon to the main ring, and here's Rachel Thomas.
Thanks, Gareth. So we're back in the main ring now, and we've gone back to the C's.
Welsh Emperor.
So we got class 55. These are the 2-year-old colts. So a catalogued entry of 7. And there's looking like 5 come forward. So currently standing in top is Dykes and Nicholson's exhibit, Crossfield Casino. And this colt was first and young stock champion and overall reserve at Royal Cheshire, held back in June. And currently standing in second was P. Gould's Dicot, the grand finale.
Sue Wilkinson, Drenro Dante.
And of course, he were yn glir. Dyw'r gystadleuaeth ddim ar ben, yn ni'n chi gweld yn y pink.
And the pony in third was the Jones family's Menai More Fury, and that pony by Reed the Fury, which was a winner at the Royal Welsh, and Glanus back in 2016.
Mae gyda ni Cheryl yn beirniadu eleni, mae Cheryl yn...
So Cheryl Firth
fyddwn ni'n dweud, Rob,
just taking a final look.
Gyfrwy yn y gorffennol, ond wedi bod yn magu o dan yr enw Ristol hefyd yn ogystal â mae'r brydfa Ristol wedi cael crynlwyddiant.
Again, we're getting into the heat of the day, but nothing looks unduly stressed. Just what I would class this as our normal Royal Welsh scorchers we used to have yesteryear. I think we either get good days or we have horrendous rain. So, as it was, the original result stands. So we've got Dykes and Nicholson's Crossfield Casino, bred by themselves by Crossfield Danny Boy out of Cadvar Request. And the second, the Palomino pony, P. Gould Dicot, the grand finale, bred by Miss Claire Granger by Cascar, Silver Shadow, and Vignol's Legend, the Dam. And the third pony there, the Jones family's Menai More Fury, again bred by the exhibitor, by Reed the Fury, and out of Menai Lady Constantine. And Thomas Jones is handling there. So Dykes and Nicholson, this pony's come from Porthcawl near Bridgend, South Wales. Crossfield prefix, another well-known prefix in Section C circles.
Dwi'n gwybod, dwi'n sicr bod Joan wedi bod yn ran o'r llwyddiant yma.
And the second pony, the Dicot pony, is well known as well in harness ranks, and often shown here in the driving classes with the Granger's successful driving exhibitors.
Yep. Dwi'n meddwl bod y ceffyl yma...
So we'll see Crossfield Casino in the Youngstock Championships.
Diwyd hynny wedi talu ffordd yn diwedd.
So we're hoping you're going to have a better look.
Crossfield Casino.
And at least now we'll get a chance to see them move as we've missed it in the class. Good example there. Nice free moving pony, using himself behind as well as in front, which was what our judge Cheryl Firth was keen to see, and we'll be back there later on.
Welcome back, and we're heading for the cattle ring. Let's join Gerald and Iwan.
And yeah, Gerald, we're now with the mature Holstein cows, something that you'd mentioned earlier when we were talking about heifers, and the scale and size will increase. And I mentioned that maybe you'll see the greater volume of udder because of the higher volumes of milk that they're producing, the maturity of the cow, and we're at the most mature of the Holstein cows that we'll see in the class today then.
So interesting for me then, Ewan, is that we used to talk in pints and gallons and whatever, but as of today, they're all talking kilos. Well, to me, kilos is weight. How do they classify milk in weight then?
Well, just because it's a liquid doesn't mean we can't weigh it, Gerald.
No, I agree, but is there any difference in density in the milk of these cattle?
I believe it's something along the lines of there's very little in between a kilo and a litre, essentially, very little. But it's in the minuscules of 1.0 somethings or other. So a kilo is nearly equivalent to a litre. And then obviously you'll look at, we talk about the lifetime production of a cow as well in tonnes as well. So some of these cows will be producing 10, 12, 13,000 litres of milk per lactation. Some of them even more, bear this in mind.
To be fair.
So over the lifetime, I'm looking at these cows now, these are going to be 4 calves or more, each of them. And I know for a fact there's a white cow in this class. I know the guys that own her, well, she's actually stood at the top of the class here now, Richard Thomas's cow. That's had 5 calves. This will already, I would imagine, have produced 50 to 60 tonnes of milk in its lifetime.
Goodness gracious.
I would imagine, without putting my head too far on the block, this cow is giving probably in excess of 50 kilos or 50 litres a day at the moment.
We'll go back a step then, Ewan, in terms of, we alluded to in the beef, the cattle, that the native cattle are producing better quality meat than our continental rivals and that. Is that the case in the dairy industry when, say, they go back to the Jerseys, which are a native animal, and the Shorthorns we've seen earlier on, and would they produce better quality milk?
Yeah, certainly. You'll see that the Jerseys are renowned for extremely high butterfat and protein milk. The Ayrshire would be renowned for a very high protein milk, slightly higher fat, but higher protein milk as well, as would the brown Swiss cow. Whereas the Holstein is better known for producing higher volumes of milk at slightly lower constituents. So yes, in theory, you are right, but I don't think it's individually down to the native breeds. It depends on each breed, if you get my drift.
So if that's the case, then the Holstein cows are producing more milk, but I wouldn't want to say at a lesser quality, but maybe not quite as higher quality then as the others. Is there more premium on price per litre sold or bought, I should say?
It would depend on the milk contract that individual farmer is on. You see, the Holstein cow with a high volume of milk, that milk is actually more than adequate, and in actual fact she probably produces a higher level of butterfat that is required in your normal standardised pint of milk, whereby your Jersey cow would produce in excess of 5% fat, whereas the Holstein cow is probably nearer to 3.5 to 4.
I see. Fat has become a dirty word in the beef trade and the lamb trade. It's a prime animal now.
I should essentially be calling it butter fat, if I'm right then, Gerald, rather than fat. And as I've sort of mentioned, it's actually a very low fat drink if you take it in that instance. At 5% to 5 to 6% for the Jerseys is very low fat. And the winner is obviously the white cow that I alluded to earlier, Knowlesmere Miss Brandystap, exhibited by Richard and Bethan Thomas and the family from Llandafaelog. This is actually a cow that was purchased a couple of years ago at Knowlesmere dispersal sale.
Thank you, Gerald and Ewan. Nia is in one of the exhibition halls with Megan Richards, who's been competing in the cookery section, and she's been competing here for several years, and she's won first prize for that
cherry cake. The trick with the cherry cake is to not let the cherry sink to the bottom.
Yeah.
And that's one of the reasons why they cut the cake as well.
Right, so they, yes, obviously. Yeah.
And they can see then, might look good on top, but not so good inside.
Mae gennych chi bentwr o beth yn y car efo chi, achos da chi wedi cystadlu hefyd fan hyn ar 5 sgonsen gaws.
5 cheese scones, a plate of 5 cheese scones here.
O'r un peth, ordinary scones efo caws ar hyn.
Leah just has what's the recipe used there? Well, she didn't go into many details there.
Didn't give too many secrets.
I think that may be a secret, yes, yeah.
I noticed that one of the exhibits is broken in half or cut in half or whatever. Is that exhibit tasted?
Yeah, they will be tasted, but also by breaking it in half, you'll see what it's like inside. If it's cooked properly, also the texture of it as well, because you can't just visually look at them, because they have to taste good as well as look good. That's why the judging would have been yesterday morning when everything was bought in fresh as well.
So let us into a secret now. How do we stop these cherries going to the bottom of the steak? Put them in halfway through or what?
I think you'd have to ask the experts on that one. But this is the job. If I was ever to be invited to be a judge here at the Royal Welsh show, this would be the section I would like to judge, is the wines and liqueur section. I think there can't be any better job than that here. Because of course they have to be tasted. We can't just judge a bottle.
I don't think we can let you go with it. To go and taste that. I don't think so.
And wonderful entries as well in the Victoria sponge. I think probably one of the most coveted prizes in any cookery competition.
And the thing is, everybody thinks that they can make a Victoria sponge.
It's not that easy.
No.
It seems simple. It's very few ingredients, but it's actually trickier than what it looks. And again, cut in half for the same reasons, to make sure that it's cooked properly and what the texture inside is. And the Victoria sponge should have just jam in it, no cream, and caster sugar on the top, not icing sugar. I'm just saying then that the recipe should be made with 3 eggs. So it's the weight of 3 eggs in butter and flour.
Faint o hein eithaf chi cyn dewis pa un oedd yn dŵad?
Dim ond hwnna.
Leah just ask, how many of these did you make before deciding on which one was coming to the show? Only that one, fair play.
Yeah. She's not giving away many tricks of the trade.
No, she hasn't.
Yeah,
and Leah's just complimenting Megan on her achievements here and congratulating her. Oh, hang on. She just asked her what happened to the flan, and Megan is just saying that they prepared the jelly in the caravan before coming here. By the time they got to the exhibition, all the jelly had all melted, but there we are. We'll be back in that exhibition hall with Mia again. Don't forget, we're all over social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. And if you need any further information whatsoever about the show, there's a website to be viewed, and that's S4C.Cymru. Right, let's return to the sheep ring. Haven't been there for a while. Here's Gerald and Emma.
Thank you, Gareth. Yes, we're joining the Charolais sheep here now, our first visit to the Charolais sheep. And we are joining class 1172, which is the ewe aged 2 years or over.
Yeah, the Charolais sheep have very strong in the results of the Royal Welsh show here for many years, haven't they?
Yes.
And we've seen several champions, or individual champions and group champions, that coming from the Charolais breed. And as we're looking down the lineup there now, we can see an outstanding quality of sheep on display again.
Yes, 15 entries in the catalogue for this class, which is a good number for the older ewe class, and tremendously powerful sheep, aren't they, these Charolais?
Yes, they are indeed. Just that one step say, up from the blue texels in size-wise as we featured earlier on.
Just the range and scope of them is that bit bigger, isn't it?
Yes.
Big framed animals.
Yes, confirmation too. They are very, perhaps highlighting more towards the limousine of the sheep industry, aren't they? They're a very athletic type of sheep then.
Mewn tri sioe brenhinol.
Y sioe Swyddefrog, yr ucheldir.
And there's been some different ideas on presentation and a little bit different in colour and that.
I wonder what the judge's taste will be, and that's Mr. Jim Jeffrey from County Cork in Ireland. So it'd be interesting to see what he likes. So originating from the Charolais region in France.
Making a little bit of a selection process and taking some of the first few sheep that he likes away from the second lineup, and
he's certainly going for sort of the heavier set animals, the well-fleshed animals.
All the hours that young man has spent training. He's got there by default, I think. He's got up to the front then.
Mae fe'n fwy mor glen. Mae'n gwisgo'n smart fan hyn, a mae'n gweud bod yn anrhydedd enfawr cael beirniadu fan hyn yn sioe Frenhinol Cymru. A mae hwnna'n braf I glywed.
Mae Jim yn boi ymwyd o ffein.
Very attractive animal, aren't they?
Ar yr internet neis.
Yes.
Cael siwt newydd wedi ffito am y sioe.
Mae'n dangos fai mae'n golygu o fe.
Mae'n edrych yn picture, rai fi gweud.
So they've gained popularity over, say, the last 15 years or so as a terminal sire. Oh, nice to see them let loose again. Another judge who wants to see them parading naturally.
There is some powerful ewes in this class, isn't there?
There is. And sometimes with size, locomotion can be...
Although they're designed, like we say, they're like the limousines, aren't they? They are designed to be, I don't know, wild, are they? Wild is the word with the limb, isn't it? Lively. There we go. Oh, they shepherded him into his pen, look already, without a dog.
And I'm sure he'll cast a good eye over them, and we'll come back later to see how they get on.
Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Showground. And Aaron Pugh has the company of Osian Girk, a young budding musician. And Aaron had interviewed him a while ago when he was with the Young Farmers. And Osian, since he first met Osian, has been quite busy. He's from Llansannan originally. A lot of Welsh-speaking, Welsh language groups from that particular part of the world. And Osian just saying that he was inspired initially by his father, because when he was younger, he can remember his father playing the guitar, and Osian just picked it up from there, his father teaching him a few chords to start with. And Osian was 7, 8 years old when he first had a guitar. He didn't know how to play the guitar then. He's 14 by now, and he's improved quite a bit since then. And he's been performing in the Young People's Village. Quite an experience for him. It's the first time he's actually been to an event such as this. He hasn't been to the Royal Welsh before, as it happens, but it's a very, very good experience for him. And Aaron's just asking him, do you compose your own songs, or do you sing covers? Well, Osian's just saying that he's got a few songs that he's composed himself. And he's just saying that he's hoping to release a CD in the future. Aaron's just asking him how does he go around composing his own songs, and according to Osian, he just plays around with a few chords and finds a riff that he likes, and then he goes from there.
Few festivals, competitions.
It sounds as if he's got to be quite busy as well during the course of the summer. He's a few festivals to attend and a few concerts to perform in. And Osian, I think, will give us one of his original compositions. And that's Osian Girk. All the best to him in the future. In the meantime, let's go straight back to the main ring. And here's Rachel Thomas again.
Thanks, Gareth. So we're back with the A's. Judith Reid, our judge. Looking a bit hot there, but at least ladies judges are able to wear wide-brimmed hats. I feel sorry for the men in their darker suits and black bowlers. And it's even worse if you're a right judge with only riding gear on. So we're now coming to the senior broodmare class. So this is for the senior broodmares, 8-year-old and over, a catalogued entry of 37. And possibly, I'd say, about maybe 20 actually forward. Looking through the catalogue, there's a few interesting combinations here. There are some former Hoys under saddle winners in this class.
Judith Reid,
we've got a pony in there that won Hoys under saddle in 2016 and a major winner in hand.
Springborn Clarice.
So quite nice to see those mares going on now to broodmare duties.
Yn y cylch arall, so blwyddyn yn ôl, dwi'n meddwl mai Lucy Morris oedd yn arddangos, neu yn y cyfrwyd yn nod.
Mae'n cael bywyd at yma bach llai o waith nawr de.
3-5-2 out in front of us now. F. Jaworski's Crimond Harmony. And that pony was by Synod Applause out of Crimond Bluebird. And we've got 3-4-4 in front of us. Jones Family's Friarly Fashion.
Friarly Fashion and Pride.
Yeah, Friarly Fashion and Pride. Grey pony up in front of us now. I'll try and get a number for you, because I know a lot of you would be interested in their breeding and you've got no access to a catalogue at home, so we will do our best, but we are reliant on the camera. Lots of similar stamp of pony here. 335. So that's Kitty Bodley's Glebedale Jubilee. Now, interestingly enough, that pony won Hoys in the saddle in 2016. So nice to see her now taking up broodmare duties.
Felly mae yna dipyn o ddewis o flaen y beirniad yn y dosbarth yma, Rob.
So we had a bit of a lull in the main ring today due to the arrival of Princess Anne. She was in the ring for rather a long time. Obviously horses being a passion, I don't think she wanted to leave. So that would have delayed proceedings a bit. As is with the Royal Welsh. We do tend to get royal visitors and everything stops for them to come in and enjoy every aspect of the show that they can, and it usually involves a visit to the main ring and sometimes even down to the horse ring. Oh, and we're back at the sheep.
Yep, sheep ring next. So let's hand over once again to Gerald Lewis and Emma Thomas.
Yes, we're back to see the result of the Shallow EU, 2 years and older. The judge there has made his final decision. We can't quite see the number of the sheep, but we'll have it for you in a moment.
Coming in second place there, Victoria Circum. And looks like he forgot to put his number on.
Yeah, making life difficult for us, isn't it?
They are. Maybe he was like that lad yesterday and had a good night out last night.
No, maybe so, yeah. He's got a good ewe, though, anyway.
It's tremendous, powerful ewe. And I commend the judge on his lineup for picking out very similar ewes, hasn't he? You know,
yes, they are, to be fair.
Yeah, I do commend him on that, because he really has gone for a type then, and any one of those top three, you'd almost think they were sisters, wouldn't you?
Yes, indeed, you would, to be fair.
Well done. Thank you. What an amazing ewe. She's massive, isn't she?
Yeah, one crop ewe, homebred, third generation. So, yeah.
But it's not the first time she's won a red rosette.
No, she's won 2 interbreeds, and then she was a Yorkshire show last week, and she was 4th. So yeah, really pleased.
Well, you're a step closer today again.
Yeah, first time here as well.
And is this the best one? The Welsh show?
Yes, definitely.
Oh, that's good to hear. Definitely. Well, good luck to you later on.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Showground in Llanelwedd. We're heading for the cattle ring. Here's Gerald and Iwan.
And yes, we rejoin the Jersey classes at the climax of their show then for the championship. Possibly a smaller show of jerseys than we've seen in the past here, looking just at the representation in the championship here.
Yes, we've seen a lot larger, but it's, on the whole, it's been obviously climatic conditions and that. I do not blame the farmers for a moment when putting these animals through this very, very hot weather and that. But still, I'm sure you're going to tell me that the quality is equally as good.
Absolutely, you know, I think just looking at those in front of us, it's looking as if it's the usual grudge match of some of the best breeders in South Wales here, really, in the Jersey classes. I think we've got the Wilsons at Tregebi represented in here, Morgan family in Nantabola, and James Evans also with cattle in the ring. Each of them always come into the fore, not just here at the Royal Welsh, but across shows across South Wales then, and nationally in actual fact. You know, they're some of the best known breeders
Good
around.
Ambassadors for the breed then?
They certainly are. They're guys that are always up and about there. The passion for the Jersey cow is part of it. You know, I know two of the families I've mentioned that are represented here have also got Holstein cows. They've got a passion for showing cows. You know.
You alluded to before that maybe the judge requested that maybe only the senior cows or something come forward. Do you think that just happened there, that he told that young man to that he wasn't required maybe in the final lineup?
I'll maybe be able to tell you a little more now once we've got them. It's more probably potentially he's asked them to line up. That's more correct. He's stood at the back with the in-calf cow. I think that I didn't want to put my head on the block there, Gerald, until we had a bit of evidence, to be honest. Yeah. But no, it's essentially you would probably have asked the stewards to send down what he would have wanted for his championship. Likelihood is we won't see any of the junior animals here because they've already sort of been taken out in terms of the junior championship earlier, so there'll be a heifer champion already qualified to come here. So yeah, what we're seeing here is basically the winning junior animal against the rest of the matures here then. So yeah, this is a cow that's got a legacy. Having been to this show a number of times, the cow that we've got in front of us here that was in shot there is 9 years old. Yes, not 9 years old. So a cow that's very well versed and been around the block a few times.
Is there a obviously production life of these cows varies, I think, but is there a breed perhaps that would be renowned for lasting just that bit longer perhaps than his sister breeds?
Yes, certainly. Some of the lower output, more traditional native breeds, your Ayrshire and your Shorthorn, are very, very renowned for lasting a long, long time. As with the Jersey to an extent, they do generally have a very long life. They do. No, they would, each of the dairy breeds would have long-lasting animals within them, but obviously the output is telling on a lot of the cows, isn't it? The higher the output, the greater. And we have a champion, yes, and it's the old cow I just mentioned, then the Tregebi Panama Tequila from Hevin Wilson, who seems to be having a good show. It looks to me as though the headline on the television is wrong. That's Holstein cow that seemed to flash up there, but the winner there was Tregebi Panama Tequila from Hevin Wilson, and it looks like the reserve has gone to the Morgan family in Nantabola with their cow Victorious Caramel. So the grudge match in the Jersey ring is won by Hevin Wilson. We've got the correct name now up for the cow. And
she produced a few tons in her time.
She will. She already has, Gerald. No doubt.
Thank you very much, Gerald and Iwan. We'll be back in the cattle ring at a later date. Don't forget, you can watch a lot of the Royal Welsh coverage on our website, s4c.cymru/shoy. We've got coverage of all the main rings available. You can pick and choose what you want to watch and when you watch it. s4c.cymru/shoy. Right, let's head over to the main ring. Here's Rachel once again.
Thanks, Gareth. So we've gone back up to the cob ring. Class 80, which is the 2-year-old filly o geldin class. And it looks like the win has gone to the Charman families. Copperthorne Killer Queen, bred by them, by Gela Ryan, out of Copperthorne Sweet Rosalie. And this filly was actually the Winter Fair winner and the reserve young stock champion. So she's come back and completed the double by winning at the summer show. And in second place there, good shot of 901, which is I.L. Roberts, Trefarth, Bryn Heinz Aser, by Trevelyan Conan, Dam, Trefarth, Seren Newydd, and Dewi G. Roberts is the handler there. And 9-10 in third place, R.J. Davis's Huey Melody, bred by the exhibitor, by Thorny Side the Negotiator, out of Huey Marivach. So there's the Copperthorne Killer Queen, the 2-year-old filly, completing the double of Winter Fair and Summer Show. And second, Trefarth, Bryn Heinz Aser, and third, Huey Melody. So again, we'll see that filly back for the Young Stock Championship. Now we're jumping over to the Section A ring. Judith Reid giving the prize there. This is for the older brood mare class. And that goes number 350, and it's the SIP Jones's Islin Purdy, and she's by Black Hill Piccolo and out of Lacey Poppy and handled by Dora Wynne Jones. Pony's come down from Gwynedd, previously been champion at Anglesey. And the second pony is Carisbrook Springborn Clarice, and that pony was a former Hoy's finalist under saddle by Cascob Silver Ghost out of Springborn Clarinda. And I don't think we're going to see the third, but it is the pony belonging to Sandy Anderson, Thistledown Alien Debio. I probably pronounced that incorrectly. That pony's by Gart Connell Shooting Star and out of Maes Tir Valata, handled today by Justin Davis. So, your 8-year-old and over senior brood mare class. So it's the lap of honour there for number 350, Islin Purdy, coming down from Gwynedd. So another prize there, staying within Wales. So we've got a nice shot there of our winning senior broodmare Section A, Islin Purdy. And we'll be coming back to the horse ring a bit later on.
Thank you very much, Rachel. Yes, indeed, we will be returning to the main ring later on, but in the meantime, it's a visit to the sheep ring, and here's Gerald and Emma.
Yes, we're back in the Chalery sheep competition, and it is the yearling ewe. And a very strong number of entries in here again, Em.
Yeah, fabulous class of sheep, I have to say.
Yeah,
Mr. Jim Jeffrey is the judge of the bungalow. Vanessa Middleton, County Cork in Ireland. He's travelled over the waters to judge this exceptional good class.
Tremendous size on that ewe on the right-hand side there. Fair play, she is some animal.
Very strong animal, to be fair.
Very strong class, actually.
Oh, it's a good class.
You wouldn't pick, be a job to pick a weak one out of this class here. The consistency in the breed is something else, isn't it?
Chaleries have always, as I alluded to before, been very strong in the individual championships and groups and whatever as in the show, but from what we've witnessed so far, I will say that they will be probably very strong later on as well.
I think they're going to feature heavily in the interbreed competitions, I have to say. So 27 entries in this class of yearling ewes.
O'n i 'di gweld I dros y gaea, o'n i'n dechrau gweld bod hi'n
So Mr. Jeffrey is having to work his work for this, because there is a large entry in every class within this Shallow group, with 20 entries in the Ram Lamb and 15 in the ewe over 2 years, and 27 as you allude here, and then 29 in the ewe lamb. So he's going to have a long day.
Yeah, he's got
a ring to himself all day long.
They're checking over the back end carefully, and that's what this breed has been bred for. Then is for meat. Then,
yes,
and,
indeed, yes.
We will see a lot of Charolais rams going through the breeding sales later on in the year now, and they do produce fast-growing lambs for the market.
Quite right, and I think, due to the Charolais with the Texels were one of the perhaps first imported continental breeds, and then of course we've had several other continental breeds that have come in, and Charolais suffered, I believe, for a while, whereas the Texel and the Beltex and that did go strength. But I do believe that the Charolais, as we alluded to the Suffolk yesterday, then a lot of other people now are thinking of it's not all about the back end, which the Beltex and the Texel. Now, it's a lot about a uniformity right throughout good lambs, and Charolais lambs in the market have got good length, just the same as the Suffolk crosses, haven't they? And
I think they suffered for a while with the reputation of being a bit soft when they were born, but I think we've seen the breed develop now. Their heads aren't quite as
exposed.
No.
They've got more cover on them.
They've got a lot more cover on them, definitely, definitely. So I don't think that's an issue anymore. And that's why their popularity has increased. And a very strong hue here now. I don't know if it's a trick of the eye with a lot of good clipping, but she's very well-rounded in the back end there, with a very well
what they do, leg. What the Charolais do as well, they stand very, very well.
Yes, they're very straight on the legs.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
The legs aren't underneath, tucked underneath, or like excessively sticking out at the back. They stand very, very correct.
And they don't seem to have any issues in their mobility either, and they walk nicely, and they look right, don't they?
They do. You're quite right. You class them then being as a good show sheep, wouldn't you?
Yes, and that helps a lot, doesn't it?
That's
They've got a little bit of that. Don't have to work quite as hard. And another very powerful ewe.
Yes, indeed.
And we can just see a nice shot of the head there. They've got that pink colouring to the head.
Without being too excessively
No,
pink,
as we've said, just that little bit more covering than what they used to. More covering than, say, a Rouge or a Blue Domain.
Yes, that's correct,
And a little bit stronger in the bone as well. An excellent length of body on these ewes.
There is, to be fair, isn't it?
And if you look through them as well, how uniform are there isn't a difference in them at all.
No.
So real strength in depth within the breed at the moment.
Definite.
Mr. Jeffrey is coming down the line and selecting.
I think he picked
his
out
potential
6 earlier.
That's right,
I think so. I'm not surprised.
So both ends of the show were very, very strong. Went down through the middle.
There we go. Hopefully we'll join him later on when he's closer to his decision.
I hope so.
Gyda'r Charolais, y ddafad flwydd, byddwn ni nôl I weld pwy fydd yn ennill yn hwyrach mlaen.
Welcome back once again to the Royal Welsh Showground in Llanelwydd. It's straight to the cattle ring, and we'll join Gerald and Iwan.
We're back in the Holstein Championship. And these cows are right at the prime time of their life in producing milk, Ewan.
Yes, no, certainly that. And yes, we've got the full sort of spectrum from the youngest to the oldest all the way through these classes here. And the winning heifer that we saw this morning, already milked out. She was at the top there, the white heifer, because she'll have, again, this excessive heat isn't great for them, so she will have been showed a lot earlier this morning. So to get the milk off would have been a good relief for her. And then we've all the way through to the senior cow that we saw exhibited in the last class that we saw from the Holstein section here. And this is then the second place from the same class. So the judge will be weighing up his options out of the final lineup here, just deciding where he chooses to go.
You alluded to that they been milked out, and that is there a lot of these cows would be milked twice a day or 3 times a day?
It would thoroughly depend. Most of the time, even if a herd is 3 times a day milking, they'll generally, before showing them, will come down to twice a day. Takes the pressure off the cow producing so much milk, and it does educate the cow to carry the milk a little more as well. It's neither here nor there really, but the 3 times a day milking cows are usually giving more milk because they are milked more regularly. The feed intake actually goes up as they're milked more, so they do require more food as they milk more. So those cows are usually pulled back to twice a day generally then if they're going to be shown. Just a little snippet of some royalty passing there as well.
Oh, she's thirsty.
Perhaps that. She'll find plenty of milk to rehydrate down here.
It looks like it on these cows anyway, to be fair, yeah.
So obviously the judge has had cast his eye over them. He's going to preliminarily line them up now, I think. He's getting closer and closer to making his mind up, and
I noticed then a few of these cows are actually leaking milk, so that they are expecting to be milked in the near future then, obviously.
Certainly, you do try and exhibit an animal with a full udder of milk, but obviously these have all been in at certain different times for their classes, haven't they? Everything can't be judged at the very same time. So yes, some of them will be expectant to milk, and straight after the end of this class, they'll all go straight back up to the parlour and be milked then, and then back into the beds for a drink, a lie down and some food. And
these particular cows now then, obviously all coming from different herds, will all be milked in the same parlour or in the same place here within the showground. But a lot of them cows get used to the same system and same parlours and that, and not react quite as good to this then?
You're 100% right. This is one of the challenges of bringing cows to a show. It's a different environment, and especially given as there hasn't been a lot of shows for 2 years, most of the animals that we're seeing, especially from sort of 3 calves down here, will hardly have ever seen a show before. So the challenge is definitely what you say.
Yeah. Well, we'll have to come back in a while and see what happens.
Yes, we'll certainly do that. In the meantime, I think we're heading for the main ring. Yes, indeed we are. So we'll join Rachel Thomas.
Mrs Cheryl Frith o Bristol. Mae'n brofiadol iawn wedi...
Thanks, Gareth. So we're back in the section C's. We're in the 2-year-old filly o Geldin now.
Ond I gwreiddiau yng Nghymru.
Ie, mae hynny'n hollol wir.
Catalogued entry of 20.
Mae henw hi yn gyfarwydd iawn gyda'r adrannau Cymreig wedi beirniadu yng Nghymru.
6:30. Up in front of us now, Calvert Williams, Welena, Florence Nightingale, bred by the exhibitor by Menai Calon Lan, out of Welena Jubilee.
Geni y Mai Colwyn, ac mae hi'n gweud I hunan, a dyma fel mae hi'n disgrifio bod hi wedi diddordeb yn y Welshies yn y 70au y Brydiau Cymreig.
Personally, I'm glad to see not too much oil being used so far.
Ni'n gyfarwydd â'i gweld hi, a mae hela,
in these conditions. Looks like about 14 forward. 640 out in front of us now. And this is the Jones family's Menai Radiant Lady by Menai Calon Lan, same as the last pony we saw in front of us, and out of Menai Radiant. This filly's had one outing this year, and she was first at the Carmarthenshire Welsh Pony and Cob show. Cheryl Firth just taking a final look. So I think initially we've got the Menai Radiant Lady in first and possibly standing in second. We can't quite see. Thomas Parkinson's come here, Ellen Half. And in third, GM Jones's Glantivy Adele. They're just provisional placings. Cheryl Firth taking a look. 636 up in front of us. That is Glantivy Adele. Yeah, as I said, that was correct. There's quality all the way down the line with these C's from what I can see, whilst obviously I'm a ridden sort of hunter person. I've been lucky enough to judge the ride here on the C's and the D's, and I have got a soft spot for the C's, having had one that I showed as an M&M worker. I mean, fantastically versatile. They carry adults, and obviously you see plenty of children riding them as well. Good performance ponies, strong enough to carry your adults, but many have good temperaments and do carry the children as well. Though some of them do come out like little fire-breathing dragons from my experience. Cheryl very much will go for a pony type as opposed to a scaled down version of a D. And there it is. It looks like she's kept her initial pull-in. So there we are. The winner is Peter and Anne Jones's Menai Radiant Lady by Menai Calon Lan. The stallion being a Hoys qualifier under saddle and out of Menai Radiant. And the second pony, Thomas Parkinson's Come Here Ellen Half. Ponies won at Towerlands this year and second in the Royal Welsh Autumn Show last year. And third, GM Jones Glantivy Adele. So there's your 2-year-old filly or gelding class.
Thank you very much, Rachel. And without further ado, let's head over to the sheep ring. Here's Gerald and Emma.
Yes, and we're back hopefully then to the result of the Sheila New in the Shallery sheep section. And Mr. Jim Jeffrey here has been working tirelessly in trying to achieve his result. And Emma's going to come back and give her expert opinion now and tell me where he's going to go.
Oh, I wish I could pick between them, Gerald. Honestly, they're a fantastic a show of sheep out there now.
He's actually selected quite a few more out this time.
I was about to say now, yes,
in the elder section.
Yes. So I'm not sure now, is he going to select out again?
No, he is swapping around again.
Oh, right, okay.
I do believe the gentleman that's just been demoted to second was down the bottom in the line when we were looking last time.
I think you're right, yes, yes.
Yeah. Oh, he's made his decision, and it is Mr. David Lewis.
Oh, from Pembrokeshire. The family are known to keep Charolais cattle as well, and Ryland sheep.
Tremendous length in that ewe, isn't it?
Yes.
Oh, obviously, and hopefully we will feature
I think
and watch this progress of this ewe in the Shallery Championship later on.
Absolutely.
Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Showground, and of course we're looking forward later on this afternoon to see the spectacle that is the Team of 5 Championship. But in the meantime, we're going to concentrate on the Holsteins, so we'll return to the cattle ring and join Gerald and Iwan.
Yes, we rejoin where we were left off there earlier in the Holstein Championship, and Judge obviously lining his final few cows up, the winners and second places from each of the classes during the day.
Different style of judging here in the dairy breeds than as we see in the beef lineup, because they like the beef lineup or say parallel with one another, but obviously this judge wants to see every individual animal side on.
Yeah, this is generally more the accepted way of lining up your championship. You know, if you've got a show with much more, usually what we'd do, I spoke earlier about the National Calf Show. There's usually 7 classes in the National Calf Show, 7 different classes, different age groups. So you have the winning 2 from each, so you'll have 14, well, depending on the breed, 6 or 7 classes. So you'll have the 2 of each, but rather than line them all up then, the judge will usually select the 5 or 6 favourite animals from his lineup, then bring them diagonally across the ring. And it's more a case of giving the audience, it's maybe a little different to a beef animal. To see the whole profile of a dairy cow, you need to see the whole side of her, not just the back. And this is probably how this has developed within the dairy ring. It used to be a lot more like the beef, where you parallel lines and draw out your champion and reserve, but this has sort of evolved into how it's sort of carried out within the dairy ring.
I did notice then in his selection of the champion in the jersey, he then selected her out of the middle. He never moved it to the top end or nothing like
and
that
this is
until it actually has happened.
So this lineup will generally follow in age order from the youngest animal at the front tip here, all the way through to the most mature at the back. Well, I say most mature, the classes will follow. We'll just listen to Stephen Garth's comments on the class.
Cattle I've been privileged to judge today. Some of the classes weren't massive, but the quality is just incredible. I'm stood in front of these cows in awe, really, looking at the strength, the dairiness, the quality. Hopefully, with the cattle I've now got in the ring for my championship, you can see the sort of cow I'm looking for. I'm looking for that cow with balance. I'm looking for that cow with a long dairy neck on her and a clean shoulder. A cow that has enough strength through the front end, coupled with dairiness. And I like to see a cow that can walk, because we need cows that can do this job in large units nowadays. And all these cows can walk out, they can all track, and they've all got that strength that we need at the feed barrier. So I'm going to tap out my champion, my reserve, and my honourable mention. I hope you're going to raise the roof for these cows, because it's been a hot day for these cows and they've had to work really hard. And I think it's a credit to the breeders and exhibitors how well they've come out. And hopefully these cows are intact and okay by the end of the week. So I'm going to go out and knock out my champion, my reserve, and my honourable mention, and I hope you raise the roof for these cows.
And yeah, Stephen just telling everybody what he's looking for in these cows, and that's generally what you try and do when you're judging, I suppose, judging anything, isn't it? Is that you set your mark on what's in front of you. It's not it's a man's opinion at the end of the day. It's his opinion today. And he's just hoping that everybody can see what he's trying to select in front of him.
Well, you would let yourself down if you didn't follow your own
certainly so, Gerald. And he's tapped out Ewan Morgan as the champion in the Holstein section with Erie W. Brook Luster. And I mentioned earlier that most of these won't have been to a show before. No, this was in the last show. I think it was a milking heifer when it was here in 2019. So it is a cow that's been used to coming to a show previously.
You followed part of her career then?
We have seen a little bit of it. There's a little chunk in the middle that's probably gone missing.
Yeah. Big, powerful cow.
It is that, you know, a third calf cow that's got plenty of strength and everything you want within the breed. You know, that lovely hard spine about her, and the reserve is the heifer that we saw winning the heifers earlier. He's obviously noticed that this has got a big future and to include in his championship. And then I wonder what he's tapped out as his honourable mention then. Oh, and the mature cow that we saw there earlier is the honourable mention from Richard Thomas. So yes, we have got our Holstein champion for the day, and we'll have to wait until tomorrow now to see how these get on in the interbreed against all the other breeds.
Look forward to it.
Fory yn y sioe fawr. Mae'r tîm o 5 i ddod nes ymlaen. Ond...
climatic conditions a little bit cooler for these animals tomorrow.
Well, let's hope the weather will break and we will have a little bit of a cooler day for them tomorrow.
Wedi mwynhau mas draw. Diolch yn fawr. Cewch chi mwynhau gweddill y sioe nawr. Diolch yn fawr. Diolch o galon I chi.
Thank you very much, Gerald and Iwan. And we now join Nia, still in the exhibition hall.
Mae'n fendigedig yma.
And she's...
Megan Richards yn ennill efo'r Victoria Sponge yn gynharach. Wel, dyma chi feirniad
with the one of the judges in the cookery and produce section, Anne Richards from Ruthin.
Victoria Sponge.
Oh, here's the famous question once again. What makes a successful Victoria Sponge?
There we go. Jam only in the middle.
Ddim icing sugar a ddim hufen o gyfan.
No.
Caster sugar, no icing sugar.
Yes.
Ateb i'r...
No cream.
No cream, as per schedule.
And here's just asking if she was happy at all with the standard of the produce she's seen today, and in general I think she was.
I think with the Royal Welsh Show, the classes change every year, and I think sometimes that you get more entries in one class than another. Cookies by here.
Gair Americanaidd amdanyn nhw ydi hwn, they're cookies ma.
Felly, chi 5 cookie dyna...
Another example of the kind of Americanization of...
Debyg iawn.
Yes.
O'r rhaid nhw fod, fel dyn ni'n dweud, yr un siap a'r un dymder.
Ah, right. So she wants them uniform, there she said, so that they're all the same size and also the same depth as well. And it's the same, even with the sheep and cattle, trying to get anything to match is always the hardest task, isn't it?
Yes, and as when we visited the exhibition hall earlier, as Gerald referred to, obviously one thing is to see how they look. The other element, of course, is the taste.
Although she's saying there that you can have different ingredients in it than like chocolate chips or nuts or something like that. There's nothing in the schedule to say that there had to be a certain type of cookie. It was just a cookie then.
Peth union gylchol, ond dach chi'n derbyn be maen nhw'n ddeud yn dweud, dach chi'n derbyn am beth denw. Beirniadu am beth denw.
Dyma'r cookies fuddigol. Beth oedd nhw'n arbennig am yr hain?
Blas nhw.
Yeah, she said, how come these are the best cookies? And she said it was their taste.
A wedyn mae golwg nhw yn cael dwy a'r crasiad.
So they looked good, but also tasted good.
Yeah. I think she suggested there as well that you get more points for the taste than you would for how they look. Yeah.
Which is the right way round, really, isn't it? Yes.
Exactly. I mean, if you were to buy them in the shop, you wouldn't buy any more if you didn't like the taste, would you?
No. Just the thing with your morning coffee.
Just mymryn bach o bob un. Do, chydig o bob un.
Yeah, she just confirming that she's obviously tasted each and every one of them while she was judging.
Wel, ddim yn anffodus, mae rwy'n yn mwynhau.
Well, it was a diplomatic answer there to a question when he asked how long have you been judging in the Royal Welsh. She said, quite a while, unfortunately. Not unfortunately, but you know what I mean, yeah.
A gobeithio fwy drin y ben glin ar ei tandi.
Ie, wir, fysa'n neis iawn.
Gawn ni ddwmsio rhedeg wedyn. Diolch I chi am y sgwrs, Ann. Diolch o fawr.
There we are. No doubt we'll be back with Mia in the exhibition hall again. And it certainly is quite a spectacle, the showground here at Llanelwedd. Right, let's get back to the main ring here at the showground. And let's hear once again from Rachel Thomas.
A wedi ymuno gyda fi, mae Beth Simons Evans. Croeso nôl ato ni, Beth.
Diolch.
Ie, ac wyt ti'n cael modd I fyw yn dwyt yn barod?
Odw, fi'n joio mas saw yn gwylio yn barod. Fi ti'n bod yn y stand gyda'n catalog yn joio.
A ti'n llythrenol yn byw ceffylau na gwyt?
Odw, fi yn. Ie, fi bach yn ashamed i gweina.
So we've jumped back a class now to class 82. 3-year-old colts. In the D's. 13 catalogued entries. And I believe we've got half a dozen in there.
Oh, wastad.
So we're just coming to the initial trot up there.
O flan yn ysgant y beirniad. Ac o'r hyn ti di weld, achos ti di bod yn yr
Actually, it looks like we've only probably got 4 or 5 forward. I'll try and get some numbers and some breeding for you, because I know that's what you're all interested in.
Mae'n drenu bod cynlleied wedi dod mlaen, fi'n credu, ond fi'n siŵr yn eitha ffindo yn llydd sy'n werth I gael. Mas o'r 5 fan hyn.
Ie, ac o'n i'n gweld yn I benderfyniadau ac oedd Rob Owen
yeah. 5 out of a possible 13.
Yn sicr o'r cefen pan mae'n dod i'r anifel.
Odi, ma fe.
I'm not sure where the Welsh Funny and Cob Society what they do with their judges, but certainly with the horse judging societies, we've had various letters this year with pointing out the promotion of overweight horses. Obviously, social media has highlighted certain aspects, maybe. Personally, from my point of view, from what I've seen, there aren't as many overweight animals on the circuit. And one thing I will say is that sometimes photographs don't give the true picture, and you do need to see an animal in the flesh. They're taken at one split second in time, and it doesn't always reflect on the picture in real life. But rest assured, judges are on it and enforcing the rules and are not promoting overweight animals. And it was good to see in a lot of the ridden classes that I saw yesterday, people had really been making the effort to keep the ridden season D's trimmer than in previous years, from my point of view at least. That was one good aspect that I noticed. So a small lineup of 3-year-old colts, but a quality lineup nonetheless. For our judge Ernest Gant of the Northwich Stud. So the first horse up in front to do individual show, I believe, is the Gregory family's Bookham Lodge Mr. Morning Star.
Thanks, Rachel. Let's hop over to the sheep shearing shed. We saw
O'n blaenau ni ar un, mae Matthew Chambers o Loegr ar 2, Josh Morgan o Gymru, Luke Price o Gymru ar 3, ar 4, Thomas Hugh Jones o Gymru, Dio Ians wedyn ar 5 ac yn y pen draw, Ollie Morgan.
First semi-final of the young men that have come through from the qualifying heats, and obviously they've progressed to this level, so maybe just in their own minds they'd like to up their pace a little bit, and thought we've got through the first round, got a bit of confidence, and up on the stage there in front of quite a large crowd, so it'll be a little bit on the nerve-wracking side for him.
Had you not mentioned it, I was going to sort of mention there that the look of maybe the change of pace, but yeah, certainly maybe that bit of confidence in them that they've qualified for this round. Maybe the need to feel they've got to go a little sharper.
Well, yes, they will
second
definitely
time
have to go, because not necessarily, and not being disrespectful to the guys that have got left behind, but they are supposedly now up against the best of the young juniors on there, so we will have to try and up my game a little bit to compete, and if you can go that little bit faster and maintain the same standard, well, it should be good, shouldn't it?
And these young men, as you've mentioned earlier today, most of these will have competed in other shows elsewhere.
A lot of these young men will go around these country shows, village shows and that, yes, and enjoy it, because it's also the socialising side of competing as well on these shows and around these villages and towns. And there was a big one last week, I believe, in Cothy and down in Pimsant there, so I'm not too sure of the result, but it was very well attended, I was told. So yeah, a lot of these young men will travel, and obviously then there's young men coming from North Wales and from other parts of the country as well, so not just around in this locality. Like,
they've become ever more popular, the shearing events, haven't they?
It was very popular many years ago, but I do believe that there are a lot more villages of shows put on these shearing events. So yes, you are correct in saying it has come a lot more popular, yes, and it's a nice reward for these young men to who are shearing every day, or well, most days anyway, and go around and compete and show how good they are. And
certainly that, and it's obviously it's a seasonal task, isn't it? And just the opportunity to showcase what you've learned and what you've done along the way is a big plus for them, isn't it?
Well, a lot of the actual shearing and contract shearing is that a lot of young farmers' sons are at home working with their parents all day, and this was a chance to go out and in a season and earn a few pounds for themselves by travelling with maybe a local contractor or going to the neighbours and helping them shear. So a lot of people, earned a few pounds out of this, and this is what a lot of farmers do now. And if they are taught correctly and become good at it, well, then they progress and do very well. So, and you know, as I alluded before, and the prizes that and the wool handling, then there was a young lady the winner of that was going to go to New Zealand and represent Wales. So there's a fair reward to be had at the end of it. Anyway, we switch from there back to the cattle ring, and we see the steer championship and in the commercial beef. I think Di Thomas has got a red card. He hasn't even been showing. I don't know what he's been doing. Di here was a past winner of the Winter Fair, which is they all want to win the Winter Fair in the climax of the commercial cattle business.
And yes, we're obviously seeing the cream of the crop of each of the classes in front of us here today. These have obviously come to the fore.
Yes, in the previous classes. And we see in shot there James May with Party Girl, which is probably and is the champion heifer, and we see the champion steer here in front of us then. So this is the final of the commercial beef here in the showground as today, and
credit to the judge, a very matching pair in terms of shape and what he's been looking for.
And James May's got 456 kilos, so they're not the biggest cattle that have been on show here today,
but obviously, as we spoke earlier, Gerald, this isn't necessarily about being the biggest, being the best. It's about the one that is structured correctly, that he thinks is going to go on and be the best.
There we go, and he's taking the champion of the commercial beef is 3379, Mr. James May with Party Girl. So party later on, probably.
Yes, Party Girl. There'll be a party for Party Girl later.
Exactly. So yeah.
And in this instance, he's obviously selected this heifer now as champion. We'll see whether he takes the steer as reserve, but he has the opportunity to ask for the reserve heifer to come in.
And
obviously, this one.
Yeah, here she comes. The reserve heifer is coming in, yeah.
And this one, obviously, 33.99.
Will Lodge owns it, and her name is Sabella.
And she is the reserve champion, commercial beef today.
547 kilos, so it's quite a bit of significant difference in size. So, but he's got a matching pair of red heifers, fraction bigger than one than the other, but two nice quality animals.
Certainly that, and congratulations to James May on winning with his heifer Party Girl.
Middle of the road, actually, dare I say it, and where either of these will go. Probably the champion will be featured in the winter fair time, but that heifer there at 547 kilos now, quite a large unit by the time November
heifer,
comes in.
Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Showground, and it's straight to the sheep ring, and we'll join Gerald and Emma.
Thank you very much. Yes, we've got a slight change in breed here. We've got a fabulous selection here of all the breeds. Royal Welsh Show being the biggest sheep show in Europe, with some 3,000 entries here once again. And here we go. We will be covering this blue-faced Leicester class of ewes 2 years old and over.
Some strength here, Ems, in sight. Very big, powerful ewes, aren't they?
And this class typically is then shown out of wool, so they would have been shown, I'm guessing that's because the breed has been known for their wool back a long, long time ago now, Gerald, when wool was actually worth something.
No, actually, the staple, the wool of Blue-Faced Leicester is very, very fine and a
very,
very
fine
high quality
and
wool.
very coveted by spinners and weavers still these days, but I'm talking hundreds of years ago.
Yes, indeed.
These sheep were bred when the wool would pay was your main living from a sheep, really?
One of the main parts of the income of the sheep industry.
Absolutely,
yes, indeed,
absolutely.
Yes.
But
Blue-faced Leicester sheep here, they are what the terminal sire to produce the mule. And we got the Welsh mule, the English mule, and all sorts of black-faced mule, Scotch mule, English mule. So they are the mothers of the rams that produce them.
Yes.
I refer to them, and I don't want to sound disrespectful, but they're obviously the confirmation or whatever. They are the same, basically the Holsteins of the sheep trade.
Yes,
but that's what they're designed to do is produce mule ewes, which are very prolific.
Yes, when crossed with sort of your upland ewes, like the breeds you just mentioned, they are going to be bringing size to the breeding ewe, and also milkiness as well. Then, rather than meat from the Charolais we saw earlier. Just past, we can just see a couple here now. It's very interesting how the breed has changed over the years. We can see a traditional blue-faced Leicester, that sounds a bit silly, blue-faced one here, but further up the line we've got one with a bit more colour in the head and the brown, which some would refer to as a crossing type, specifically for, and we can see one just in shot here, which almost looks like a mule herself, then, doesn't she?
Quite good. Yeah, majority of these crossing rams are used further north on the Swaledales and the Blackies. Too many using them on the Welsh ewes and the speckled ewes down here. They do prefer to use the traditional blue, especially on the white-faced ewes, because they do produce then a white-faced ewe then, yeah.
Mule, yes. But it's interesting, I mean, with some of them, it almost gets to a point where you would split them in two categories, like you've seen with like the Rylands. You've now got the coloured and the white.
I believe that did actually take place a couple of shows ago, perhaps, but they've had a rethink now because perhaps the numbers aren't here. And I think the sheep are very, very similar, only that the colour. So
it's only the colour,
maybe the only difference would be in that now is whether the judge preferred a bit of colour or not, isn't it?
Yes.
So, and now talking of judge, our judge is Mr. Mervyn Roberts from Gaerwen on Anglesey. So he has his work cut out. This is a large class for a blue-faced STU.
One advantage with the blue-faced Leicesters, you don't have to bend down very far to show them in the ring.
Actually, they're a very, very docile breed, and as you can see here, these handlers have all handled their sheep excessive, but they are very quiet sheep. And unfortunately, the handlers don't have to bend down, but our judge is doing his bit in bending down.
16 entries in this class, which is a really good entry for the older ewe class. And we can see a little bit of the bloom or thick tan used on some of these sheep. Just helps to show the brightness in the head on them.
Well, they're very sharp, attractive sheep. They're designed for a good top line, aren't they?
They've got
and hold their head high.
That is, yes. Yes. Maybe this one was just showing you, Gerald, that she isn't so docile.
Actually, there's a little story actually behind the blue-faced Leicesters, because when they first arrived on the scene as crossing in the Wales, and there was a bit of a tale. If you bought a blue-faced Leicester, you bought a shovel as well. But I think they've improved it from then, and I think that the up standard of looking after these sheep has improved as well. But they are quality sheep, to be fair. Big, powerful ewes, designed to be prolific, designed as a cropping sheep, and obviously responsible now for a large part of the...
Well, when later on in the year, when you go to your breeding sales, you will see your mule ewes, and you wouldn't have them without this breed. And I think they've overtaken the Border Leicester, which was used for the half-breds. I think the majority of a big portion of the
commercial breeding flock
mules.
Have mules on board. Yes. But then again, you look at it from a commercial point of view, then in terms of the farmers, these are very hungry animals and take a fair bit of upkeep too.
A Beth sydd yn edrych ar gystadlaethau y prif gylch drwy gydol y dydd ac yn yr ochr ddeheuol yn y gwylod.
Well, the showground certainly looks impressive from up there. And the view in the main ring is just as impressive. Let's rejoin Rachel Thomas.
canolbwyntio nawr. Yn y de yma, mi oedd na 24 wedi rhoi...
Thanks, Gareth, and we're back now in the section C ring. And we're looking at the 3-year-old colts in the C's. 13 entries.
Bore Mwythig.
And hopefully we'll pan out.
Bod ni wedi gwaith dwt iawn yn ystod y bore.
So, up in front of us at the minute,
Wyt ti'n credu beth o edrych?
I believe is...
Ar hyn o bryd beth ni'n gweld, bod na deip arbennig.
Can't quite catch the number.
Fi'n credu bod Sharon wedi mynd am rhywbeth sy'n eitha... Mae'n edrych fel poni.
Right.
Rhywbeth bach digon pert o be fi di weld. Lle fi'n iste. A gwy gwir, yna beth o'n i ddisgwyl fydde i moyn.
So, sorry, there were 24 entries in this.
Bod pen bach poni gyda fe, pen bach pert.
3-year-old colts in the C's. We've got 659 in front of us now.
Ddim yn rhy gryf, fi'n credu, ddim fel cob, ond fel poni.
Right.
And it is C.I. Taylor's Citadel Toy Soldier by Pantavid Flash Jack. And out of Kilmary, Look at Me.
A'i gwreiddiau, y Mae Colwyn di bod yn marchogaeth ers yn grot yn ifanc. Ac oedd yn ddifyr iawn beth i iaith ei hunan. Fe nath hi hunan weid bod i wedi datblygu diddordeb yn y Welsh.
And interestingly enough, the colt we just saw up in front of us has been unbeaten in 21 and 22. And the sire was the 6 times Welsh Pony and Cobb sire ratings winner. And a 4-time Royal Welsh sire rating winner. So there's one for the form followers among you.
Ni'n mynd gweld hi'n neud cymaint o mewn llaw, sa'n credu, a be ni'n neud yn gweld hi'n...
This is possibly... Yeah.
Ni'n gweld hi'n amal o...
666. Not sure who would like to have that number. Shane Rogers. And this is Glencoch Master by Havradonis Disorano and out of Glynwyn Matilda.
Bod hi'n wyneb llai cyfarwdd.
Odi, mae'n...
Nice
Fi'n credu...
free-moving colt there. I'm partial to a chestnut myself. Dark chestnut or black.
Fan hyn fi'n credu bod ni'n gweld Glencoch Master, Beth. O'r march Hafodrynus Disorano. A'r gaseg Glynwyn Matilda.
Yeah, Glencoch Masters already a silver medal winner this year at the Northern All Welsh. So obviously these 3-year-old colts have been out a few times. Possibly the English ponies would have been lucky enough to have some shows last year. But certainly in Wales we didn't have anything. So hopefully we'll come back for a result a little bit later on.
Thanks very much, Rachel. Well, we saw the first semi-final of the Junior Championship in the sheep shearing shed. Let's join Gerald and Ewan now for the second semi-final.
Yes, indeed. Unfortunately, we didn't see the result of the first one, but these young men will have been out the back watching and seen the standard what they have to adhere to. So, and perhaps in their own minds whether they have to up their pace a little bit, because if you've seen somebody done very well and shown quite quickly, well, perhaps the only way to beat him is up your game.
Certainly that. It's a strange little thing. I suppose it depends on each shearer, doesn't it? Some of them may be looking at it differently and feel under pressure from it, possibly, isn't it?
Well, that's right. You can create your own pressure in all sorts of competitions, but this, I think, shearing then is... If you change your natural style, then you put pressure on yourself.
Certainly that. And I think it as you've mentioned already, that the main thing is technique, really, isn't it?
Technique, skill, and keep that bottom tooth on the skin and don't second cut, because they will penalise you. And then if you keep the bottom tooth on the skin all the time, well, obviously your finished product should be okay, isn't it? But please keep out of the meat. Please keep out of the meat, isn't it? Yeah.
And just looking around the environment, there's obviously each of them has a partner in the pen getting the next ewe ready for them.
Yes, indeed. Well, it just saves a little bit of time. It's not compulsory to do it, but I mean, if that lamb is just inside the door and on its back end there, ready with his legs just to be crawled and pulled forward to himself, as we will see. Here we go, look, just laying forward, rather than going all the way to the back of the pen to fetch the next lamb. So it saves that vital probably 5 or 6 seconds, and that's what his comradeship is for, and it is allowed to happen. So,
and it's generally somebody else shearing this in that pen as well, somebody who knows exactly how to present the ewe for you. And
but as I stated before, then it's all about left hand work and knees and shoulders. This young man looks a little bit to me as if he's lacking a little bit of confidence in his left hand, and you have to have confidence in your hand, in your right hand with the handpiece in, because it does happen and can happen that you can cut yourself if you're not careful, and so you have to have utmost confidence in your ability to steer that. But it's all about making the lamb comfortable, because, like as I alluded to before, if you're comfortable when having your haircut, well, you ain't going to move about, do you?
That's
exactly what it's
right.
about.
And I would say for the outsider looking in, it obviously looks as if all the work is in that right hand with the handpiece in it. But as you've alluded to, it's as much as anything to do with what you're doing with your left hand, keeping the skin taut and tight and moving the ewe correctly.
I've actually heard of instructors teaching young men or young ladies to shear, like, but have a little stick in their hand, and every time your left hand was not doing something, they give you a tap on the left hand. So
well,
actually,
that's quite a cheeky little training aid, isn't it?
I mean, you soon concentrate with your left hand, then will make you show that you were doing something. Anyway, from the shearing back to the walking around animals with the wool on them, and these, as Emma alluded to, have been shorn recently. So Mr. Mervyn is shifting them around slightly.
It's interesting to see that some of them have actually been clipped on the necks as well, just to make them stand out a little bit more, I think.
There we go, and he has made his decision. And
so my Phil May or Trallwng the ennill, Tudor Harris.
First prize you.
Well,
we can't quite see the number there, but the winner is there, Phil May, and she will come back later on for the female championship.
Actually, none of these handlers have any form of halters or
no,
nothing.
No, they don't, and they're a big old sheep to be showing in hand.
Big old ears, though, haven't they, to catch all their property?
They do.
Thank you, Gerald and Emma. Well, just a quick reminder that at 2 o'clock, if you're interested in the Tour de France, then you can watch it live on S4C Click and on S4C's Sports Facebook page. That's at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Shortly, we'll be leaving for the news, but here's a quick weather update. If you intend coming here tomorrow, by the way, the temperature here should be around 21 degrees centigrade. And later today or this afternoon, they're expecting some thunder showers in the Pembrokeshire area here in Wales. There was an orange warning for Wales, which is still in existence, but still only in the east of Wales. Tonight, it'll be quite cloudy, a few showers here or there. The temperature in the Llanelwydd area around 16 degrees centigrade. It's going to be a bit fresh tomorrow morning, a few scattered showers which will disappear by the afternoon. And the afternoon will be dry, sunny, and the temperature, as we mentioned, in the Llanelwydd area will be around the 21 degrees centigrade, which will be far more comfortable for you if you intend visiting the Royal Welsh Showground. And looking further ahead to Thursday, temperatures quite similar, 20 degrees centigrade. So a couple of cooler days ahead on Wednesday and Thursday. And I'd imagine if you are walking around the showground that a fan such as Megan and Nia have in their hands is an essential piece of kit. And they're just discussing the fact that, yes, the topic of conversation has been the weather. And of course we saw record temperatures here in Wales, but as has been mentioned earlier on, it's going to be cooler tomorrow. It's going to be a very busy day here tomorrow, of course, as it is already, but we'll be back with you after the news.
Pnawn da, mae'r tymheredd uchaf erioed wedi gofnodi yn y Deyrnas Unedig gan gyrraedd 40.2 gradd yn Heathrow yn Llundain. Ddoe cafwyd y tymheredd uchaf ar gofnod yng Nghymru ac mae ffigurau cynnar yn awgrymu mai neithiwr oedd y noson boethaf yng Nghymru ers 1948. Mae'r rhybudd coch yn parhau mewn grym yn Lloegr sy'n ymestyn o Lundain i Fanceinion. Gan aros ar y tywydd poeth, mae ymchwil newydd gan y BBC yn awgrymu bod pobl sy'n byw mewn ardaloedd difreintiedig yn fwy tebygol o gael eu heffeithio gan y gwres eithafol, oherwydd pethau fel amoder tai ac ansawdd yr aer yno. Yn ôl ymgyrchwyr, mae hyn yn dangos na fydd effeithiau newid hinsawdd felly'n cael eu profi'n deg o fewn cymdeithas. Mae heddlu'r de yn dweud bod dynes 32 oed a'i 4 plentyn ifanc oedd wedi mynd ar goll o'i cartref ym Merthyr Tydfil wedi darganfod yn ddiogel. Doedd neb wedi gweld Gemma Jones a'i phlant Christopher, Julian, Madison a Stephen, sydd rhwng 2 ac 11 oed ers ddoe. Mi fydde hi wedi bod yn bosib osgoi marwolaeth dynes 49 oed a oedd yn glaf ym Mwrdd Iechyd Prifysgol Cwm Taf, petai wedi cael diagnosis cywir. Yn ôl Ombudsman Gwasanaethau Cyhoeddus Cymru, fe gollwyd 2 gyfle i wneud diagnosis o lid appendix yn y claf. Fydde wedi osgoi marwolaeth y ddynes o sepsis fis Awst 2020. Mae'r Bwrdd Iechyd wedi derbyn y canfyddiadau a'n rhoi newidiadau ar waith. Mae nifer y bobl di-waith yng Nghymru wedi cynyddu yn ystod y 3 mis hyd at diwedd Mai. Yn ôl cyfrifiad diweddara y swyddfa ystadegau, roedd 58,000 o bobl yn di-waith yn ystod y cyfnod hwnnw. Ac mi fydd rhestr y 4 ymgeisydd sydd ar ôl yn y ras am arweinyddiaeth y ceidwadwyr yn cael ei chwtogi i 3 yn nes ymlaen heddiw, gyda aelodau seneddol yn pleidleisio yn y rownd nesaf i ddewis olynydd i Boris Johnson. Mae'r cyn-ganghellor Rishi Sunak bron yn sicr o'i le, gyda'r ymgeiswyr eraill i gyd yn cystadlu am le yn yr ail safle. At y Tôr de France i orffen, ac mae Geraint Thomas wrthi'n cystadlu yn unfed cymal ar 15 y ras y mynyddoedd y Pyrenees. Mae'r Cymro yn y 3ydd safle yn gyffredinol, 2 funud a 43 eiliad o'r brig. A dyna'r cyfan gyda i am heddiw. Cofiwch am ein prif raglen am 1/2 awr wedi 7, ond tan hynny felly, pnawn da i chi.
Welcome back to Llanelwedd and Her Royal Highness the Princess Royal has been visiting the Royal Welsh here at Llanelwedd for the first time since 2014. Yes, welcome back, and we have a busy and dramatic afternoon ahead of us as we're looking forward to the Team of 5 Championship in the Cattle Ring later this afternoon, and the winning team will receive the Dai Jones Llanelwedd Memorial Trophy. Yeah, we're looking forward to that very much, and as you can see in the background, there's quite a few people here at the showground. So let's catch up with today's events. We'll return to the main ring and we'll join Rachel Thomas.
Thanks, Gareth. Well, we've gone back to the Cobs and we're on the 3-year-old colts in the D's. So we've got the winner there, and it's going to the Gregory families. Bookham Lodge, Mr. Morningstar. And this colt is by Bookham Lodge, a boy named Sue. And the dam Keja Wild Dawn. And we'll try and catch the second. There was FG Andrews, my Sprithta Mickey's lad. And the third going to the Bat family with Abergavenny, the judge. So there's the Section D winner for you. And then we've gone to the Section A's. Which is going to be the Foal Championship. And this is the filly foal has taken this. 388. Joan Eggleton's the Tolly foal. And Cumhir Wildfire and the dam Hope Nugget. So Joan Eggleton's foal taking the foal championship there. The filly foal.
Ar perchennog? Ar perchennog, Joan Eggleton, cael ei dangos gyda Hayley Williams.
And they're just obviously going to take the foal straight out. Don't want to really put them under any more exertion than is necessary in the heat. So rather than having a lap of honour, they're just walking the foals out with the mare.
Wedi cael gafel ar y bencampwriaeth i'r merlod mynydd Cymreig. Llond gyfarched mawr iawn.
So we will come back for hopefully the Section A Stallion class shortly.
Joan Eggleton.
And we think we're going to cut to the C's. Yep, we've gone back to class 57. 3-year-old coats. Prizes have been given out. And it looks like our winner there is number 649. And that is Carl Costello's Mayhem the Ringmaster. Bred by Stacey Hastings. And this one by the well-known stallion Mawrth the Master. And out of Riverbank Danielle. And handled today by Carl Costello.
A Lady Smart.
And second place in shot there, number 666. This is Shane Rogers, Glencoe Master. Bred by the Pierces, by Havradenis de Serrano, and out of Glynwyn Matilda. And they're handled by Shane Rogers. I'm afraid we're not going to get a look at the C. Third place.
Yn arwen, ond mae'n llyged ni ar hyn o bryd ar yr enillydd fan hyn, sef Mayhem the Ringmaster.
Now this Mayhem the Ringmaster, winner of the C Colt. Interestingly enough, unbeaten in his career in 2021 and 2022. So we will see him later on in the championship.
eiddo I cael stelo, a fe hefyd yn arwen yr ebol tair blwydd o'd o flan y brif eisterle fan hyn, ac wrth I bodd yn cael yr eiliad yma. Sicr fydd na ddathlu yn...
Thanks very much, Rachel, and we will be back in the main ring later on. In the meantime, let's head to the sheep shearing shed and the third semi-final of the Junior Championship. Here's Gerald and Iwan.
Ready, judges ready.
Yes, so the third semi-final year of the shearing, Gerald.
Yes, these young men have, as I said, are a little bit perhaps luckier that they can be out the back and witness what has been done and see the time scores on the young men, and maybe they'll have to go a little bit faster to think that they might just stand a chance of qualifying. But unfortunately, if you play that game, you play a dangerous game, and maybe you'll have more second cuts and maybe even get in the meat a little bit, which would be a disaster. But this young man is shearing very well here.
And when we look at the technique that we use, just talk us through how they approach it. They obviously open when they first start shearing a little bit through the belly.
Well, no, take the belly off, and actually you'll watch all shearers, they will place all right-handed shearers then will place the right-hand front leg just behind their own front leg, and then the head of the sheep is in front of their legs and the whole body. You would take a blow down the left-hand side of the brisket and down the belly, and clean the belly off actually from left to right. You will turn the sheep around towards the stand as you have to keep moving towards the stand to obviously accommodate from for the solid dropper. Then you will shear the back leg, the right-hand back leg, left-hand back leg, sorry, and then you will go up and shear from the brisket up through the throat area and up over and down over the right shoulder, shearing down, drop the lamb down then into the right-hand blow and the long blows, and then turn the sheep round on the last side, which is called the last side, down the right-hand side to complete at final in the right. And here comes this young man coming down the right-hand side, as we see. He will creep underneath the front leg. He will turn the handpiece straight down into the flank, and then this particular blow here should go right out along the last leg, and then complete by where you finished, or where you started on the left-hand side back leg. And as you can see, there we go.
Well, it's talking it through seems like a heck of a long process compared to
it's easy.
the actual act of these boys peeling the wool off.
What is happening here, and a lot of the young men, then what they're doing actually is what they call half combing. They are not filling the handpiece and filling the comb. As you were shearing in a farm, you would be destined to fill that comb every time you take a blow. Well, obviously then it reduces the time factor when you're shearing. But here we go, down the last side again on this young man.
And the idea of the half combing for these guys is to get it off cleaner today?
That's quite right, yes, and keeping that bottom tooth, concentrating on keeping that back. And as I said, here we go, look down into the left-hand side of the belly, and then round, and here we see this young man coming down the last side. This one coming around the shoulder on the last side, and he'll turn his handpiece underneath the front leg, and then he should go from there straight to the flank. Then one more blow, and then should go out the long blow, and that's what will come in experience. Limiting the amount of time, limiting the amount of blows and filling the comb will obviously go faster.
Certainly.
So they will grow in confidence, and they will learn to fill the comb up, and therefore less blows, less time, finish quicker.
And that's potentially what we'll see as we go through the standard of shearers, is the comb being fuller, a little bit more fleece being peeled off at every blow.
You've got it, and we'll see then obviously the hand speed and confidence in his left hand to pull the skin tighter here, there and everywhere. You've seen that young man put his hand down then and pull the skin right off, pull the wool, right off the back leg, therefore reducing the wool that just would be round on the crest of the leg. And you see that young man there finishing first on stand number 2. That's Harry Owen from Wales. And you see we have a little bit of a mixed bag here with a couple of English guys and a couple of Welsh guys.
And on our main ring webcast. Depending on your device, either press the red button or use the audio selection option. Any problems, please contact the S4C viewers hotline. The details are on the screen.
Nawr te gyfeillio, mae bethau cyffroi fan hyn ynghylch y defed. Graffan campwriaeth y gwrwaidd yn myni'n sylw ni ynghylch y Charlie Emyr Hughes. Nawr te, ydy'r prif bencampwriaeth...
Back in the Charlery ring, and
Yes, we're now joining the male championship. Yes, so we've got the Ram Lamb champion, the yearling ram winner, and also the senior ram winner.
Slightly different style, though. There we go. He's awarded it to the... I'm going to stick my neck out and say it's the yearling ram. No, I don't believe I'm right.
Maybe not from judging from the head there. There could be all the tremendous power in that middle ram. Yeah. Yes. We haven't had long to look at them properly, have we, Gerald?
No, indeed. No. Trimmed it quite hard.
Yes.
Edrych ar y cwrteri ôl yn dyfe? Mae'r cwrteri ôl stafell, mae'n llawn cig yn
Good shape on that lamb.
Very, very, very good. And it's hard to appreciate from the screen as well, like the depth of meat on them as well, isn't it? You know, it's not just out to the sides.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. That's great.
Worth the 11 hour journey down?
Yeah, no, that's tremendous.
That's the Ingram family.
What's so special about him?
Well, he's our senior stock ram and he's bred very well for us, and he looks good as well, so ideal.
A breeder and a good looker.
Yeah.
You also had good stock out of him in Worcester and had quite good prices lately.
Yeah, no, his son's sold very well last week, so we're really chuffed for that as well.
How do you do all this work? Selling all these tups? How many tups have you got this year to sell?
A few.
Roughly?
There's about 900, I think. So.
A few?
Yeah.
You'll be busy anyway.
Yeah.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Showground. We're here live with you on S4C until 5 o'clock this afternoon, and we're heading for the main ring to join Rachel Thomas.
Thanks, Gareth. So back in the Section A ring, and we're looking at the Junior Stallions now. So Junior Stallions classed as 4 to 7, 19 entries in this.
Watcho hi'n penderfynu beth oedd hi'n mynd i
wneud? Hopefully we'll have a good look at them doing their individual shows. 408 in front of us there. Tame Valley Sama by Henyath Quinnell out of Tame Valley Serenarian, owned by P. Hampson.
Mae wedi bod yn excited. Oedd hi'n gobeithio'n arw na fydde'r pandemic yn atal i ddod nôl ma to lenni. Felly fi'n credu wedi just...
Possibly, I couldn't quite catch how many we had in there then, but possibly 10 of the 19 forward.
A dyna fe, disappointing iddi hi, ynddo fe, ond ie, fel wyt ti'n gweud, mae'n siŵr o fod yn falch iawn o fod yn y gylch. Mae diwrnod i.
406 E. Whitemore's String Forge the Gambler by Pasadena Cheyenne and out of Resfire Lady Godiva. These Section A stallions are full of character. I think as children's ponies, I think you can't go far wrong than a Section A. They are, in my eyes anyway, the perfect child's pony. But maybe I'm biased.
Thomas Jones, Brydfa Mennau.
Friarly Silver Storm, stafe?
Silver Storm. Fel mae hwnna di fagu, ie?
Mae di fagu gan Idyllic Presidium.
Predominantly grey ponies in this lineup, and all very similar stamps. Loads of bone, quality, loads of character. Small ears, prominent eyes. So 415 Emmy Jones, Friarly Silver Storm by Idyllic Presidium and out of Friarly Silver Secret. And that's another one there with the Jones family. Interesting to see obviously the different types here. Some of the ponies an extravagant free moving action, others slightly more rounded knee action. I know these are show animals, but normally your rounded action racehorses would go in the soft, and your lower sort of what we'd call daisy cutters would prefer good firm ground. But that's trying to relate your racehorses to your ace. We have Shetland Pony Grand National. I don't see why we couldn't have Section A Grand National. I think that would be lovely in the Royal Welsh. Make a nice spectacle. So Colin Tibbier, well-known producer of Welsh ponies. 412, and this is B. Bates's Penech Prosecco by Penech What's Wanted, and we'll get back to the Section A's in a little while.
The Fitzhugh Championship for the champion pair beef section.
Ar glas Brydeinig wedi mynd â hi.
Wanwyl fel. Charlie. Yn mynd â hi.
Well, this championship has been an open one in recent years, with 5 different breeds winning in the last 5 shows. But one thing's guaranteed, the Limousin's will be amongst the front runners. So we head to the cattle ring, the first of the main championships to be awarded this afternoon. So let's join Gerald and Ewan.
Yes, this is where the breed societies come together and select their pair of animals to go forward to represent the breed.
Yes, and they've got to include the champion of the breed and then one of the opposite sex. So each pair will have one male, one female within the pair that represents the breed in this Fitzhugh Championship.
Yes, indeed, and we'll see. Obviously, they will try and, I would think, select an animal that is probably as close to matching as possible. So if the champion is a smaller animal, well, maybe they should select one of the younger animals. So it would look bad if they had a little small heifer and then a monstrous bull by the side. So yeah, that's what they tried to do, is select two animals that are compatible to one another.
Yes, and very uniform in type, hopefully, and close to the standard for the breed, which is hopefully in the intention of the judge during the judging yesterday. And that's quite a challenge on some occasions, isn't it?
Yes, well, it depends on the entries and numbers of entries of the livestock that's there. And obviously it makes it easier if the classes are very, very strong and a lot of animals forward, isn't it? But unfortunately the classes are not that strong, but still the quality is quite good, isn't it?
I have to say, out of all the competitions at the Royal Welsh, the interbreed competitions of any of the animals is always, I find, the most interesting, because it's such a great spectacle seeing all the breeds out in the ring together.
Yes, indeed, I agree with you. And what I find is interesting as well is like we have a different judge completely now, and this judge is having a look at these animals for the first time.
Yes.
And I wonder what goes through their mind themselves, and they're thinking, well, good grief, I don't see how that one got there, like, isn't it? But then they have to judge them as a pair of animals, and obviously.
And how well they represent their individual breeds
quite right,
as well,
that's
isn't
quite
it?
right,
yeah.
And obviously,
certainly right.
In the judge's mind, he has expectations or whatever of breeds that perhaps he doesn't know a great deal about, but like he might be impressed by
That's the thing, isn't it? It's like sometimes you think, well, I might have seen a better Charolais or Limousin than that somewhere else, but that's probably the best Lincoln Red I've ever seen.
That's quite right.
Yes.
Yeah, quite right.
And I think there's also the element of seeing how well the pair matches. Sometimes they can see a beautiful specimen from one breed, but if the pair doesn't quite match well enough, it is just about having that evenness through them.
Like you said, they've got to match one to the breed champion, so maybe for some breeds they haven't got the same numbers to select from, so it's a harder job to do. See the
well, obviously, as Ewan said, then there has to be the breed champion. Well, there's been, as we've seen yesterday in the individuals, then some larger animals and some smaller animals and that, so just to get that pair of animals,
yes,
but maybe not match, but suit one another perhaps,
yeah,
and complement one another. Yes. That's the word.
So the competition being led by the Welsh Blacks. They will come out in catalogue order, so there's no preference to begin with. They're just following the order that they're down in the catalogue as, and quite rightly we start with the Welsh Blacks.
Well, certainly they obviously are the sort of signature breed of Wales. They are our sort of own native breed, aren't they? So I think it's only right that they lead the parade, if you like, isn't it?
That's quite right.
And although this is a pairs competition, the female they've selected then for the Welsh Blacks obviously had won her class as cow and calf in foot, so she is allowed to bring her calf in with her to the ring. So the calf won't be judged, it'll be just the male and female for that breed.
And as you mentioned earlier, Gerald, we just had a quick look at the Herefords there. Obviously it was an immature heifer that we've got part of this pair, so a bit, as you alluded to, just the matching of the right pairing
they've
together.
Gone for the junior bull, haven't they? They haven't gone for the senior bull in their selection, so they've actually kept the size down to try and keep a pair to the eye, then matching then.
Very pretty pair, distinctive breed with the red and with the white markings as well. It's always an easy breed to be able to pick out.
Yes, certainly, and it is a joy to see the native breeds showing up strong pairs.
Yes.
in the Royal Welsh here, isn't it?
Anessa?
Charolais, Melissa.
Charolais.
Focus in here on the Charolais pairing then.
No, it's followed by the, sorry. Nope. Again.
Dwi'n hir iawn yn edrych arnyn nhw, dwi'n cymryd gormod o amser fod y teg. Mae'n cael rhyw gebolog bach sydyn a wedyn off on hw.
And again, they've gone sort of for a matching sized pair there from Charlotte Bowden and the Corbett family.
And the judge casting an eye over them on parade then before she move on to the next pair, and you'll notice as we're judging that each pair is given the opportunity to come up to see the judge, and there's plenty of space in front of them so the judge can see them parade away from her. And it is important that all these animals can handle themselves well on their legs and feet.
And quite a few more breeds to go through yet, but we'll rejoin this competition later on.
Ymunwch yn hwyl y sioe ar Facebook.
Don't forget, we're all over social media, on the Facebook, on Twitter and Instagram, and it might be well worth a visit on the website s4c.cymru/sioe. And as Emma alluded to earlier on, we will be returning to the cattle ring soon. In the meantime, it's to the main ring, and it's back to Rachel Thomas.
Thank you. So we're back now with the junior stallions, class 26, 4 to 7 years, and been sorted out now, and we've got a winner, and our winner in front of us, just in shot there, 418, R. Lewis's Comoidi Bonilla by Blanche Montana out of Rosemarsh Hollybush. So this pony, a Winter Fair winner and reserve champion as a yearling, second at Aberystwyth and second at Lampeter. Lovely shot there. Great mover. Absolutely, these Section A's busting with quality and the look at me wow factor. So we'll be back to the horses later.
Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Showground, and it's straight back to the cattle ring for the Fitzhugh Championship.
Yes, I'm enjoying the pairs competition here. And Anne McPherson, Blackfoot Farm, Croy Inverness in Scotland, has the honours of judging this. And just a little bit of information on her. They actually breed sementals themselves under the Blackford and Beldew prefixes. They have numerous sales in Perth and Stirling bull sales, and have done very, very well in achieving the current record price for selling a semental bull for 45,000. So she knows what she's looking for in the sementals, and will she know what she's looking for here in all the breeds, or will she favour her own breed? I don't know, but we will wait and see.
Let's hope that she does. And
so there we go, just moving away from us there, and the South Devon pair, and just coming to shot then. We have the Longhorn pair then. And it looks like the Longhorns have gone for some junior cattle as well.
Yes, a pair from two different homes, one from Bernard Llewellyn in Lladailo and another from Bertie Facon.
Just in the right of the shot there is that lovely beef-horn short-horn heifer that come reserve champion yesterday in the singles championship to the Blonde Aquitaine.
And then joined by
quite a nice matching pair, aren't
it
they?
Is a beautiful. I was just about to mention, just joined by a beautiful match in the little junior bull there, isn't it?
Right.
And not something you see very often, two dark-coloured highlands.
Well, actually, yesterday we did see quite a few, and I actually seen yesterday a grey one in the in one of the classes, which I've never seen before. And
do they call it? Is that Dun? They call that
Dun,
colour?
that's quite right. Yeah,
and there was a red one as well, wasn't
that's
there?
That's right. Yeah. Well, I've always associated Highland cattle in being red. So.
Yes, myself the same. Hence my sort of query on the black colours. But I'm obviously out of date on Highlands.
I think 3 years is a long time, mate.
Well, it is. You're right there.
Yeah.
Skipping along the breeds there in the background, then we see the British Blues, which were also featured yesterday.
Very good yesterday. I thought personally she was unlucky not to just progress. The short-horn, a very strong representation, because there was a cow with a calf yesterday that came through, and she was second to the champion heifer. That was a very good. And I'm sure they will feature very well in the fives later on. There were some good, very, very good, consistent and good matching types of animals with a beef short-horn yesterday, wasn't there?
And I think that comes with the strength of the classes. You know, it's a breed that has gone strength to strength here over past shows, and obviously doing well for it. And you can see the strength of picking from a big group in that limousine pair. You know, they're both powerful and real matching sorts. The bull that obviously won yesterday in the limousines, he's a big lad, and it would take a bit of matching, wasn't it?
Oh, he's a lumper of an animal, just to be fair. And Dinmore Herd got the limousine heifer there by the side, then yes, she very good heifer, to be fair. There's only one person that it matters.
Yes, certainly that is her opinion for today, and she is the one with the pleasure and honour of being in the middle of the ring there.
Yeah.
Yes, she's said that she's looking for the commercial characteristics within the breeds themselves then, so something that will go on to produce a good commercial animal while being correct for the breed. And she said she's also looking for that extra little bit of character, something that will just raise them above the other pairs in the class. And although she has showed here before, it's her first time judging at the Royal Welsh Show.
Well, I'm sure she's obviously going to rise to the occasion and the honour, because obviously she knows what it's like to be in that ring exhibiting, and to have the honour then of judging above and beyond that is it's a rare one. Not everybody gets that opportunity to stand in the middle of the ring here at the Royal Welsh.
She's a breeder of semental cattle herself, so it'll be interesting to see how they'll feature today.
Yeah, and obviously previously as well, I believe, has owned a herd of Charolais as well, so maybe that could just draw towards those as well.
Yes.
No, she sold them. It says she sold them, so perhaps
she might have cashed
she might not pull towards the
She may well have cashed them in because they were worth a lot of money, Gerald.
Fair enough, yeah.
Always fabulous to see all the different breeds lined up together. Wonderful sight here.
Yeah, beautiful spectacle to see, and and as we've alluded to across all these classes today, the heat is it's hard to get these animals out to the best of their form, and credit has to go to these exhibitors. They've obviously had to exhibit these cows yesterday, get them back in rested, and back out today looking as well as they do.
Well, we'll have to come back and have a look later.
Well, as we all know, Aaron has been out and about on the showground. And at the moment,
ac amrywiaeth hefyd, mae yna gatia arbennig fan hyn. A da chi wedi bod yn stiwardio yma, maen nhw gyd yn bethau categoriau gwahanol, neu dio gyd yn I fyny i'r cystadleuwyr. Sut mae'n gweithio?
Mae cystadleuaethau gwahanol, fel o dan 200 pint, dros 200 pint, traditional, wedi weld o, so dosbarthiadau myfyrwyr ac apprenticesiaid a...
A dyna beth yw hwn, ie? Myfyrwyr ydy hwn, ie? Ie,
myfyrwyr Cymraeg yw hwn. Gwaith Hugh Davies o Gaerfyrddin. So mae fe wedi ennill cyntaf yn y myfyrwyr Cymraeg.
Well, he's with the Ornamental Ironwork competition, and he's just admiring the detail and the work that's gone into making that bed frame. And as you got, it's well worth a visit to this particular section of the showground, because there's quite some delicate and intricate work being displayed.
Yeah, mae cystadleuaeth gemwaith, mae hwnna'n eitha newydd i'r sioe.
And the open jewellery competition within this section is a relatively new one in the Royal Welsh. And it's just a different way of showing how you can use different types of metals that need different processing to achieve the jewellery required. And in the background, I suppose you can hear the horseshoes in the background.
Simon Hall, mae fe'n gweithio...
And this is the work by Simon Hall, who has won the first prize here at the Royal Welsh. He is the champion of the year in many of the agricultural shows.
Adam Greenwell, un o stiwardiau arall ni, a bydde byd nhw'n cystadlu...
And Simon apparently is also one of the stewards in this particular section. And apparently he'll be appearing in the farriery competition later on in the week. And as Aaron is saying, there's so much to see, and it's well worth a visit. Right, let's get back to the main ring and we'll rejoin Rachel.
Thanks, Gareth. So we're back in the top end, and we're looking at the 3-year-old filly o geldin class in the D's. 30 catalogued entries.
Mae fe'n dewis, mae'r ffon yn gael ei bwynto'n am rhywun. Yn ni'n deall taw.
Approximately 15 forward, so about half coming forward. So Ernest Gant just making his initial pull of the D's.
Elsie, sydd wedi dod i'r brig ar ôl bennu'r dewis.
Fi'n credu mae wedi cadw'r ail yr un peth hefyd. Wedyn ni dano i Golden Rose.
Ac effil, dyma hi fel gallet ti ddim...
I'll try and get some numbers for you, but it looks like easy to pick out. Obviously the Dun filly, 932, currently standing in second. The Attrell family, Do have a lot of duns, so therefore easy to pick out. And that is their own Danaway Golden Rose. By Trevelyan Jumping Jack Flash, and out of Danaway Black Rose.
O, di wi?
Attrell family been coming to Builth for many years with their cobs. Considerable success. 9-5-3 standing top.
Mae yn edrych yn bictiwr fyd yn dwi. Adi, mae hon yn un sydd wedi dala.
In the initial pull, and that is the Charman family's filly, Gela Elsie. That one bred by J. Lloyd and Sons by Gela Spark, and out of Gela Effa. And looks like the rosettes have been handed out. So just to confirm, the Charman family's Gela Elsie, the winner there of the 3-year-old filly class, and second the Attrell family with Danaway Golden Rose.
Odi, mae yn bictiwr yn dwi beth.
Ond dwi, mae'n bert ag eto mae digon o ddyfnder a digon...
Again, I would certainly say from what I've seen of the Ds that Ernest Gant, the judge here, certainly has gone for a particular stamp of cob, and the winners I've seen certainly being a very similar stamp. I suppose we all... does seem a bit odd to say he's gone for a particular stamp within any breed. As we all know, there are breed standards and you're looking for particular characteristics, but obviously those characteristics still vary within a breed, and certain types of type will do different jobs. So, but for me today, he's certainly sticking to a pattern, and we'll be back with the cobs a bit later on.
Well, welcome back to the Royal Welsh Show, and we're going straight back to the Cattle Rings, where we rejoin the Fitzhugh Pairs competition. And
the judges.
The judge, Anne McPherson, has been busy while we've been away, and we can just see a few breeds coming forward now.
Yeah, she's obviously pulled, I think it's 6 pairs forward from the first lineup. So these are obviously a preferred 6 of all the pairs that have been put forward in front of her.
And looks like we've got the Herefords, definitely the Herefords there, and the Limousin's here. A tremendously powerful bull by there.
It is, isn't it? And they have done a good job of matching a good, powerful heifer to it as well.
Yes,
the Blues obviously pulled forward there as well, the British Blues.
Yes. And then the Longhorn pair, and looks like I just caught a quick glimpse of the Beef Shorthorn pair as well. We see that there's no blondes being brought forward. It was the blonde cow who took the individual championship yesterday, so it might just have been too much of a task to match a male.
Yes, well, as we mentioned earlier, isn't it? It's about matching a pair with the champion, and it could well be that they've just not quite managed to do it.
Well, I'm a betting man. I've changed my mind since I lost to Will yesterday, so I'm going to stick my neck out, but I'll let you have first go. No, indeed, there's 6 lovely pairs come forward, and as they're all in very good pairs to be there in their own right in the start.
She has seemed to have got a mix of the more mature pairs and the younger pairs as well, so it'll be interesting to see. Does she go for size and maturity? Oh, and the Highland pair just at the end there, sorry to interject. Nice to see them forward. That's a big kudos to them.
She left her own breed behind and leaving the Sementals behind anyway, so she's not doing a bit for the Semental Society anyway.
Well, it's obvious. It's obviously that she hasn't come in here with preconceived ideas of where to place her money.
To be fair. This Limousine pair are a good, big, powerful pair of animals with similar characteristics, aren't they, to be fair?
They do draw my attention just because of that, then, to be honest.
There's a good Semental heifer then that she's left behind there. Perhaps the bull hasn't quite got there.
Not a matching pair. I think
That's
that
quite
was
right.
the issue there then. Yes, any group competition, it's a whole different game altogether.
Oh, yes, indeed, yes.
It certainly is. It's not about 2 great individuals, but it is about matching those individuals well, isn't it?
Just like the cookies we featured earlier, she wanted uniformity on the plate.
I wouldn't be so fussy about the uniformity of cookies as I would be as the uniformity of a beef pair, but...
She's taking her time going across this final lineup.
Yeah, weighing and measuring where she wants to.
Just having a word with her stewards there.
Which would maybe suggest she's maybe made a decision on what she's going to pull forward.
Yeah, will she tap her winners out from this lineup, or will she make another?
Quite interesting then, there's only 2 continental pairs have come forward in the Belgian Blues and the Limousines. All the rest are native breeds.
Well spotted, Gerald.
Very well spotted,
Do you think that's a little clue as to where she goes?
Oh dear.
Oh,
it's the Belgian Blues. So it is one of the continentals out of the 2, and it looks
and
like
the Limousin.
So
right, okay.
Oh, so your earlier overjoyment about the native breeds possibly having a good day has just been scuppered there with the 2 continentals.
No, we got the Fitzhugh 5s to come yet, so I have faith.
And you spoke earlier, Emma, about her suggesting that she was looking for things that would deliver commercially. That's maybe where she's followed a little bit.
I mean, certainly these British Blues then will provide plenty of meat and conformation in their breeding. Very powerful.
And as I said, it's obviously her opinion for the day. I'm sure there are hundreds around the ring that may have gone different ways. Some with their own ideas on which breed they prefer, or whether they prefer the native to the continentals. But it's a great day for the Belgian Blues, British Blues then, rather, winning the Fitzhugh pairs. A pair from Kevin Wattrutt then, so from the same breeder as well.
stockman for the owners?
Yeah. Came down from Scotland. Bono actually came down from the Yorkshire show direct from there.
So who owns the cattle?
Kevin Watcher, Solway View.
And the same owners won this championship back in 2019, last time the Royal Welsh was on. What a story.
I know. Mother and daughter, mother and son as well.
Wow.
It's good. It's good. Makes it all worth it.
They are tremendous cattle, and you've got a Welshman in here as well, involved in the success. Rhys Millichap, llongyfarchiadau i ti, boi. Wyt ti'n arwen. Wyt ti wedi cael dy dynnu fewn i'r sefyllfa yma, de?
Fi wastad yn.
Pam bo hon wedi ennill? Beth sy'n ei mor arbennig, boi?
So Rhys Millichap here leading this animal today.
Yes, and even though the pair has come down from Scotland to win it, they've had to get a Welshman involved to get him to the top.
He obviously brought them luck today.
And enjoy the celebrations this evening, Ali.
We'll still sheep the show at 5 o'clock, so plenty still to do.
To celebrate afterwards. Da iawn.
Tro'r merched yw nawr ynghylch y...
And we're back with the Charolais sheep then, and we're just joining the championship for the females. So we have actually got a ewe lamb yearling and an older ewe in this class, but it looks like the ewe lamb is
very well grown.
As
very well grown.
As the ewes. Gosh,
yes,
she will be some powerful ewe in time.
She'll have a long way to go to be as powerful as the senior ewe at the top end of the line, though.
And
that
there we
senior
go.
ewe is
So it'll be interesting to see now then. This is the
yearling ewe in the centre, and there's the
Yes.
older ewe, senior ewe at the top. That is some ewe that the older ewe at the top there, isn't she?
Yeah. But to be honest, there's not much between these, I would
Oh,
say.
certainly not. No, they're top quality, and they've come through strong classes to reach this particular stage, like.
The depth of body on that ewe is,
it is, to be fair.
Something else, isn't it?
To be fair.
And this ewe lamb, she is and we do have, of course, later on in the week, we will have a ewe lamb championship. So we're going to see her again out in that competition. She's
Yes, quite
relatively new for the show, so I'd say she'd be pretty hard to beat there, won't she?
It'd be hard to beat for size.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Gawn ni weld. Mae'r beir yn cadw ni ar flaen yn trad ac yn tapa!
Oh, it is the ewe lamb.
It is the ewe lamb.
Do you know, I don't blame him at all. She's something else, isn't she?
She is, to be fair.
Yes.
Exceptional quality ewe lamb.
Neis I weld Rian yn dod i'r bryd
A Rian, ie.
She is, yeah. And then the yearling ewe from Pembrokeshire then taking the sector.
Mawr I ti. Ti'n amlwg yn deall fwy na Adrian Dŵr.
Maynard was just saying there that earlier on in the competition, her husband had chose another ewe lamb then, Adrian, and he'd obviously picked the wrong one.
Adrian Davis from Llandeilo. There's numerous success, to be fair to him, here before, hasn't he?
Yes. And we will be seeing this one coming back later.
Wel, fi wedi gwneud y cutler blue texel, a dim ond 3 o'n sydd â fi, so fi'n teimlo...
I was just saying, he's made the grade with the blue texels, and he's pleased that he got something right today.
What a take, mae Rian wedi arwen i'n dda bore yma, a fi'n proud iawn o fi.
Hopefully we'll see that Charolais ewe again later on.
Mae'n deall fwy na ti. Llagwrchiadau.
Welcome back, and we're heading straight for the sheep shearing shed. We followed them through the heats and the semi-finals. This is the final of the Junior Championship. Here's Gerald and Ewan.
Yes, to be fair, and these 6 young men have come through from 48 qualifiers earlier on, and it's down to these young men. And we have, proud to say, we have 6 young men all representing our home country of Wales. So they've seen off quite a few foreign competitors, but still we have Henry Owen on stand 1, Dio Williams on stand 2, Rhys Lewis on stand 3, stand 4 is Rhys Morris, Morgan Smith is on 5, and Elgin Roberts is on 6. The crowd has built up a little bit. We can hear in the background egging these young men on. I hope they can hold it together and share with the quality and that they've got them through to the final in the start, and hopefully we'll get the deserved winner.
And yes, so towards the final year now, well, if ever any of the people at home have walked past this shearing shed when they're in the show, it is ever present full, isn't it? It's an atmosphere to die for.
I can tell you there is plenty of encouragement from the crowd and from the commentators, so yes, they do their bit to help these young men on.
Yes, it's one of the parts of the showground with an absolute buzz all the time, isn't it?
That's quite right.
And I'm sure these young men will 6 young men here, but all the shearers, whether they be male, female, anything, they'll probably be living off this buzz now. They've been on the stage a couple of times already today, and just it must
as I alluded
be quite
to
the
before,
buzz.
they've been up there a couple of times prior, and obviously the nerve factor and would have settled down slightly. So yes, there's and the noise of the crowd helping them on will surely do its bit to encourage them to go that little bit faster.
Yn sicr, mae Morgan Smith isio ennill, a mae'n mynd ati fel y gwynt i wneud hynny. Dyma fo, unwaith eto lawr yr ochr wynta yna, unwaith eto mae o, ar chydig bach o anes wythig gan yr oen yma rwan.
Yeah, and there must be nothing more frustrating when you're in the final and the lamb just decides to just pull on you like that.
Yeah, exactly. On stand number 6 there, we have Elgin Roberts who's taking his time and doing his...
Couldn't quite see his work past the wool roller there, but
the standard that has got him there to the final, he's going to remain in that. Perhaps he won't get drawn into this speed. And there we see a slight nick on the back of the lamb there with stand number 3 with Rhys Lewis. So might just come down to the final straw that might cost him, but who knows.
And the wide shot here with stands 2 and 3, Dio Williams and Rhys Lewis.
Rhys Lewis there's unfortunately just got in the foreign area.
And then Dio Williams is in straight in for another lamb here now.
And the young
coming to the closing few blows there on his lamb there.
Rhys Lewis yn fanna, mynd mewn am I 5 dafad rwan, tra bod Rhys Morris yn dal ati ac ar 6 Elgan Llystyn.
The quality looks exceptionally good
yes,
from here anyway, Ewan.
Exceeding the clean shear by the looks there,
these new lambs are looking exceptionally well and good lambs. And that counts a lot. If the lamb is shearing very, very well and a good flesh cover on that lamb, it does make it a little bit easier.
And then obviously these lads will have been shearing more and more all through the day. They'll have started with less in the qualifiers, more as they get to the end here.
They'll be tired by the time they finish.
Yeah, certainly. And all these lambs will have been picked so that there's an even standard of lambs across each of these.
Oh, yes. Probably most of these lambs are from the same flock, so they will remain consistent. But there we go. Stand number 2 is out first, and it's Dio Williams that is...
First to finish. But that doesn't mean he's the winner, as you've already explained to us, Gerald.
No, certainly not. We'll have to come back later and see the result.
Thanks, Gerald. Thanks, Ewan. And Nia is back in the food hall with Nerys Adams from Coine, the company that helps to promote and make businesses more competitive and sustainable and innovative. Part of a Welsh Government initiative, and they do have new businesses in the food hall every year, and it's as Nia's saying, it's a help for young businesses, or new businesses rather, to be more creative in their marketing strategies, for example, hence the reason that they're here at the Royal Welsh. Nerys here is saying that they give the new businesses an opportunity to help them grow profitably and also help the businesses to develop. And one of the new businesses here are Grounds for Good.
Behind your own counter. Absolutely amazing. The vibe today has been great. Really? Despite the hot weather, it's been brilliant. So tell me about your product. So the main thing is that we recycle waste coffee grounds that would otherwise go to landfill and contribute to global warming. So we know that these coffee grounds have still amazing flavour, aroma and other great things in it. So we distill a gin, a London dry gin, and also a vodka using these repurposed coffee grounds. How do they taste? Beautiful. Well, I knew you'd say that. Of course. Well, actually, it's a flavour note, so it's not an infusion of coffee. So I'm not calling it a coffee gin. It's a blend of citrus, and it's got ginger in, and then the end note is that smokiness of coffee. So it's just an unusual, different gin that you won't find anywhere else. Sounds good. Pob luck. Thank you. Mark again, Mark, you all right? Very good, Josh. Old Farmhouse Brewery.
Moving on to Mark and Emily.
So mae'n gweithio 3 cwrw a un...
The Old Farmhouse Brewery from St David's. Traditional beer, a pale ale, a New England pale ale and a lager as well. It's Emma's idea initially.
So I'll give it a project hwn, will only sort of opportunity the Welsh government.
Well, basically, he's saying that being part of the Coine project is a very, very good opportunity, and they're very grateful for the help that they get from Coine to develop and market the business.
So Buddy Bay yw'r le mae'r afon yn rhedeg trwy'r ffarm a mynd mas i'r môr yn cael
Buddy Bay was named one of the beers, and it's the river that flows through the farmyard, and they've decided to name one of their beers after that.
Dion, hello Sam. Little Croft Chocolate, sydd ti? Iawn, diolch. Yeah.
And the next company is Little Hot Chocolate.
Ni'n cael 8 chocolate wahanol.
We've got 8 different chocolates all together.
Mae pob chocolate.
The Little Croft Chocolate, rather. And it's all created by hand.
Popeth o'r pecannau and di-plastic.
And everything, all the packaging is environmentally friendly as well.
Fi'n meddwl. Fi'n meddwl.
A got lle ddod y syniad yna?
Yes, just asking, where did the idea come from initially during the lockdown period? And when they were on furlough, they started the company. And previously, she'd worked with a previous confectionery company, and that's where the love of chocolate started. And what's so special? What's the X factor in your chocolate?
Ingredients wahanol mewn nhw.
Obviously, they use different ingredients. Banana crunch being one of them, with a banana and cinnamon.
Banana mewn chocolate. Gormod.
And it works. Obviously, Nia wants to give it a go.
Banana crunch.
Banana crunch chocolate.
Oh, mae'n crunchy. Right. Chocolate arall yw nhw. Diolch yn fawr. Pob lwc I chi, pob lwc. A mae ni James a Galeri fan hyn.
And finally, James and Eleri.
Yes, really, really busy today. We sold a lot of cheesecakes.
So it's all about the cheesecakes then, is it?
It is all about the cheesecakes, yeah.
So who makes them?
Well, Mum started off at the start, but now I've joined the business and helping Mum basically cutting down the time.
I started the business nearly 4 years ago, supplying our local McCall store in Cwmsaran, and from there the business has grown. Now supplies 7 CK supermarket stores, several small shops, delis, cafes, takeaways. So the business has grown a lot over the last.
So you're already on your way then, aren't you? So
yes, James has come up. We got so busy now. James has joined us part time.
Are you enjoying it?
We love it. We love it.
And which is the most popular one?
I'd say at the moment the Millionaires, though the raspberry white chocolate is very popular. We make all our cheesecakes are handmade at artisan products, and we use as many local ingredients as we can, and I make as many things rather than using store-bought stuff. For example, the Millionaires, we make the caramel sauce ourselves. It's a chocolate ganache with edible gold glitter. The chocolate and hazelnut spread we make ourselves is not shop bought. So yeah, it is a truly artisan product.
You've had a great upbringing, haven't you?
It's been great. It's been lovely tasting them all.
Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah. Well, pob dymuniad da.
Wait to expand the business both of Harry can join us. My youngest
son. Gosh, well, the bigger the better, and but this is a great start, isn't it?
It's been great. It's been lovely.
Ardderchog, pob dymuniad da. All the best. Thank you for chatting to us. Hwyl.
Right, we'll leave the food hall, and just a quick reminder before we go to the main ring that you can download the show's app by visiting either Google Play or the App Store. The list of all the competitions, results, and it's worth visiting our website as well, s4c.cymru/show. All the information you require is on our website. Right, let's quickly go to the main ring, and we'll hear once again from Rachel Thomas.
Thanks, Gareth. So we've gone back to the Section C 3-year-old filly o gelding class now. 17 entries in this for our judge, Mrs. Cheryl Firth from Shropshire. So, sadly, this competitor has got his number on the side, so I can't give you any details. 17 catalogued entries. But currently standing top looks like 681 Gadebog Stud, Gadebog Senorita by Donis Lawan, and out of Llanidden Welsh Lady. We don't have any form on that filly at the minute. Possibly this could be one of her first outings this year, and it looks like we've come to this in the final stages. So Cheryl Firth will be making her final decisions, just going around the back to take a look, sending them out again. Sometimes I think it's quite nice to stand your animals up side on to view them if you're trying to compare, especially in a championship. It was done quite a lot years ago. When I was a child, I would see it done a lot. So a final walk around now for these 3-year-old fillies or geldings eligible for this class, of course. The Welsh gelding classes taking place today as well, down in the horse ring. I would think they're possibly on around now or a bit later. So obviously Welsh Pony and Cob promoting the geldings as well. These classes predominantly, I would think, would be fillies, and but open to geldings as well as per the schedule. But as we've got classes in the horse ring open just to geldings, I think that many people would show down in the horse ring in a specific gelding class.
Ie, mae tipyn bach o sŵn wrth y dorf, fi'n deall bod. Godebog, Senorita wedi cael dod mewn i'r ail safle. Mae newid bach wedi bod, 6-7-4.
So it looks like 681 Godebog Stud, Godebog Senorita has taken the honours there. And then someone with his number upside down, 674. Filly in second, JL Darts, Flafar Roxy Hart. Bred by the exhibitor by Llanidden Simwnt, and out of Llanfar Rockchick. Declan Davis handling her there today. The black filly just in shot. We'll try and get a pick of the third filly for you all, but it's J Welsh's New Gap Nels last. Another one bred by the exhibitor. That one's by Synod Apollo and out of Wicken Llwynela.
Dyna bobl wian o hyd yn twmlo. Eto, mae'r bobl sy'n...
So, still showing off their fillies there. But I do think the final decision has been made. It would be very unusual for a judge to send them out, line them up, and then change their mind at the last minute. Can't say I've ever seen that done, but you never know. Let's hope not. So there we go. So some of the handlers there, rather hot and bothered, but they would be fit and prepared to come here. 672 there, picking up the 4th ticket. The pony with a lot of white splashes was T.S. Morgan, C.T.S. Morgan and S. Morgan's Blind Killer Anwen by Donis Dick Turpin and out of Blind Killer Anoil. So the spoils there going back to Anglesey, Godebog Stud. And funny enough, top 4 ponies in this, all based in Wales. So second pony, Darts pony, going spoils going back to Llanelli, and the 3rd pony based in Ceredigion, and the Blind Killer pony down Lanredion, down in the Gower. So your top 4 ponies there, all bred and based in Wales. So here you go, your 3-year-old filly winner there, Godebog Senorita, owned by the Godebog stud and bred by them. So we'll see her back later on in the Youngstock Championship when we come back to the main ring.
Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Showground. We'll be looking forward to the team of 5 in the beef section in the cattle ring later on. But in the meantime, we're back in the sheep ring with Gerald and Emma.
Yes, thank you very much. We saw this ewe lamb earlier on taking the female championship, and the ram there from the Ingrams taking the male championship, and now it's a competition between the two of them.
Yes, it is for Supreme Champion of the Shallery Society to go and represent this particular breed in the overall championship. So we studied, actually we did see the ram receiving his award earlier on.
Yes.
We featured the ewe lamb coming through with a class of 2 exceptional good ewes against her. So, yeah.
The ram is extremely powerful, but she's extremely correct.
I would agree with you 100%, yes.
Yeah.
Very, very
So
nice, very...
So it's going to be down to whether the judge goes for correctness or power, your sort of maturity against youth.
Yes. There we go.
Oh.
Wales it is,
Yeah, super, super sweet ewe lamb. And as we mentioned before, Gerald, we've got that ewe lamb competition coming up later in the week, and I wouldn't hasten to bet that we're going to see a lot more of this ewe lamb over the next 2 days here at the Royal Welsh Show.
I would think so.
Absolutely fantastic.
As Adrian Davis says, done very well here previously in the show, and he's on the top of the line again, so to be fair.
Yeah.
Ydy, gofyn dod. Wel, oedd rhaid ddod nawr, oedd e? Ti'n neud y gwaith caled, oedd mae fe'n camu mewn y funud ola.
Oh, there we go. She's done all the hard work, and Adrian comes in then to take the glory.
Lle dy o'n bein, os hwnna'n digwydd yn aml iawn, ond na, mae'r judge wedi gwneud good job fydd yn gweud.
Oedd chi'n crynu iawn.
Mae rai fi weid, oedd fi angen i tro fyna watcho, oedd hi'n dal hi'n berffeth.
Oh, I'm just saying that, what a good job she's done. I think the ewe lamb, she holds herself very well. She didn't need too much work, did she?
No, indeed. No. Very well presented and great achievement.
And after having left the sheep ring, we'll go quickly to the main ring, and we'll join Rachel Thomas.
Y fenyw hyn, Cheryl Frith, sydd wedi bod yn gwneud gwaith fel beirniad digon da ar rhyw diwrnod. Mae wedi bod digon clir a pigo patrwn yn y farn i. Wyt ti'n cytuno, Beth?
Odw.
Ie, a'r gystadleuaeth yw pencampwriaeth yr adran C.
Thank you. So this is the C Young Stock Championship.
Trwy ystod y diwrnod. Hyn o atgofiant i fynd nôl trwy'r 6 dosbarth i mi wedi gweld.
So we're coming to the end now, judging. So
just I atgofio'r enw.
Should
Wilgar the Gambler.
Be able to
blwydd gore, a bygydden Rosie O'Neill o'r Epoles blwydd gore. Ebol dwy flwydd.
We've got Abergavenny, Rosie O'Neill, Crossfield Casino,
the Ringmaster,
Maygem the Ringmaster, and Godebog Senorita.
Gore o'r MLSC tair blwydd. So
we've got the yearling filly up now.
Un wobr ac hil wobr, ond wrth gwrs yn bwysig mae na fedal air wrth.
And the yearling colt on camera now.
Ti'n gormod o hynna i gael yn y byd?
Na.
Unwaith y flwyddyn, ynddi fe?
So this is the yearling colt, Wilgar the Gambler.
Ie, a dyma ni Wilgar the Gambler. Os ydw i'n cofio'n iawn, 557, i Michael Lewis.
Not quite settling, sadly, there. Looks full of beans. Obviously, this pony's class would have been the earlier one, so he'd have been taken back to a cool stable and given some chance to cool off and have a breather. So he's come out quite fresh. So here's the yearling filly. This is Abergavenny Rosie O'Neill from the Bat family of the Abergavenny stud. As I mentioned earlier, all quite a very similar stamp of pony here.
Dyn nhw ddim, wrth gwrs. Gwyn deall taw. 4-9 enillydd yr tair blwyddyn hwn. May Gem the Ringmaster.
649 May Gem the Master.
Os fydden ni na nawr, fel a fydde?
Cofia blwyddyn nesaf.
Ie, fydde yn.
Hwna'n just trafeilio'n bet, dwi'n dod e?
Odi, ma fe.
And that was a 3-year-old colt.
Menai Radiant Lady.
Menai Radiant Lady.
Thomas Jones.
Thomas Jones, of course, ie. Frydfa Menai, of course, wedi cael tipyn bach o lwyddiant hwn i ag ewn nhw. Bobr bach arall i ddim ar...
And that...
Odi, mae di rhedeg yn rhydd hwnna.
3-year-old filly winner. Sorry, 2-year-old filly winner.
O, dyma fe, rhedeg to Drian. Drian Alun, Godebog.
And this is the Godebog studs. This is the 3-year-old filly winner, Godebog Senorita. And this is the 3-year-old colt.
Crossfield Casino, tipyn bach.
This is Crossfield Casino.
Gyda nhw, ond wrth gwrs...
Sorry, the 2-year-old colt.
Crossfield Casino, i Derek Dykes a Joanne Nicholson.
And we'll be coming back for a result shortly.
Thanks, Rachel. Well, earlier this afternoon, there was a cooking competition in the Young Farmers Club area, and that's where Aaron is at the moment. And it's a cooking competition for members aged 16 or under. 2 members to each team, and the task is to prepare a 2-course meal for 2 people celebrating Welsh farming. And they would need to include a minimum of 1 savoury and 1 sweet dish. And the suggestion is that the majority of the competitors have used Welsh lamb for the main course. And they're giving a time allocation of 1 hour for cooking and displaying the meal. And the meal has to be displayed in those white alcoves provided in the background there. And before the hour is up as well, after cooking everything, and we can see we're in the latter stages here, then they have to clear everything and clean all the utensils and so forth.
Dych chi'n gyfarwydd â fo? Mae'n dysgu coginio yn Cambrian Training, mae o ers 4 mlynedd, mae'n debyg.
Dwi wedi cwrdd â fe, ond...
And the cost of all the ingredients, by the way, must not exceed £20 in total. As we can see, the judging is going ahead.
Felly mae'n gwybod ei stwff, mae'n rhaid.
Odi, yn bendant.
A maen nhw weld yn gweithio fel tîm, yn yr ein edrych fwy stres yn y gilydd yma.
And as Aaron is saying, they seem to be working, all the teams seem to be working well as a team. And of course, it's cleaning up is the less stressful part. As you can see, the meals that have been cooked are displayed in those alcoves in the background, and they're quite impressive displays as well.
O'n i lyfu'r bwlen ni ar y diwedd, ie?
Wel, ie.
Diolch yn fawr i chi, Anna, wrth gwrs.
Diolch o'r. Mae yna sylwebaeth Saesneg ar gael. English language commentary is available on this programme and on our main ring webcast. Depending on your device, either press the red button or use the audio selection option. Any problems, please contact the S4C viewers hotline. The details are on the screen.
Right, let's return to the main ring and rejoin Rachel.
So we've gone back to the C Young Stock Championship, and hopefully we'll be able to get, we've got a result. And there's the winner. It's the 2-year-old colt, Crossfield Casino. And young stock champion and reserve overall seat champion at Royal Cheshire County Show this year as well. And now he's gone on to win at the Royal Welsh. So form book there holding up. And let's give a mention for the reserve there. The 3-year-old colt, Mayjem, the ringmaster.
Welcome back, and we look forward to the team of 5 beef breeds.
Mae'n mynd I roi tap I rywun ar glas Brydeinig wedi mynd â hi yn sioe 2019.
It was the British Blue that won last time for the 3rd time since 2010.
On the limbs.
But it's the Limousins that lead the pack, winning 5 times in the last 10 years.
Pwy sy'n na hi?
Yes!
Y Limousins!
Yes!
Sy wedi mynd â hi.
And this year, for the very first time, the winners of the team of 5 will be presented with the Dydd Jones Llanillar Memorial Cup. And the cup there is in front of Ivan, because Dai used to enjoy this spectacle on a Tuesday in the Royal Welsh. A familiar face around the showground, and a very valued member of S4C's presentation team for many, many years. Dai, of course, was a former president at the Royal Welsh and had the privilege of judging this particular competition. So let's hand over now to Gerald, Ewan and Emma.
Yeah, here we go for 2022, and as we alluded to in the pairs competition, is quite a triumph for that particular breed to come through, but it's more of an honour for the Breed Society to put 5 animals together and come and become the champion beef breed of the Royal Welsh Show.
Yes, certainly it's one of those things that to win this team of 5 is something that a breed can hold a lot of esteem in, isn't it? To be able to come to the fore in a team of 5 competition representing their own breed
bragging
society.
rights, I think, is the word, like, isn't it? And yes, I think, you know, there's good camaraderie, and also what it does, it brings competitors who are fiercely competitive against one another out in individual animals. It brings them all together here to represent their breed. So they are really trying as a unit of the breed society, aren't they?
That's certainly right, isn't it? And the word camaraderie, as you said, is something that is very important within the showing world. You know, you live and breathe the same sort of environment in that shed all week, and it is good to be able to come together like this at the end of the competition.
And as we have mentioned many times already, there is a special prize at the end of it, so they'd all be wanting to get their first Breed Society badge on
the
the
first breed on the cup,
called the cup. Yes, the first to do, and yeah. I don't know, Dai would, I can't remember my mind back, but Dai actually chose out himself when he'd done this, but I believe it was the limbs. I believe I'm correct, and but he probably would be pulling for the Welsh backs, probably, but if they're not quite right, well,
that is the thing, isn't it? You know, you've got the breed that you prefer, but if there's a better one out there, you've nearly got to back the right horse, haven't you?
That's quite right.
So the teams you see before us then, a team of 5 comprising at least 1 female and 1 male, and to be selected by the societies of each beef breed. So there's no stipulation that the breed champion has to come out or anything, just that there has to be at least 1 female and 1 male, and then after that they can make up any configuration that they like. And here we have the Limousin, she's going to shot being headed by the champion bull, and quite a challenge then to bring in another 4 to match him.
Yes, indeed.
It looks like he's got a harem of some lovely heifers there with him. I'm not too sure. We have there
the gentleman charged with adjudicating these today is Mr. Jimmy McMillan. The Beaches, Back Lane, Bury St Edmunds in Suffolk. I do not know what actual breed he would keep himself, but we've seen that usually, to be fair to the judges, they must admire the uniformity of the 5 animals that are in front of him.
He is indeed our judge then, a breeder of Charolais cattle, but has also been a manager on a farm then which kept sementals. So he is well versed in those 2 breeds. And has had success in the stock ring himself.
Tîm Creuner a Tarw a mae'r limbs yn ogryfyn.
Nw'r ffefrynnau ti hyd yma?
Be dwi wedi weld ar hwn so far, yeah.
Yes, that wide shot just taking in all the groups that we've got in front of us here today, and you can see why this would have been Dai's sort of climax and favourite event, isn't it? Just to see all these breeds represented in the spectacle of all these animals filling this ring just as a showpiece for the whole event.
Well, it's quite good that every animal obviously has a handler, and the society have plenty maybe that haven't been selected to represent them, are out there helping the group of 5 by keeping the pressure on and keeping them moving. And yeah, it's a team effort from all the societies, isn't it? And who gets to keep the cup, I do not know of the winner. That's their problem. But no, it's good to see that the camaraderie between every society helping out, trying to win, to represent
yes,
their breed.
and good promotion for the breed as a whole, so that helps every breeder individually as well.
Yes, indeed.
So there we have the very distinctive longhorn cattle.
Mr. Bernard Llewellyn, a strong representation in this particular group of 5, and Mr. Bernard Llewellyn there lives just down the road from myself, down in Trap. And,
yes, rather than leading, taking the managerial role of making sure they're all set up well.
Yeah, to be fair, yeah.
And here we have the British Blues then, who had great success earlier on in the Fitzhugh pairs. So we'll see how they get on the group of 5 then.
And obviously defending the championship from 2019, the winning team of 5 from 2019 was the Blues then. So
considerably different style of cattle here to the winning team we saw earlier on.
Yes.
Not just in their colour, just seems to be.
They kept the 2 champions anyway, the bull and the female and the bull at the top end were the 2 representatives of the winning pair. So as of the limbs in terms of retain, and I suppose pretty near every 5 has probably, haven't they? But
as long as they're able to build that team of 5 around them, I think it's a very prudent thing to do, I suppose, isn't it? If you can build it around your champion, you've obviously got hopefully the best animals of the breed within there. But it is about building the team as well, and if it's not sort of the right thing to do, and maybe have a better selection of 5.
Just can't quite see there, but the beef shorthorns have just passed, and we can just see the back end of the cow you fancied yesterday, Gerald.
Yes, indeed. The very good cow there with a little white spot on the shoulder.
Yeah.
But it's interesting to see. I do not believe that the champion heifer is there.
No.
Oh, right. Okay. No, they've gone for
For 5 red animals.
Yes.
Well, we featured the bull yesterday morning, and both Will and myself thought that he'd actually won the senior championship, but we were obviously proved wrong. Or did he pull him out because of the weather? We're not too quite sure. But the senior bull was come to the fore yesterday.
Quite a different looking team to the pair of beef shorthorns we saw earlier.
Yes, certainly. Yeah, the slightly roaner element in the others, and the maybe smaller, more compact animals, and these are maybe the stretchier sort of beef shorthorn.
Yeah.
Several of the breed societies, as we witness now, then have selected, say, the mature bull of their class, and what they do then, they put him on the outside and then go down in basically like a scale, isn't it? Down to, say, their smaller representative on the inside then.
They're a bit like Russian dolls, aren't they?
Yeah,
they all fit to each other.
What they want to do is get the judge to stand on the one side so as he can see them all.
Yes.
But if they've got a good animal, say they put him on the other side and he can't see any of them except the one that's in front of him.
Giving away.
There's always tricks of the trade.
And Gerald's giving them all away today. And obviously the Welsh Blacks in view here.
So yes, they've all had one walk around the ring, so the judges had a chance to see each team. And just to go then, he has said that he's looking for 5 animals that are equal, balanced, that look similar, that walk well, but also have a good head.
So he's obviously a man looking for the character within each breed, if he's considering a lot about the head, and that sort of tells the tale of the breed character of each of these is the head of them. Obviously they need to be well structured as well from their back, but that is the telling tale of each breed, maybe, is in its character.
Taro ydyn...
Falle dim taro ein stoc.
Scam taro stoc yma, bod y cyfri lawr bach.
And as you just said there, the Welsh Blacks there, exactly what you said. From the littlest inside and the strong bull.
Yeah. Tactical awareness.
Ti'n cynrychioli'r bryd yn dda?
Tîm lefel o fe.
Ydyn Manu.
To be fair then, they're doing a very good job, and every animal is almost in sync in walking, so I don't know. Perhaps they've been practicing last night or something, perhaps.
It's a bit like the Red Arrows, isn't it?
Certainly, I would have preferred practicing last night than first thing this morning. Anyway, put it that way with the heat.
And Here we have the Herefords coming forward.
Bryd arall, bryd cynhenid arall sydd wedi datblygu yn aruthrol dros y blynyddoedd y waith.
We've alluded to many times before that breeds have, in our opinion, improved, like the beef shorthorns, and the Herefords are certainly one of them. As we've seen the Hereford Bull taking a major championship a few years ago, didn't we? And to be fair, they have. They're in the race now, aren't they?
I think it's uniformity across the breed that's improved. I remember when that Hereford Bull won the overall championship, he was a different specimen. He stood out within his breed, didn't he?
Yes,
whereas the uniformity across the whole breed has just levelled up, and everything is just so much better.
They have upped the game quite considerable. There's 5 very, very nice animals, aren't they?
1960 ond mae gen i ofn
y brydiau cyfannirol sydd wedi gwneud y fridi.
Ond also they're so eye-catching in the ring, aren't they, with the colouring and their famous white faces.
Yes, that view of them coming towards us was. There is something very smart about them coming towards you with that white head and the white stripe through the front end and stuff.
The most easiest recognisable animal of them all, aren't they?
Certainly that, yeah.
Definitely. One of the probably most numerous breeds of cattle globally.
I think they are.
Exported to every continent.
Yes, they've certainly.
With the Aberdeen Angus.
Yeah, certainly an impact right the way across the globe.
Absolutely.
And I think that's a testament to the resilience in sort of different weather conditions and different areas all over the world, isn't it?
It's a testament to their eating quality, isn't it, basically? And again, this number of cattle right throughout the world can't be wrong, can they?
No.
And the versatility of the breed. You think of the heifers that are crossed with from the dairy industry, retained for the commercial suckler herds.
The Hereford would have been the most terminal sire many years
yes.
ago on your Frisian cows.
Oh, certainly, yes, no doubt. And I think getting ever more popular again, you know, we've obviously strayed away to the British Blues and the Limousins on them, but you do see more of the native breeds, the Anguses and the Herefords, back on the dairy cows now.
Well, it's working that way in terms of at the back end of the cattle now, because there is a premium. All work slaughterhouses, and that will offer you a premium on a native breed animal. And Hereford and Anguses are offered more than any others.
And joined by the beef shorthorn as well. You know, that's another one that offers the same premiums that you're mentioning, Gerald.
Smart team of Charolais by here. Always there or thereabouts in these team competitions.
Interesting scenario that there's 4 females and the smallest animal is the male animal in this particular group. So. Is that a tactical move?
Again, look, just by just a bit of an art of deduction, all the heifers seem to have come some very close classes there. The numbers being in the 3070s and 3080s. So they've obviously selected a bull that fits with those 4 heifers. They've managed to find an uniform group then.
They're of a type, aren't they, rather than going sort of a matching sized. They're certainly of a type, aren't they?
And would have been, my personal opinion would be for that. You know, I would tend to go for anything of its type would be my key, isn't it?
The Russian doll.
Yeah, 5 very good animals, aren't they, to be fair?
Very nice young bull, though.
The second animal down perhaps would be the weakest in the link, perhaps. Who knows, who might to say?
And
obviously a thorough man. He's asking information about each animal within the group as well, which is an interesting thing, because the Russian doll concept, as you said, Emma, it's one of those things. If the judge is aware enough to ask about the age and details of each of them, he gets a bit more of a painting as to how the group was put together as well.
As the breed has the ability to convert high rapid sufficiently
cerdded o lygyd y beirniaid unwaith yn rhagor, a fyddwn ni'n symud ymlaen nawr at y bloc.
I don't think these had quite as much practice parading as the Welsh black team there.
Gives me the distinct impression that he doesn't want to be there.
No. No, I'd say he's in the stroppy teenager.
Yeah. He's having a bit of a strop, is he?
Yeah.
You say then the judges, obviously in everything that you compete in or whatever, and all our showmen we watch, they are out there to try and impress.
Oh, of course.
Aren't they? And this team of 5 are obviously working very hard to make them all walk the same and keep them as close together as one another as like on block, basically, isn't it? So
And the blonde team coming up here, but as you mentioned with one of the previous teams, the champion not in this team either.
No,
so again,
no.
we may just find that they felt it's been easier to balance the team up without their champion from yesterday.
Oh, tremendous size in this.
2 males and 3 females, I
yes.
Achos mae gennym ni 5 a ni fel ifanc, ond lefel iawn.
Maen nhw'n match i gyd, ydyn?
Ydyn. Mae darw bach ifanc neis ar y pen fyna, wei?
Oes.
No, and possibly, we obviously recall the Supreme Champion beef cow from yesterday, the blonde, but maybe a very crafty call to exclude her and go for this very balanced, even group, isn't it?
Actually, she was a very, very big, powerful cow, wasn't she? And she would probably struggle.
Would have overpowered.
She would have overpowered this team. As good an individual as she is, it's potentially the right call.
It's a bit of like the difference in a solo singer and a choir singer,
That's quite
isn't it?
right.
You don't want one voice to overpower the others.
That's quite right.
Again, a continental breed.
The blonde has never featured quite as dominant as the Chalery and the Limbs and the Belgian Blues, but still within their own right, they're very good cattle.
But again, back to what you stated earlier, Emma, about a type. They do have the same shape and structure through the 5.
5 very, very matching animals in that group there, to be fair.
And he said he was looking for balance. So I think you could take that as balance over the overall animal, but also balance within the team as well.
Of course, yes.
So I think these do have.
That is an exceptional matching fight.
It is, isn't it?
Yes.
Whatever your sort of idea on a blonde animal is, or whatever the judge has a personal opinion on these particular animals, I do not know. But
you can't take
5
that
good
away
animals.
From
5 good animals.
Yeah.
And yes, all 5 come from actually only 2 exhibitors, so possibly, again, a little tactical decision, as you said.
To be fair, they're very matching, aren't they?
They are, aren't they?
They bred the same types, and Interesting colour in this senior bull on this side, isn't there? He's
strawberry blonde.
Well, yes, yeah. That's a good description of him, yeah, to be fair, strawberry blonde, yeah.
And always and ever present in the teams of 5, the Limousin's, and I don't think they're not sort of looking like they want to be too far away today.
Tremendous power in this team of Limousin's.
There is power there. That is a very good description, yes, to be fair.
Quite a task to match a team to that powerhouse of a bull.
Yes, and to be fair, his name says it all, isn't it? A Buffrith power.
Unigolion dan yno. Be da ni wedi weld so far yn mynd rown. Hwnnw ben hynny.
Very good top line in that second half of the in shot, isn't it?
It is, isn't it?
She's something else, and it's quite a task for the other 3 now to match up.
To match up with them, yes, indeed, I agree with you.
Yeah.
Be dwi wedi weld nhw hyd yma, maen nhw'n...
They've gone for a little bit of maturity in the team as well.
Yes, a few cows.
Put yourself in the judge's position then, with an animal like this being a little bit on the rogue side. Would you, in your own individual, would you put him down for that in comparison to the other ones that have behaved exceptionally well and presented him exceptionally well? In your own mind, would you?
I think if it was coming down to the brass tacks of having to really split them, but I think the quality of animal needs to tell first.
Would be a prior,
personally, but no, if you had 2 very close groups and one exhibits itself and shows itself off very well, there's no question about that having to take a little bit of
penalty for it.
Yes, certainly.
Mae'r pwer yna'n trawo chi. A wir, ydych chi'n gweld nhw'n dod ato ni wan, mae'n drawiadol. A mae'n neis gweld tarw stoc eiddfed.
Tremendous shape on these animals, right, to be fair, but there is meat on these, isn't there?
There is.
There's a lot to meat on these animals, a lot.
Yeah, definitely that.
I think that shows he's gone for the limbs have gone for more mature animals.
That's quite right, they have, yeah.
Yes, the mature, the power, that strength all the way through this team of 5, to be fair.
because we've seen a lot of limousine heifers yesterday and today of the younger, and none of them are featured in this at all, have they? They've decided to go for probably the older age group of their groups, haven't they?
Mae'r ail yn i fel fewn yn y lims o fanna wan, wedi dweud Paul Dost. Dach chi'n gweld females fel yn aml iawn.
They put that heifer on the outside. Perhaps she'd have been better behaved if she'd have been in the middle.
Possibly. There is that, a little bit of that cooling temperament in the middle amongst the others.
There we go. The cemental of going down, as we say in the scale, or whatever you alluded to is the correct term, but they are quite a significant difference between number 1 and number 5, isn't there? But I think number 5, if I'm correct, they featured very well. She was breed champion, I believe, and she went through and represented the breed in the individual, and she's a very nice heifer to be fair.
It is a beautiful balance to that heifer, isn't it?
It is a very nice cemental heifer.
Maybe the bull here might be the one that maybe just stands out a little more compared to the others, isn't it? He's just not quite the same stamp as the 4 junior animals.
No. Well, he's a large unit, isn't he?
He is, or he certainly is that.
I think if you were to view them individually, they would all have their good.
Well, they're a little bit more
points.
individual, aren't they?
Yes. Yeah.
This is a group of quite a contrast in all the way of different types, aren't they? Because
maybe we're both noticing
a big significant difference between the heifer and the bit end and the steer and the bull at the other end, isn't there?
There is,
very big
certainly.
difference,
Maybe we're noticing it more because we've been looking at such a uniform team, and now this one isn't.
They're looking at it like a family.
Yes.
And the fact is, it's one of those challenges, isn't it? I hate to say it, but if you've got more numbers, it is easier. And sometimes when you've got smaller numbers within a breed, you've got to sort of pick the best team of 5 that you can.
That's right.
Falle bod nhw ddim y tîm cryfa heddiw, ond gwn ni weld be bydd o'n neud.
But yes, we can say there's a significant difference in a lot of 5s from number 1 to number 5, but I think there's probably more in this particular.
I think so, because they're kind of not a uniform side, but they're not. They seem to be different types as well, isn't it? I think that's.
It's a funny scenario then, actually, in this particular 4 of them then have a lot of white stripes all over their body and whatever, and the little heifer in the end has very little white on herself, so they didn't select it on matching colours anyway, did they?
No. Tegling yn yr Alban yn does yw croesi nhw.
Simling store.
Oes. Mae alw mawr am rhaid i'n does. O'n i jyst yn dweud, yn yr Alban, wrach bod Cemental yn gweithio'n dda ar y tiroedd bras gyda nhw. Ond dwi'n amau bod Cemental yn anifel rei drwm a rei fawr i Gymru. Ucheldiroedd i Gymru. So dyna pan bod y Simling wrach yn fwy o ddiddordeb i ffermwyr yn yr Alban chod ar tiroedd uwch. A mae'n ffermwyr yn Gymru yn arbrofi efo nhw, yn reit llwyddiannus.
And here we go then, the British Blue team coming forward.
And as you mentioned previously, the champion Fitzhugh pairs at the end of that pair there. We'll hopefully get back to there we go, the British Blues in shot here now, and they've had 3 heifers then added into the group at this end.
And usually we have the cow heading the team of 5.
And if my memory serves me rightly, from the pairs, I think the pair that are obviously on the outside of the ring are Dam and Son. So maybe that's showing the maturity in the cow above her bull that is a son, and then we've got obviously the 3 heifers that join them to make up the group on the inside.
Actually, the 3 heifers here on the end of the group of blues are probably more matching than.
Yes, they're essentially.
There is more the same types in these 3 particular heifers than there is perhaps in the first and second.
Yes, the 3 almost look like a group of 3, yes, more than the 5 look like a team of 5.
That's quite right, yeah. So stick the pair champions on the end and you've got about instant winner, haven't you? No. No, that's not going to happen, surely, is it?
But
the only one man that knows is what's going to happen is Mr. Jimmy McMillan. It's completely in his hands.
Yes, certainly that. And
Mae hi wedi cael haf da iawn.
Maen nhw'n werth i weld ac yn edrych yn smart iawn. Yn cynrychioli'r bryd yn ardderchog, fod y teg. Mae'r gwartheg hirgorn ar y ffordd, y British White. Mae'r Salers yma. Gwartheg yr ucheldir i gyd ar y ffordd. A gobeithio fydd ni ganlyniad i chi wedyn.
Plenty more breeds yet to come. With many more of the native breeds, but we're going for a short break now, so come back to us very soon.
Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Showground. The judging in the team of 5 beef section championship continues. There are another 3 breeds to be judged by the judge in the cattle ring. So whilst we wait upon a decision there, we will return to the main ring and join Rachel Thomas.
Thanks, Gareth. And we're looking now at the D Young Stock Championship. So Ernest Gant of the Northwich stud looks like he's made his decision. Yep. And he has gone for the yearling filly, I believe. Yeah, number 876, and this is M.W. Roberts, Tigwintiana.
Mr. M.W. Roberts. Enillydd, y dosbarth Ebolasi.
This filly by Gwenllan Sampson and out of Gele Magi.
Yn dda iawn, wrth gwrs, gyda Mr. Roberts. Gwenllan Sampson yw'r tad a Geler
And 953, Charm and Families, Gele Elsie.
Geler Elsie. Fi falch bod hi yn y ffrem o rwle. Falch bod hi yn y ffrem o rwle. Ie, dyna ni. Pencampwriaeth. Yr adran dy o dan y gŵr.
Coming forward in the reserve spot.
Grant sydd wedi gwneud tipyn bach o waith heddi yw tir gwyn y Tiana, Mr. M.W. Roberts.
Jodie wrth i bodd yn ceri.
Ydy Jodie yn perthyn? Neu trafod?
Dwi'n credu trafod yn ceri.
Ie. Na'r ffordd i wneud yn, di fe? Magi nhw dangos nhw ac arwyn arall i wneud ar hyd.
Wel, ie.
Ie. Ac wrth gwrs, Is-Bengampwr.
So there we are.
A'n mor bell. Geler Elsie i teulu'r Charmans.
The yearling filly taking the top spot there.
So mae tipyn bach o wad Geler.
A day for female champions.
Odi ma fe, odi.
Females have beaten the colts on this occasion.
Ac yn y legadu, mae tipyn bach o batrwn, ond oes e?
Oes, ma fe.
A digon o le yn y ddoi nhw i dyfu mlaen i fod yn gaseg, wrth gwrs. Tymod, ceffil ifanc yw'r ein, mae rhaid nhw dyfu mlaen.
A fi'n credu, lle ni weld nhw yn gweddi gyda rhai...
Big entry there in that yearling filly class. And just a little note, mention there to the handler, Jodie Halliwell.
Y gwir.
Again, as I said in the previous championship,
Odi, mae'r garden eitha handi ga fanfach.
Ernest Gant has gone for some very, very similar stamps. And when they come back in the overall,
Odi, mae'r dagren dachre. Mae'r dagren dod.
It'll be interesting to see them all stood up against each other.
Esgus bod ti just yn dwy'n.
Yeah.
So some very old lines in this filly's breeding with the Gele Magi, the dam of this one. Oh, there's a nice pick. Champion in reserve.
Geler Elsie, fel gallwn ni'n hofio. Ffefryn fach i. Ond dyna beth yw Bernardi, ni fe? Ni'n eistedd fan hyn, meddwl un peth, y boi sy'n bwysig yw Ynys Grant yn y cylch. A bwysig cofio fod barn un person yr un diwrnod i'w hefyd.
Mae yna wastad diwrnod arall i bawb arall.
So there's the champion young stock D.
A dyma ni ar diwedd.
Tirgwyntiana.
Cystadlu yn y cylch ac yn yr awyr yma yn Llanelwedd. Pencampwriaeth y cobiau Cymreig, holl bwysig, y ceffil ifanc gorau yn y sioe. Tir gwyn y Tiana, Mr. M. Roberts.
So we're going over to the A stallions now. This is a senior stallion class.
Mark Kilby.
This is the Kilby family's Springborn Capricorn. Again, really extravagant moving pony. Similar type to the young stock stallion winner. Believe winner at Royal Windsor this year. Springborn Capricorn. 435, the pony belonging to the Kilbys. So these ponies will be coming back for a championship later on.
Thanks, Rachel. Right, let's get the latest from the cattle ring. Let's return to Gerald, Ewan and Emma.
Yes, it's the turn of the sailors to be inspected by our judge. The 5 handlers of the sailors there doing a good job in keeping them walking. Directly straight line. The one on the outside's got a line to walk to, hasn't he? So
easy for him.
Yes, and a couple of handlebars if she happens to get loose.
Yeah, fair comment. You won't want to turn your back on that, will you?
Nice team of Slurs, I have in mind. They're certainly of a type, but they're
yeah, very much representative of the breed. You know,
Yeah.
they're not maybe the most extreme of beef breeds, are they? They don't have that powerful front end that a lot of the other continentals have. They're probably more well known as a maternal beef breed, really, aren't they?
Yes, yes.
There is a lot of suckler cows now can survive under a little bit harsh conditions, less maintenance, and a lot of the suckler herds, large commercial suckler herds, have turned to the cemental cow as a maternal dam, and using limousine and Charlery bulls and whatever on, and I know a few people that are very, very happy with what they produce, and maintenance is quite low. They will survive under quite harsh conditions, so they are quite a popular commercial cow.
Yes, certainly. They're a sizable enough cow with enough milk about them to rear a calf well. That cross on them afterwards just lends itself well to.
That's quite right.
To it.
Yeah, they do produce a big animal when crossed. Yeah.
You can see your testament to saying that they have quite a bit of milk. That cow there is obviously rearing a calf at the moment, and yeah, she has a significant amount of milk, doesn't she?
Interesting how they've left the horns on that cow, but
yes,
not on the others there.
I believe, if I'm correct, this. Well, and just looking at the tags as you went past, the colour of the tags, I would imagine that is a French import.
Ah, right.
And I would have said they probably more so they've kept the horns on in France then.
That's quite right. We don't see too many horned animals around today, do we?
No, certainly not. No. There'd be just those specific breeds, you know, your Longhorns and your Highlands that generally carry the horns on them.
Right,
but,
so we are drawing the cattle into the final. Well, no, sorry, they're one step away from the final lineup.
The first preliminary lineup then.
What a lovely sight. I really do enjoy seeing them all lined up for these interbreed competitions. There's no finer sight.
It is a beautiful picture, isn't it?
Oh,
and as I alluded to before, every stockman is trying their best, aren't they?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, yes, as you mentioned, there is a strong camaraderie to this competition, isn't there? There's the opportunity for everybody to pull together and represent their breed. And I would have said if you don't get the success on the Monday in getting yourself the breed champion, because everybody obviously comes to the show with hopes of achieving that, I think the next best thing you can get is to get an animal into this team of 5. I think it's a real honour.
Well, it's an honour to represent their breed, isn't it?
It is, of course.
Felly mae'r gwarthegdion Cymreig yna, mae'r henffordd yna yn ei llinell, y Charleys, y blond, y limbs, y cementals, mae'r hirgor.
You need a big ring.
They do, certainly. Well, there's no question. You'll have noticed earlier, for those at home, they've obviously break the ring up into smaller parts for judging in the earlier classes, but they do give this spectacle the whole ring to exhibit this great presence of cattle.
Fel bod y glas Prydeinig wedi mynd am yn ôl i'r siediad, dwi'n meddwl.
Probably the two most consistent groups of 5 are there in front of us at the moment, in the limousines and the blonde Aquitaine.
Yes.
I like the blondes.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of that blonde group myself. Yeah, they certainly are very even anyway.
Yes, they are.
Very, very well matched. A lot of thought, I feel, gone into that group.
Yeah, putting them out, absolutely.
Selection policy.
And some of the breeds that we didn't feature just coming into the lineup there now. The British Whites.
And it's looking to me as if...
Shorthorns.
I don't see the British... We featured the British Blues there earlier, but I haven't seen them lined up. They must have retreated back to the shed in the heat.
I can't know. I'm not sure where they have...
We certainly featured them earlier, and
yes.
They haven't. I haven't seen them pulled in there. Then I'll stand corrected if we do see them on a wider angle now in a minute. But
Ond oedd e'n fwy hynffordd, oedd e'n siarad ni, oedd e'n fwy lym.
See the short horn on the Highlands there.
Mynd am y gorau yn doedd, oedd e'n
Dwi'n meddwl bod
llygada.
dau wrach yn chod yn debyg.
And that is a pleasure to see the native breeds not just represented, they've always represented, but with such lovely even groups.
I believe you're right. You and I cannot see the British Welsh and Blues
No,
represented there at this moment.
And I can't say I may not have noticed as if we hadn't featured them just before we came off earlier. But
I brynu rhyw haffer bryd yna. Ond diolch Dave, nes I wrthod.
Ti'n syni fi fyna bod dau yn ddylanwa drwg ar o ti?
a great scene, isn't it? Look at the lineup of cattle there, all
tremendous.
We start descending, isn't it? The sailors, the longhorns.
The Highlands there.
Highlands, yes. Longhorns.
Shorthorns. British White.
Limousine, Blondes, Challeries, Herefords, Welsh Blacks.
Cementals in the middle there as well.
In the middle,
Rushing there, Gerald. Rushing to get through them.
Excited, yeah. Looking for them black cattle, yeah.
Debyg iddo fe, mewn unrhyw sioe.
Oh, absolutely smashing, isn't it?
Tîm o 5. Y brydiau I gyd.
And just that, we've just got that little bit of cloud cover, so maybe just a little bit more pleasurable for these guys out in that ring than it has been earlier in the show.
Addas bod y gwpan di cael ei roi ar cof am dau, da. So fo wrth I fod yma wan, sa.
Hon o'i gysadleuaeth o.
Oh, Judge has found his hat.
Me mentioning the cloud cover, and he's obviously reached for his hat in the heat.
Fair comment. Perhaps it's gone cold, you never know.
Quite possibly. And he's pulled the Welsh Blacks into his next lineup. Let's see who will join them.
Y bencampwriaeth yma. A Jimmy McMillan y beirniad wedi gwneud gwaith da drwy'r prynhawn war y teg.
For the moment, he's gone past the Hereford.
Or something like that, perhaps, is he?
He's quite possibly. He bypassed the Herefords there for the minute, but he's not tapped the Charleys forward. He has left our little blonde group that we've all taken a fancy to. He's left, but the Limousins are forward.
I think it looks like as if Emil will have to stay in the sheep commentary.
Thanks, Gerald. Just having a look there at the beef shorthorn.
The beef shorthorns get to take a stride forward.
Yes.
And the Highlands.
And then the Highlands got put forward the first selection of the pairs, and nice for them.
Yes, an excellent advert for their breed, really. There's a lot of talk about the farming more sustainably, and maybe that there is a place for some of these breeds that will farm a little harder than some of these continental breeds that do take a lot more feeding. In all honesty, don't they?
You have a lot of conservation grazing areas and things like that,
and the British Whites have been pulled as well. And again, we could add them to a similar story in that sense.
We unfortunately didn't get to feature them too much, but well done to them.
Siwr fydd e'n tynnu nhw lawr I 3 neu 4 o
3 neu 4 o'r achwy.
You'll have a quick look again on this lineup. I would imagine before selecting a smaller group of them again, I would possibly imagine. He may well tap out his champion directly from here.
He will tap out his champion from this particular group, I would think.
Y gwartheg dion Cymreig yn dal I tir. Charleys hefyd. A drychwch ar y limbs, drychwch ar pwer y 5.
I think from this shot here now then,
there's power and meat with these limousines, isn't there?
Yes, there is, certainly.
I don't think there's any team out there that match them for that.
No, you're quite right.
A mae'n gret I weld yr holl y bobl yn dod allan nawr a bwcedion.
They'll be hard to beat at this stage, I reckon.
Maen nhw'n cael y gofal gorau posib.
There must be a rift in the camp of the Highland cattle, look. They got to stand a little bit of distance apart because of them horns.
I was about to say the same. I don't think they dare touch horns.
Get interlocked or something like that.
Dyna ni Jimmy McMillan. Yn cerdded tu ôl iddyn nhw unwaith yn rhagor.
Working very closely there with the steward.
Gwartheg Dion yn edrych yn dda, boys.
As is customary, I believe he will give his explanation and his reasons for his selection.
And just see a microphone making his way across the ring there.
Does am shortlist I fod, agos?
Falle ddim. Falle mai dyma yw'r unig restr fer fydd. Ie, mae'n hapus, mae'n mynd I anerch.
Debyg iawn.
Anerch y dorf nawr.
Oh, there we go, he's about to give his reasons, so to speak.
Jimmy McMillan yn paratoi I afael yn y meicroffon. Felly fechgyn, fe newn ni daweli am...
This is when the guessing games for all those around the ring starts, isn't it? He'll start talking about what he's been looking for and everything, and then everyone around the ring will start trying to second guess where he goes.
Here we go, we'll just listen in on him now.
And the Livestock Committee for asked me to judge this prestigious competition, the team of 5. There's some outstanding teams, but at the end of the day, it's just my opinion at the end of the day. But I'd like to thank all the stockmen and women as well for coming out in this heat. It's pretty brutal. You've had 2 days of it, so I'll get on now and pick my champion and reserve. Thank you very much.
Well, there we go. He doesn't want to hang about.
Reit boys, mae'r foment fawr wedi cyrraedd.
I wonder where he will be walking to first.
Yn y sioe fawr eleni. Ac yn cipio tlws coffa, Dydd Jones. I le mae'r beirniad yn mynd.
Slowing down, slowing down.
And he's the Limousin's.
Indeed, he's gone for the limbs.
Yes, and he's gone for that strength and power that you mentioned earlier, Gerald. It was going to be hard to get past it.
Yes. Depth and strength and depth within this breed.
Yes, the most numeric beef breed here as well, and as we've all mentioned, it does make for much easier pickings to get yourself a lovely even team of 5 then.
Absolutely.
So
the Limousins will be the first to get their names
and they're
on
taking
the
Welsh Blacks
Memorial Cup. Oh, and well done to the Blacks as well. I'm sure Dydd Jones would have been delighted to see them coming in and in reserve as well.
Yes, certainly.
So, Limousines will be the first breed society to get their name on Dydd Jones's trophy.
And everybody will be gunning for trying to get the second name on now next year and pip them to the top next year.
Yeah.
But for at least the next 12 months, they'll be the reigning champions.
Absolutely.
Mae'n chi pŵar yna, mae'n chi quality yna, ond heiddiannol.
Ac wrth I ni weld y Limousins yna'r gwartheg Dion, y gwartheg Dion Cymreig yn heiddi'r gil o Aberhebos nag o'n I bai, Owain?
O, mae'n wych gweld nhw'n neud mor dda ar patchyn nhw hynna'n dri, mae'n bwysig iawn. A bydd o'n sicr yn hob i'r bryd.
Testament to the heat out there, isn't it?
Mae'r en darw eisiau llymed o ddŵr. Falle fydd rhywbeth cryfach na dŵr yn cael ei yfed hyn o.
Ydych chi'n dal I gyd, fi'n siŵr pet yn y twy'n yma.
O, werth I weld. Arferchog iawn. Y garden goch felly ar y ffordd. Ni'n gweld Ford Atkinson yn yr het fyna, yn yr het cowboy.
Mae o wedi cael sioe da iawn.
Ynddo fe. Stephen O'Kane wedyn ar ei bwysau'n arwen.
So here we now have the rosettes and sashes coming forward for the winning team.
A mae'n mynd I fod yn foment arbennig iawn pan fydd y cwpan yna'n cael ei gyflwyno am y tro cyntaf. Y Limousins fydd yn cael ei enw boes ar y cwpan yna nawr.
Ie.
Ydych chi'n gweld ar gwynebau'r arddangoswyr gymaint mae'n feddwl yn nhw gael enni.
Oh, bless. Little drop of water for her there. Credit to all the handlers who have been out in the show rings yesterday and today. With this heat, they've done an absolutely amazing job.
2 testing days for stockmen and livestock.
Yes.
Oh, that's a guarantee. You know, there's nothing harder than looking after livestock, but looking after them in sort of these sort of testing conditions is extra hard work, isn't it?
Am dîm, am bencampwriaeth, am olygfa. Mae rhaid gweud, mae wedi bod yn bleser boes eich gael chi yma.
Mae wedi bod yn bleser bod yma.
Dau ddrwg, dau ddrygionus, dau gilydd, ond be well gwyd. Ydy fe? Achos ydy coes da, mae wedi bod yn gret eich cael chi yma. A fel wedes i'r cwpan yma nawr yn cael ei gyflwyno gan y sioe ac S4C i enillwyr y tîm o 5. Paul Dawes yn cael ei longyfarch yn fyna. Barney Kane, tad Stephen O'Kane yn ei chanol i fyna. Yn yr hedwen.
Mae'n wrth i fod ni, mae'n oed i cael.
A diolch o galon i chi faint yn rhagor eich chi. Mae wedi bod yn bleser. A i draw nawr i...
Yeah. Just waiting now for the presentation of the cup. And, Ivan here just going to have a word with the winning team.
What a magical show you've had, boys.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's been amazing, hasn't it? You know, from start to finish. You know, from coming out of the Yorkshire 4 days ago, one in yesterday, same today. Like, what more can we say?
There's a special cup as well being awarded for the champion team of 5, the Dydd Jones Memorial Cup.
Oh, amazing.
How does that feel, boys?
Yeah, that is just the top one on the cake. The icing on the cake, as I say. That's just amazing, you know. And I want to be presented first with it, if that's possible, please.
You will be, but it's a really emotional day for us all involved.
Yeah, for yourself as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's a great day, overall.
You know, he was a man that didn't matter who you were, what you were. He'd come to speak to you, had time for everybody, and just seemed to be just who he was, wasn't it? You know, he
was one of us.
Yeah.
That's what he was. He was one of the boys.
He just was a boy. He was a stockman. And he loved Wales. Yeah. He loved Wales to a different level.
He'd love seeing the power of these limousines. He'd also love to see that the Welsh Black had come in as the reserve champion. So, it's all worked out perfectly.
Yeah. Well, he was perfect for really, you know. Yeah. His heart was in the Welsh Blacks, wasn't it? You know.
Absolutely.
So, but
the cup is on the way. I have to have a quick chat with you, Thor. Congratulations. Thank you for coming down to the Royal Welsh. You've been a great contestant and a great contender. You've done a tremendous thing today. What a feat you've done this week.
It's been fantastic. It's all about the team that we've got, Stephen and his wife, to-be, and his dad, Barney. But it's all about the team, and we'll be back next year.
Top team, can't wait. Llongyfarchiadau, boys. Congratulations. The cup is on the way. Fel wedes I, mae'r cwpan ar y ffordd, cwpan coffa, Dydd Jones, Llanilar.
And the presentation of the cup is on the way, the Dydd Jones Memorial Cup.
Dydd Jones yma.
And it'll be presented by his granddaughter.
Yes.
Mae Sian Doyle yna hefyd.
And I think it's testament to Dy's impact as well in terms of the show, and not just this show but farming in general, that the stockmen appreciate him.
Great splendour of the team of 5 and crowning the limousines with the reserves going to the Welsh Blacks. I think the late Dydd Jones would have something to say about the fact that the Welsh Blacks are in reserve position, because he was a passionate breeder of cattle, and he was passionate in everything he did and touched, and all those lives he touched as well. A felly, mae'n fraint I fedru gweld y tlws hardd yma. Mae'r fraint hyd yn oed yn fwy. The privilege is even greater, and the pleasure of having his granddaughter Celine with us today in the absence of Grandma Olwen. Our thoughts are with Olwen at this moment. And we thank S4C for being the patrons and for subscribing to and supporting this wonderful trophy. Can I say as well, from the Royal Agricultural Society, the Welsh Agricultural Society, we are today announcing that we will be endeavouring in a year's time to be able to unveil, and we don't do memorials at the Royal Welsh, but this is truly exceptional because there was only one Dydd Jones Llanilar. Dim ond un dau oedd gael. A dyma oedd I theatr a hwn oedd I bwlpit A fe fydd mewn blwyddyn, fe fydd na gofer llawn byw o dau Jones Llanilar gyda'i ffon figel yn edrych allan ar y cylch gwartheg, gyda'r pafiliwn y gwartheg di Cymraeg yn asgwrn cefn tu ôl iddo. Drychwn ymlaen felly i fod nôl yma, ond mae'n fraint i gael cwmni Mr Geraint Evans, cyfarwyddwr S4C a prif weithredraig S4C, prif weithredraig newydd S4C, Sian Doyle, llongyfarchiadau chi, ac i ni yma yn y gymdeithas yn ddiolchgar iawn. We're very fortunate to have your support as the Agricultural Society here in Wales, and we're very grateful for your support as well. Ychydig eiriau nawr wrth Geraint cyn fydd Selin yn cyflwyno'r gwobr hardd heddiannol hwn.
Diolch yn fawr iawn, John. Mae'n bleser o'r mwyaf i gael bod yma heddi yn cyflwyno'r cwpan coffa yma i dau am gyfraniad aruthrol i ddarlledu, i gefn gwlad ac wrth gwrs i'r sioe ar hyd y blynyddau. Mae'n gyfraniad enfawr, un na ddechrau yrfa ddarlledu ar ôl dechrau fel canwr ar lwyfan Steddfod Genedlaethol a cael ei nabod wedyn fel dyn oedd mor naturiol o flaen camera bod angen iddo fe ddatblygu yrfa i gyfeiriad arall. A dyna nath e dros 20 mlynedd i wedi gwir gan ddechrau'r Siôn y Sian, ymlaen i gyflwyno Noson Lawen, Rhasys, ac yna wrth gwrs cefn gwlad dath yn gartre cwbl naturiol i Dai. Dai was one of those characters, he was more than a presenter. Dai had that natural ability to be himself on camera and to get other people to relax in his company and to give of the best of themselves. So mae'n bleser o'r mwyaf i gyflwyno'r cwpan coffa yma i'r sioe am gyfraniad arbennig, dyn oedd mor hoffus, mor ffraith hefyd, John, ond dyn nath gyfraniad mawr i'r Gymraeg ac i ddarlledu yn y Gymraeg yn arbennig. Felly diolch am y cyfle i gyflwyno'r copan yma. Am wobr dwi'n gwybod ac am gystadleuaeth roedd Dai wrth i fodd. Bydde fe'n mynd yn emosiynol weithiau pan bydde fe yma yn y sioe ar y diwrnod arbennig yma. I was told that this was Dai's corner on a Tuesday afternoon, and he would get very emotional watching this competition, but would have been delighted to be here today, I'm sure, to see the standard that we have in front of us. Felly diolch i'r sioe, diolch am y cyfle i weid chydig eiriau, John, a diolch i chi fel tîm.
Mae ofyn nawr i Selin felly i ymgymryd â cwpan tatgi a nad y fraint i i'w alw fe'n ddatgi, ond i'r gweddill ohono ni dyredi. Cyflwyno cwpan coffa Dai Jones Llanilar i'r pen campwyr y limosans yma yn y tîm o 5. Llongyfarchiadau mawr a coffa da yn Dai a drychwn i lan ar y cwmwl tystio yn y gweud diolch Dai.
Wel, o'n i'n gwybod fydde heddi'n ddiwrnod emosiynol i bawb, ond...
Well, as Ivan is saying, he knew, we all knew, that today was going to be an emotional day. And
Limosans a'r tîm enfawr sy'n gyda nhw'n y sioe eleni wedi mynd â hi.
John T. Davies with some very appropriate words there before his granddaughter presented the Dai Jones Llanilar Memorial Trophy to the winning team of 5, the Limosans. Certainly a day to remember.
Croeso mawr yn ôl I chi.
Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Showground in Llanelwedd. The great finale to the team of 5 in the beef section. The Limousins winning once again, and the first winners of the Dydd Jones Llanelwedd Memorial Cup. And John T. Davis, in his speech before the presentation of the trophy, announced that there will be an unveiling of a memorial to Dydd Davis at the Cattle Ring, and hopefully that will be done at the Royal Welsh next year. Right, let's go to the sheep shearing. It's the final of the intermediate.
Yes, indeed, and we're back a little step up again in speed from the juniors, and again we have a strong Welsh contingent that have come through. Out of the 6 people on show, we only have 1 Englishman, and there he is in view, Jake Crabb from England. So Leon Harris I know very well on stand number 2, if you get a shot of him, as a fellow competitor with myself in the sheepdog world. So I'll be wishing him all the best. But on stand 4 we see there David Roberts going very well. Stand 3 there is Mark Harris. Oh no, sorry, that's Leon Harris, that is actually. Here's Mark Harris from Llandeilo. And there again on stand 2 is Leon Harris.
Stand 5
on
here
stand
then.
5 is Dewi Jones. And we can hear in the background the fever pitch excitement is getting these shearers going.
And here's the last man we haven't seen yet, Jack Samuel on stand 6.
Jack Samuel ydi hwn yn hedfan lawr y tansail yma na cyn codi y cam ymlaen a mynd rownd y gwddw. Wedyn da ni'n dod nôl y rownd I Jake Crabb yma'n hyn ar y stondin y rhif 1 yn oedi'r ychydig bach.
Just getting a view of finishing touches on this lamb there.
And that's the Englishman Jake Crabb going in. Not quite sure what lamb he's on, but he's going very well for speed factor. A small little penalty there with the competitor number 4, David Roberts, sorry. A little bit of a second cut. Cost him a little bit. Mark Harris. They're going in for another lamb.
Very clean clip there. That's the Englishman finishing off his very sharp speed there on that lamb there.
So these boys are going very well.
Jake Crabb a David Roberts. Mae'r gweddill ychydig bach ar ei holi, felly mae'r rhwng y ddau fachgen yma, un o Gymru a'r llall o Gernyw. Jake Crabb wedi dod o Gernyw, ond fi gawn ni olwg rwan ar Dewi Jones yn wedi cychwyn yn gyflym iawn.
Mark Harris in for another lamb.
Clirio'r stondin ydi gwaith yr trinwyr glân I gwneud yn siŵr bod popeth yn berffaith ar gyfer yr her y gneidwyr. A pwy da ni weld yma'n hyn yn gorffen y...
You can see the hand speed of these young boys have picked up since we was watching the juniors earlier on, and there's Leon Harris.
And certainly what you were mentioning earlier about the work on the left hand, you can see it a little clearer with these boys than the younger ones.
Just a little bit more experience now, and
maybe becoming a little more second nature the further they've gone in their shearing career, that little bit.
It becomes natural second nature, because if you don't use it, you'll lose your money then, isn't it? You know, so yeah, no, they wouldn't have. They got to achieve a standard, and we see number 4, David Roberts, finishing off a lamb, and is finishing. Sounds as if he's finished first out of the final, but obviously, as we state, that doesn't necessarily mean, but we'll have to come back hopefully for the result later on.
Thank you very much, and there'll be more sheep shearing either today, definitely tomorrow. Nia, at the moment, is joining Aled and Owain Rees from Teclyn Isafeg Glwyswrw in Pembrokeshire, and they have won the grassland farming competition this year. And Aled is explaining that the judges had visited the farm to see how efficient they were and how effective the farm was being run. It's a dairy farm since 2018. It's a family farm that's been in the family for many, many years. And it's been an organic farm for about 20 years. And that could have been a contributory factor in winning this particular competition this year. Organic farms have won this particular competition in the past, but not on many occasions, so it means an awful lot to us that we've won it this year. It's an interesting question. Ian's asking, what's the teamwork like between father and son? Who's the boss? In new father and son in a partnership such as this, well, there's always going to be clashes. That's inevitable. But if we can work our way through that, and the hardest thing for me to do when Owain joined the business was to take a step back and let Aled make his own decisions and decide whether, if that was the right decision or not. At least then they're taking the responsibility, and Aled actually spent some time in college, obviously, in Hartbury in Gloucestershire. He was there for a period of 3 years where he obviously learned an awful lot, and it was a bit of a challenge to persuade my father to change his ways. But and Owain admits, yes, Aled's had the freedom for myself and his mother to make these important decisions, and our job as parents is to give him the tools to carry on in the future. We're very, very proud of what he's achieved so far, especially during his period at college, and especially winning this competition this year. Congratulations to both of you. Right, let's return to the sheep ring, and it's Gerald and Emma.
Well, we're just seeing the cards being presented here for this class of North Country Jewett, the yearling U class, and we've joined them very quickly. I'm not too sure who went away with the card there.
Perhaps the young lady that's in view has stayed with it, perhaps.
Yeah. Yes.
North Country Jewett then is a Scottish breed by native, and
Wishy stacks bach.
Gofys ti gael David i wyli?
Ie. Oedd hi bach yn wyllt, bach fel fi.
So there we go, Katie Davis and David Owen, the winners there. And yeah, just saying that there's been a lot of work with them. They're strong sheep and working in this heat.
Yeah, dechreuodd mam yn 2014 oedd e. Ie, a nawr mae flock bach gyda fi, hynna. Wel, fi adaf.
A wedi symud o Sir Gar lan I Gonwy.
Ie.
it's one step forward to mean in the first prize to going towards the championship later on.
Mae son gwerthiadau, ail cerdyn coch.
Ail cerdyn coch, ie.
Son gwerthiadau. Da iawn ti. Diolch.
Well, there's a bird's eye view of the Forest East section, and Dewi Pew is keeping Aaron company. And we're going to be watching the axeman here in action. And I believe, if I've understood this properly, this is a final event, and it's there are Welsh axemen there, there are axemen there from the continent as well.
So watch out, mae'n mynd rwan. Joe Crow, mae'n pen draw. Sydd yn ôl, Dewi. Dyma ni. Mae'n look yn y pren.
And guaranteed, these guys won't be taking long. And it's a close call at the moment. The first to turn is Gwern. And it's close between two guys from Belgium. But which one will be the first to finish? It's going to be a close call. The fourth guy. Oh, hello. Well, he was the first to turn, and the Welshman was the first to achieve the task, and he certainly looks happy with himself. He was way off celebrating before some of the other axemen had finished.
Ond dwi'n siarad Cymraeg wrth y tu a fi, dwi'n meddwl. Mori brysur yn dorri coed, dewi. Wel, a mis wneud dderyll, da ni'n mynd gwybod, ne? Wel, gwych, ynddo. Mae'n werth I gweld nhw'n dydy. Mae'r skills I ganddo nhw. Mae'n grefft anhygoel, ynddo. Wel, mae. Ond o'ch chi bod lwcus, chos hyn ydy un o'r...
And as Dewi's explaining to Aaron, he's happened to be at the forestry area at the right time because these are the creme de la creme of axemen in Europe. And it was a very close competition, and as Aaron's saying, it's nice to see so many people there egging them on.
50 mlynedd wan, ers bod nhw'n dechrau torri coed yn y sioe.
And it's been 50 years since the wood chopping competition started here in the Royal Welsh back in 1972.
Cafodd o wobr gen I, ac di cyflwyno iddo fo Ken Princess Anne am hynny.
Chwarae teg, chwarae teg. Wel, Dewi, mae'n bod yn bleser eto.
Iawn.
Diolch yn fawr eto.
A foment fawr.
Right, back to the sheep ring. Back to Emma and Gerald.
We're back in the sheep ring and watching the championship of the North Country sheep.
Yes, we just saw a quick glimpse of the earlier. So here we have the...
We have the judge, a first view of this particular judge, Alan Cowans, from Old Mill Farm in Selkirk up in Scotland. He came down from Scotland to judge probably his native breed, and there we go. Katie Davis has been successful with her ewe.
Clod mawr. Yeah.
Ti'n hoff o'r ddafad?
A happy lady.
We're only just having a quick look at these sheep then, but they're very well turned out. They're powerful sheep, aren't they?
They're one of the strongest classed as hill breeds.
Yes. Yes.
I do believe perhaps the hills in Scotland were a little bit kinder than some of the harsh hills in South Wales, and maybe this ewe would struggle to survive on the hills in this South Wales here, but still they are classed as a hill breed, and they're a very strong, powerful breed. And there we see the ewe lamb is
pretty little ewe lamb, doesn't she?
As reserve, or
yes. Yes.
Or will he go for the ram?
She would have come in reserve female to the ewe. Yeah. So interested. Oh, it looks like it has. He's gone for the ewe. Yeah. Wow. Now the turn up for him then with the ewe lamb.
Mawr iawn. Siwr i ti'n teimlo?
Wel, o'n I ddim yn disgwyl hyn.
It's Katie Davis and David Owen that have come to the fore in the North Country Championship.
Don't think he can quite believe it, to be honest. He looks...
No. Step towards the overall championship of the sow.
Yes, absolutely. We'll see them out again.
Yeah. Maybe Mam yn gweud.
She's absolutely delighted anyway, and well done to them, and well done.
Ivan.
Well, yes, it's been an emotional day for more than one in today's second day at the Royal Welsh Show, and as Nia said to Ivan, a dramatic way for things to come to a close. A fantastic finale to the Team of 5 championship, and of course we think of Di Jones Llanillar, who really enjoyed being here at the Royal Welsh, especially on a Tuesday, and as I've mentioned before, he was a very, very valued member of the the S4C presentation team here at the Royal Welsh for so many years. But he was a former president here, and he did judge this particular championship. And the Limousins, of course, who came to the fore, they are the first winners of the Dydd Jones Llanillar Memorial Cup that was presented to the winning team by his granddaughter Celine, and he would have been very pleased as well that the breed that was so close to his heart, the Welsh Blacks, were chosen as reserve champions. And it was announced that the Royal Welsh intend unveiling a memorial to Dydd Jones at the Royal Welsh Show next year. And as Nia is saying, if you happen to be walking around the showground with Dydd Jones beside you, it would take you forever, because he'd be stopping and meeting people and wanting to know what the latest gossip was. Yes, he's sorely missed, and our thoughts are with Olwen, his wife, at this moment in time. A very emotional afternoon here at the Royal Welsh. Well, there's plenty to look forward to, even though our time here at the show today is drawing to a close. We will be back tomorrow, of course, live at 9 o'clock to start with, and then of course we'll be with you until 5 o'clock in the afternoon from a very emotional Royal Welsh showground. Thanks for watching, and we bid you a very goodbye.